Chapter 13. Serving the Dragon, the Present, 2. We are here to learn to love each other. I don't know what the others are here for. Auden. Dr. David Jacobs, a professor of history at Temple University in the United States, made a long and detailed study of abductee reports and published his conclusions in a book called The Threat. The Secret Agenda. Simon & Schuster, New York, 1988. He says that the alien agenda includes breeding hybrids using human and alien genetic material, and replacing human society with these hybrids under their control. This is the real reason behind all the abductions in which male sperm is taken or females are impregnated. According to Dr. Jacobs, he says the first stage is to cross human genetics with the alien. Then this genetic material is fused with another human egg and sperm, and this second stage hybrid is crossed with another human egg and sperm. The result of this would look almost human, and when this is crossed with yet another human egg and sperm, the result could walk down the street without being noticed. He could be describing here the way the first creation of the Anunnaki, what some people call the atom, was evolved into the human mammal we see today. Dr. Jacobs believes that these later stage hybrids are what abductees call the Nordics. Although not all of them are blonde-haired and blue-eyed, I think we need to note the difference between the extraterrestrial Nordics that came to the Earth and seeded their own bloodlines and the Nordic-type hybrid crossbreeds and others that I call the Aryans. Dr. Jacobs says that these super hybrids retain many of their alien abilities. These include scanning the minds of humans and controlling abductees. He suggests that while the hybrids may have some human characteristics, they think like the aliens and answer to them. The hybrid agenda is the alien agenda, he says. Dr. Jacobs believes that in the final stages of the agenda, humans will be slowly phased out while the hybrids are phased in. Memories of loving mothers, fathers, freedom of choice and religion will be replaced by memories of selective breeding, single-minded functions geared to serving the aliens. These hybrids would have a hive mentality with no memories of individual choice, family bonding, or freedom. It would, he says, be a hierarchical, fascist order in which a ruling caste dominates lesser castes. I could not put it better. We are almost there, but there is still time to wake up. Dr. Jacobs says that, from interviews with abductees, the hybrids seem unhappy with their situation and long for the freedom of humans. Reptilian abductions. James L. Walden, an American with a doctorate in business education, had so many reptilian experiences that he described them in a book, The Ultimate Alien Agenda. Llewellyn Publications, St. Paul, Minnesota, 1998. Before his first experience, he had no interest in extraterrestrials or UFOs or science fiction of any kind. His story began in March 1992 when a gray entity some 4 feet tall with large dark eyes and a large, bulbous head appeared in the room as he was switching off the light to go to bed. The air became extremely cold and a petrified Walden began to cry. He said the right eye of the gray enlarged and turned bright red. It projected a beam of red light, which struck him painfully on the leg. A beam of white light later came down towards him, he said, and it entered his body just below the navel. He lost consciousness, and when he woke he was lying on a cold table of polished metal. He was immobilized and a bright overhead light was shining in his eyes. Around him were people in stiff white smocks. Some appeared human, but most looked like the being that came to his bedroom. They examined every part of his body and a sperm sample was taken. The Zulu shaman Credo Mutwa describes a similar scene and events during his abduction in what is now Zimbabwe in the early 1960s. See The Reptilian Agenda. Part 1. Walden said he was told that he was in an underground facility in southeast Kansas and would not be harmed. He heard a telepathic voice say, "You are not who you think you are, and you must accept this." In later experiences, he was told that he was a reptilian-human hybrid. Many strange things began to happen to him after the first abduction. One night, I was lying on my back and searching the ceiling for sleep, when I heard a loud whooshing sound. Something moved toward me at lightning speed, and a large, lifelike image of George Washington stopped right in front of my face, touching my nose. I heard a loud, forceful voice say, "George Washington was one of us. So are you. You must accept." George Washington was an Illuminati bloodline, a Grand Master Freemason, and first President of the United States. In the years that followed, James Walden had many other experiences with Greys and other more obvious reptilians and worked with the abduction researcher Barbara Bartholic to uncover what was going on. She had heard the same story many times from other people claiming to be abductees. One entity that Walden experienced was an interdimensional reptile. It was between 8 and 12 feet tall and had elongated feet. There was a web between his torso and arms, like a bat, which could sometimes look like wings, and a fin-like appendage on his back. His head was large and elongated like a watermelon. The being had rough, greenish-patterned skin, and Walden believed there was a tail also. This entity claimed to have inhabited many human bodies, and he said, "My eyes have witnessed the evolution of humankind." Under hypnosis, Walden recalled that he was part of an experimental group of human embryos, which were grown in a test tube. The embryo, he recalled, was implanted into his mother's womb and she had no idea this had been done. Could this be an explanation of the legends of Merovi, Alexander the Great, and others, who were said to have been fathered by serpent-like beings? And could this be at least one origin of the virgin birth? Walden said it certainly offered an explanation for why he had always felt different to all the other children. He believed that millions of people in the world had been created in this way as part of an alien genetic program. He said that the semen, taken during his abduction, was used to impregnate a woman of the same stock. She was like a human incubator and he thinks the embryo was removed from her womb later. Another interesting memory he had was that when he was on the table in that first abduction, his body had looked the same as the aliens. Walden felt that this was another dimension of him, which inhabited his human form. He believed from his experiences that the aliens could transcend time, transform matter, manipulate human thought and behavior, and create distracting illusions to satisfy the needs of our simple human minds. He concluded that they could move between dimensions and that they were less extraterrestrial and more interdimensional. I thoroughly agree. Their ability to change their vibrational state would explain how they can appear and disappear, leave our frequency range, and how they can walk through walls. They can move through dense matter in the same way a radio frequency can. And if it is the fourth dimensional level of a person that is abducted, and not, or not always, the physical body, it would further explain why abductees have described being taken through walls and buildings. Walden speculated that these fourth-dimensional aliens are actually the fourth-dimensional level of ourselves. The abductors told Jim Walden that an interdimensional race had colonized the Earth and they came to harvest the planet's resources, harness its energies, and use primitive humans as its workforce. Just as human scientists have developed animals for nourishment, labor, and entertainment purposes, he said, alien scientists have improved humans for the same reason, and possibly others. Walden said the aliens could program the emotional responses of their hybrids to produce misery, jealousy, passion, or love. Walden said that when the interdimensional reptilians first colonized the Earth they found it difficult to reproduce here. He said that during abductions, the aliens made it possible for them to inhabit the abductee's body. This would explain why Miguel de la Madrid said they needed to create bodies through which they could operate on this planet. Walden said the aliens lived in subterranean shelters from the time they arrived, and conditions in the Earth's atmosphere threatened their survival because they could not maintain a constant body temperature. He said their eyes are extremely sensitive to light, and this fits with Credo Mutwa's claims about the light-sensitive eyes of the Greys and other reptilians, and with the symbolic story of the blood-drinking Dracula who could not go out during the day. Walden was, surprisingly, very positive about the reptilians by the time his book was finished. But I think he was taking their word for their true intentions for humanity a little too easily. The evidence is overwhelming that some of them have a very malevolent agenda, but that is only one large faction, not all of them. Some other abductees also see the reptilians in a positive light, despite having horrendous experiences with them, and some researchers get incredibly angry with anyone who paints the reptilians in a negative light. Mark Amaru Pinkham, author of The Return of the Serpents of Wisdom, superbly details the serpent symbolism and bloodlines of the ancient world, but sees them in a virtually 100% positive light. He even praises people like Benjamin Franklin as a force for enlightenment. Franklin sacrificed children. Depicting all reptilians as expressions of wisdom is just as ludicrous as depicting them all as evil. And those who have a horrific agenda for humanity, of course, want us to believe they are here to save us. Stories about people waking up to find reptilian figures in the room are regularly reported. Pamela Hamilton, an American woman who has lived in California and Arizona, claims to have been visited at home, often in the bedroom, by countless Nordic blonde-haired, blue-eyed beings, along with greys and reptilians, since she was young. Witnesses have seen the marks on her body that have followed many of these visits. She has also suffered a raid by military personnel who walked in and stole material relating to extraterrestrials and UFO activity. Pamela described a reptilian visitor who appeared a number of times. She said he had luminous, amber-colored eyes like a cat and had gray-green skin and sharp claws on his fingers. He wore a sort of breastplate like the ones used by Roman soldiers. She said, when he appeared she would first hear a high-pitched sound and a buzzing and clicking noise and soon found it hard to breathe. She felt that her chest was being crushed. When she became paralyzed and immobilized, the reptilian would flip her onto her chest and begin to have a type of tantric sexual intercourse that would leave her exhausted, feeding on her life force, probably. She said he was extremely powerful and very aggressive and a likely member of a warrior caste. But she didn't fear him and almost felt protected by him. California and Arizona appear to be extremely important areas for reptilian activity, especially locations such as Mount Lassen, a dormant volcano that is part of the Cascade Range of California, Oregon, Washington State, and southwestern Canada, Sedona, the New Age Center in Arizona, and Phoenix, 2 hours south of Sedona in the Valley of the Sun. The Superstition Mountains outside Phoenix have been the subject of a number of stories in which people claim to have seen physical reptilian beings. You can read some of these on my website, www.davidicke.com. One involves a woman known as Angie who loved climbing the mountains around Phoenix, including the superstitions. On this occasion, she found a cave and went inside. She sat down and began to drink water from her flask. After a while, she got up to leave when suddenly she felt a hand grab hers from behind. She gasped in surprise when she looked up at her reptilian face. She tried to laugh, thinking it was someone wearing a mask. When she realized it was for real, she tried to scream, but nothing would come. She lost consciousness, and when she awoke, she heard strange barking and chirping sounds that she later realized were a sort of language the reptilians used. When she tried to get up, she found she couldn't move her arms or legs. She felt a hand on the inside of her thighs and she struggled to open her eyes. She opened one a little and saw men with lizard-like faces. Her heart sank and she felt absolute horror burst through her. Again, when she tried to scream, she couldn't. She watched as several greenish reptilians removed her clothes. They seemed to be a strange combination of human and serpent, she said. The wide-slit eyes almost glowed with a yellowish brightness, exactly what Credo Mutwa says. And they had glistening, vertical pupils. They had broad, flat noses and their flat nostrils flared slightly as they snorted while examining her. She said that some had a very wide mouth with many folds of skin, while some had small mouths with no folds. They had small, rounded ears, which were set high on the head and had no lobes. She noticed that their scales were a different color than the skin on the head. They were a khaki green that became gray-green on the back of the head. Their faces were smooth with narrow, pointed chins. 2 of them wore a white jumpsuit with an insignia that included a curved dragon with a 7-pointed star in the middle. The other reptile men wore black uniforms with the same insignia. She also talked of a tall, white-skinned lizard being with blue eyes, the ones identified many times as the Royal Draco, the highest of the reptilian hierarchy. He wore a burnt orange jumpsuit with 3 insignia on the left side. There was a black inverted triangle, the round dragon with a star, and an oval with moving stars on it. On the right side of his uniform were 3 black bars on a silver disc, and the left cuff had a row of inverted triangles, with 3 lines cutting through it. He was taller than the others, nearly 7 feet. Angie was by now naked on the floor and she asked the white Draco to help her. She felt something cold touch her forehead, and a strange calm and peace enveloped her. She then realized she was in an oval room about 15 feet wide. She tried to turn her head, but she couldn't. She noticed pipes with strange sacs, like misshaped balloons hanging from them. Then she realized some were moving. She remembered how her dog's belly moved that way when she was near full term with her puppies. A wave of horror hit her. It was as if there were 2 minds inside her. One was calm, the other horror-stricken. The calm side was in charge of her body. She wondered how her body could be so calm when anything could be about to happen to her. One of the lizard men undressed and approached the end of the table. He was muscular and had scales on his chest and lower stomach. Fear now overwhelmed the artificial calm and she began to scream and find superhuman strength to fight him off. The lizard men turned a blue light on her and she lost consciousness. The last thing she remembered was feeling the weight of his body. When Angie came to, she was in her car. She looked around her, feeling confused and wondering why she was driving her car. She felt that she had been about to do something, but couldn't remember what. She drove home dazed and disorientated. There she suddenly had an urge to shower, and scrubbed her body for over 2 hours. She felt shaky and angry for something she couldn't recall. She spent the next few days in bed refusing to answer the door. Her sister Susan noticed that Angie had several nightmares every night and woke up screaming. Angie also refused to go near the mountains she loved so much. When she later went back to work, she left after 3 days when a customer brought a lizard into the store. She had no idea why that had frightened her so much when reptiles had always been a part of her life there in the desert. Eventually she went to a hypnotist for help, and her vivid and detailed memories of what happened in the Superstition Mountains flooded back. Eva Trent, another American, also claims to have had many contacts with non-human entities. One night in January 1999, she went to bed in her small apartment. Later, she said, she woke to a buzzing sound and when she opened her eyes she was horrified to see 2 strange creatures standing on either side of her bed. One was around 7 to 8 feet tall, weighed around 19 stone, getting on for 300 pounds. With the skin of a crocodile or snake. The other was the same, but smaller. They seemed to be communicating in a chirping manner and their eyes glowed. Chirping sounds are pretty common in such reports and the glowing eyes are universal. The Sumerians knew Enlil, the chief Anunnaki on the earth, as the serpent with the shining eyes. Eva found she was unable to move, another confirmation of the ancient and modern accounts of how the serpent gods could paralyze people. They communicated with her through telepathy. She felt they were observing her emotional state and probably feeding off the energy of fear their presence had generated. Similar points were made by Pamela Stonebrook about the way her reptilian seemed to get high on fear. The experience ended for Eva when she began to mentally resist and visualized herself cocooned in white light. This seemed to confuse the reptilians, and the next thing she remembers was waking up the next morning physically exhausted. When she checked around the room, she found 5 of her favorite cassette tapes in a rack 6 feet from her bed had been destroyed. They were distorted and 3 were badly buckled, as if by some extreme heat. Yet there was no smell of plastic burns and the sound filaments had not been melted. There was no sign of any heat being applied anywhere on or near the rack. The only explanation was that they had been subjected to some kind of microwave heat. The American writer Alex Christopher has been exposing the reptilian presence for many years, and I first saw her speak in Denver in 1996. She is the author of the books Pandora's Box, Volumes I and II. And she has had her own direct experiences of reptilians and the big-eyed grays. In Panama City, Florida, she was woken at 2:30 in the morning by her terrified neighbor, a commercial airline pilot. When she ran over to his house, she found his partner sliding down the wall with her eyes rolling, and she kept passing out. Alex said she could feel extremely powerful energy in the room, which appeared to be trying to penetrate her head. It was radiation of some kind, and the next day all the plants in the room were dead. The couple told her that they were making love when the incident started. They saw a flash of light and they were pulled from the bed. The man still had a palm print on his side made by fingers that must have been 10 inches long with claws that burned into his skin. The next day the spot was so painful he couldn't touch it, and Alex says she has video footage of this. For her, however, the story was just the beginning, because when she was in bed in her own house, a reptilian appeared to her. I woke up and there is this thing standing over my bed. He had wrap-around yellow eyes with snake pupils and pointed ears and a grin that wrapped around his head. He had a silvery suit on, and this scared the living daylights out of me. I threw the covers over my head and started screaming. I mean, here is this thing with a Cheshire cat grin and these funky glowing eyes ... This is too much. I have seen this kind of being on more than one occasion. He had a hooked nose and was very human looking other than his eyes, and had kind of graying skin. Later on in 1991, I was working in a building in a large city, and I had taken a break about 6 p.m. and the next thing I knew it was 10:30 p.m. and I thought I had taken a short break. I started remembering that I was taken aboard a spaceship, through 4 floors of the office building and through a roof. There on the ship is where I encountered Germans and Americans working together, and also gray aliens, and then we were taken to some other kind of facility, and there I saw reptilians again ... The ones I call the baby Godzillas that have short teeth and yellow slanted eyes. The things that stick in my minds are the beings that look like reptiles, or the velociraptors. They are the cruelest beings you could ever imagine, and they even smell hideous. The putrid smell is another theme of contact with reptilians and greys. It was during this abduction that Alex Christopher saw a dragon badge on the uniform of a reptilian. A contact said she saw the same symbol at Fort Walton in the United States, and a winged serpent symbol could be seen on the sleeve of an Israeli soldier as he comforted the daughter of the assassinated Prime Minister, Yitzhak Rabin, during his funeral in 1995. See Newsweek. November 20, 1995. Many badges within the U.S. Armed Forces feature the dragon and reptile, as revealed in the Symbolism archive on my website. There are many reports of shape-shifting reptilians at military bases and medical facilities. The author and researcher John Keel has gathered together reports of flying reptiles seen by many people. These are known as pterodactyloid hominoid mothmen, flying serpents, or winged Draco. These align with ancient and modern descriptions across the world of the royal reptilians from the Draco constellation with their wings, tails, and horns. Keel compiled his findings in a book, The Mothman Prophecies, Signet Books, New York, 1976. Here is a sample. According to her story, Connie Carpenter, a shy, sensitive 18-year-old, was driving home from church at 10:30 a.m. on Sunday, November 27, 1966, when, as she passed the deserted greens of Mason County Golf Course outside New Haven, West Virginia, she suddenly saw a huge gray figure. It was shaped like a man, she said, but much larger. It was at least 7 feet tall and very broad. The thing that attracted her attention was not its size, but its eyes. It had, she said, large, round, fiercely glowing red eyes that focused on her with hypnotic effect. It's a wonder I didn't run off the road and have a wreck, she commented later. As she slowed, her eyes fixed on the apparition. A pair of wings unfolded from its back. They seemed to have a span of about 10 feet. It was definitely not an ordinary bird, but a man-shaped thing, which rose slowly off the ground, straight up like a helicopter. Silently, its wings did not flap in flight. It headed straight toward Connie's car, its horrible eyes fixed to her face. And then it swooped low over her head as she shoved the accelerator to the floorboards in utter hysteria. Over 100 people would see this bizarre creature that winter. Significantly, many of the sightings of these flying reptile men happened close to the apparently sealed entrances to underground tunnels known as the TNT facility. which were used to store explosives during the Second World War. A young shoe salesman called Thomas Urey was driving along Route 62 just north of the TNT area when he noticed a tall, gray, man-like figure standing in a field near the road. Suddenly it spread a pair of wings, he said, and took off straight up, like a helicopter. Native Americans have the legend of the Thunderbird, which, the stories say, abducts children and old people. The tribes of the Dakotas know this as Pyasa, and it is described as a demon monster with bat wings, a humanoid body, a long tail, and terrifying red eyes. Similar reports have come from many parts of the world. Another witness called Odette told of an experience at a house in Quebec, Canada. She was with a friend when another woman came over and began to talk about UFOs and contactees. The woman said she was a contactee and she had a meeting with a spaceship on a certain date. She also said that they were taking her and she would never be back on Earth. Odette said she was not convinced at all, and especially when the woman had said that if they could only see her real self, they would see how beautiful she is, like a princess inside. I was thinking, yeah right, whatever, Odette recalled. The woman looked around 30 years old, tall and strong, light hair, cut to her shoulder, and was ordinary looking. Then she asked Odette if she would let her reveal her real self because she would never have seen anyone like her. But she said she needed Odette's permission for this. Odette said yes because she thought, poor thing, she's really miserable. The account continues, we went to a quiet room. We sat facing each other, and she grabbed my hands, told me to relax and just look at her. What I saw was a reptile, taller than she was, at least 6 feet, green, brown color, staring at me with its head turned sideways, and I swear with something that seemed like a grin on its face. Then it asked me, didn't I tell you I was beautiful? I said yes, and headed for the door. If anybody has had a similar experience or knows of a book that talks about reptilians, please let me know. Men in Black. Reports of reptilian shapeshifters come in from all over the world, and the Men in Black phenomenon has also been connected to them. These are the guys dressed in black suits, who intimidate many UFO researchers and abductees. Most appear to be government agents, but there are other expressions of them who do not look human in the usual sense. They have a strange aura around them, and many people have reported they can suddenly disappear. I remember seeing a garage owner and UFO investigator telling his story on a TV program about Men in Black or MIBs. They turned up out of nowhere without a vehicle, and yet his garage was in the middle of the countryside, all by itself. After their conversation, they just as quickly vanished, and it was impossible for them to do so under normal circumstances because you could see for miles in all directions. The Men in Black are named after their dark clothing, mostly business or agent suits, and their dark glasses. This attire has all the signs of these beings needing protection from the sun, a classic trait of the reptilians and greys. They are mostly described as having very white skin and, sometimes, olive skin. The texture is often said to be reptilian. Other strange traits in witness accounts are the trouble the MIBs appear to have breathing and the horrible smell, like sulfur, which abductees are constantly describing. They also often arrive in new black cars that have not been manufactured for decades. Despite their apparent age, these vehicles show no signs of any wear or tear. It is as if they have just been driven from the factory. Similar beings, dressed in the context of the period, have been reported over the centuries in many parts of the world. The so-called Grim Reaper, who appeared in communities just before a lethal disease broke out, were described in terms that are remarkably close to today's Men in Black. The Association of Extraterrestrial Investigations, APEX, founded by Dr. Max Berezowski in Sao Paulo, Brazil, documented a Men in Black story involving a young guy called Aromer. He said he was harassed by 3 men dressed in black suits and ties, and he thought they were the police. He moved cities twice to get away from them, and on one occasion complained to the police in Rio de Janeiro about their harassment. They didn't believe him, and he moved to Sao Paulo. It was there that a car stopped beside him in the street. He said he lost his will to resist and climbed inside to find the 3 guys who had been following him for months. He was driven to a wooden area, he said, where he saw a large UFO. The car stopped and they all walked up to the craft, which was hovering above the ground and surrounded by a luminous ring. The next thing he knew, they were inside and he was sat in a chair with handles that secured his wrists. An iron bar pressed his head backwards against the chair and his neck was also fastened. Now, he said, the Men in Black transformed. Their heads ripped open into a heart shape and their skin became scaled and green like a reptilian. This happened in 1979 to 80, long before MIBs became associated with reptilians. He said he also saw human corpses hanging from hooks. Everything went blank after that and he found himself back in the street where he was picked up. Now, however, it was hours later and there was no traffic. He ran home in a panic, he said, and told a roommate what had happened, but as he did so, a force threw him against a wall. The reptilians had told him never to talk about his experience. He was later introduced to Dr. Max Berezowski and he told his story to Apex members. On the superb U.S. radio show, Sightings, a woman called Joyce Murphy talked about the reptilian shapeshifters of Brazil. She is the president and founder of Beyond Boundaries, an organization that takes people on expeditions to many parts of the world. She was telling presenter Jeff Rentz about some of the strange experiences on her travels when she talked about a policewoman she knew in Brazil who had described shape-shifting reptilian beings. Joyce said, she works in a very high position in the sheriff's office. There seem to be shape-shifters, here in Brazil at least, that try and get women to act as breeders for them. They actually shape-shifted to show them their actual form, a sort of reptilian type. This with her sister as a witness. And I know of another shape-shifter story. The daughter of an aviation engineer in Sao Paulo tells of a fellow student who revealed her true form changing ... into a sort of reptilian being. These people do not know each other and they clam up if one goes after more information or wants to reveal the whole situation. Oh my gosh, what am I getting into here? The reptilian underground bases. There are so many reports of seeing reptilians and shape-shifting. But most people have no knowledge of this because 99% of the population get their news and information from the mainstream media. The media, in turn, get their news and information overwhelmingly from official sources, which, like the media itself, are owned by the reptilian bloodlines. After speaking about the reptilians on the Sightings program, I was sent this account of an experience at the infamous Dulce underground facility in New Mexico. These are the words of an Army private employed on the surface. I was working on a routine job when another of the young enlistees, a mechanic, came in with a small rush job he wanted at once. He had the print and proceeded to show me exactly what he wanted. We are both bending over the bench in front of the welder when I happened to look directly into his face. It seemed to suddenly become covered in a semi-transparent film or cloud. His features faded and in their place appeared a thing with bulging eyes, no hair, and scales for skin. He later saw the same thing happen to a guard at the Dulce front gate. And witnesses have spoken of seeing reptilian shapeshifters at the Madigan Military Hospital near Fort Lewis in Washington state. There are secret underground facilities throughout the world and at the deepest levels they open out into the inner earth centers of the reptilians and greys. Area 51 in Nevada is the best known underground facility in UFO research circles. But the very fact that it is so famous and featured in Hollywood movies shows that it is far from the most important of them. These facilities are themselves connected by a vast tunnel network that has been built with nuclear boring technology that the public never sees. It can cut tunnels at the rate of 7 miles a day, and these are an expansion of the global tunnel network created by the Atlanteans and Lemurians, and claimed by legends and accounts to exist under the United States, Central and South America, Britain, Egypt, Mesopotamia, Turkey, Asia, China, Malta, everywhere. The tunnels have state-of-the-art transport systems that move at astonishing speeds. Insiders describe them as magneto-leviton or maglev monorail trains capable of Mach 2. Leading Illuminati companies and operations are involved in the construction. Companies like the Rand Corporation, General Electric, AT&T, Hughes Aircraft, Northrop Corporation, Sandia Corporation, Stanford Research Institute, Walsh Construction, the Colorado School of Mines, and the most significant one of all, Bechtel, a major reptilian corporation. These underground bases, tunnel systems, and their technology have been detailed by former military personnel, mind-controlled slaves, and people like Phil Schneider, who helped to build some of them. Schneider was the son of a German U-boat commander in the Second World War, Otto Oskar Schneider. His father was captured and taken to the United States to work for the Illuminati. As so often happens, the children of Illuminati operatives are brought up to work for the same masters, and Phil Schneider says he was commissioned to build sections of a number of underground facilities in the United States. He said he knew of 131 underground military bases, an average of 1 mile deep, constructed for the New World Order agenda. 2 of the bases he was involved with were Area 51 in Nevada and Dulce, New Mexico. Dulce is a small town of around 1,000 people and located on the Jicarilla Apache Reservation at a height of some 7 feet. From in and around Dulce have come a stream of reports of UFO sightings and landings, alien abductions, human and animal mutilations, and sightings of reptilians. The base was also the alleged scene, in 1979, of the Dulce Wars, when reptilians and greys are said to have battled with human military and civilian personnel. Many people on both sides were killed, and Phil Schneider claims to have taken part in this shootout. He said he was hit by a laser weapon and he had a fantastic scar down his chest. As he publicly revealed, Schneider talked of his part in the battle in a lecture in 1995. Although there appear to be many other elements to it. Also, my job was to go down the holes and check the rock samples, and recommend the explosive to deal with the particular rock. As I was headed down there, we found ourselves amidst a large cavern that was full of outer space aliens, otherwise known as large greys. I shot 2 of them. At that time, there were 30 people down there. About 40 more came down after this started, and all of them got killed. We had surprised a whole underground base of existing aliens. Later, we found out that they had been living on our planet for a long time. This could explain a lot of what is behind the theory of ancient astronauts. Schneider began to speak out and alert the world to what was going on. Although as usual most people didn't listen. Schneider, who worked closely with researcher Alex Christopher, died in January 1996 in highly suspicious circumstances that were crudely made to look like suicide. Schneider, speaking at a public lecture a year earlier, said, "For every calendar year that transpires, military technology increases about 44.5 years. Compared with the increase rate of conventional technology. This is why it is easy to understand that back in 1943 they were able to create, through the use of vacuum tube technology, a ship that could literally disappear from one place and appear in another place." This was a reference to the Philadelphia experiment in which a U.S. naval ship is alleged to have been made invisible and taken into another dimension. Another of the underground bases Schneider helped to build is under the new Denver International Airport, east of Denver. The construction was very controversial because of the massive cost overrun, the same as the gigantic hole being dug by Bechtel as part of transport improvements in Boston, Massachusetts. Denver Airport is the place with the gargoyles, Freemasonic symbols, and murals full of Illuminati symbolism. I have been through there myself a number of times. According to Schneider, there are several main levels underneath, at least 10 sub-levels, a 4.5 square mile underground city, and an 88.5 square mile underground base. The Denver base is said to include massive containment camps and fenced-in areas deep underground for holding dissidents. Workers who experienced the deeper levels of the base saw scenes so terrifying they have refused to talk about them. From other sources, however, we can imagine some of what they saw. These bases are where many of the millions, yes millions, of children who go missing every year worldwide are taken. I know it is hard to stomach, but they are used for slave labor and eaten by the reptilians, just like humans eat chicken or cows. Workers at the Dulce base in New Mexico have reported seeing the most grotesque sights in the lower levels. Researchers Bill Hamilton and Tal Levesque, also known as Jason Bishop III, gathered the following information about Dulce, which they published in UFO magazine. Level number 6 is privately called Nightmare Hall. It holds the genetic labs. Reports from workers who have seen bizarre experimentation are as follows. I have seen multi-legged humans that look like half human, half octopus. Also reptilian humans and furry creatures that have hands like humans and cry like a baby. It mimics human words. Also a huge mixture of lizard humans in cages. There are fish, seals, birds and mice that can hardly be considered those species. There are several cages of winged humanoids, grotesque bat-like creatures. But 3.5 to 7 feet tall, gargoyle-like beings and draco-reptoids. Level number 7 is worse, row after row of thousands of humans and human mixtures in cold storage. Here, too, are embryo storage vats of humanoids in various stages of development. One worker said, "I frequently encountered humans in cages, usually dazed or drugged, but sometimes they cried and begged for help. We were told they were hopelessly insane and involved in high-risk drug tests to cure insanity. We were told never to try to speak to them at all. At the beginning we believed that story. Finally, in 1978, a small group of workers discovered the truth. This discovery led to the Dulce Wars, the battle between humans and the reptilians and reptilian greys in 1979 when many scientists and military personnel were killed. And Phil Schneider says he was critically wounded. A security officer at Dulce called Thomas Casello has described to researchers what happens at the Dulce base, and his words were reported in the UFO magazine article. His information has also been circulated as the Dulce Papers. Casello worked for 7 years with the Rand Corporation, an Illuminati operation in Santa Monica, California, and transferred to Duke in 1977. He estimated there were more than 18,000 of the short grays at Dulce, and he had also seen tall reptilian humanoids. He knew of 7 levels, but there could have been more, and he said the aliens were on levels 5, 6, and 7. The lower you go, the higher the security clearance you need. The only sign in English was above the tube shuttle station which said to Los Alamos, another major underground reptilian base in New Mexico. Most signs at Dulce are in the alien symbol language and a universal symbol system understood by humans and aliens. He said, the Illuminati communicate above ground in the language of symbolism, as revealed in the biggest secret and the symbolism archive on my website. The hieroglyphics of Sumer, Egypt, and China would have been a reptilian or alien language originally. Other tunnel connections from Dulce went to underground facilities at Page, Arizona, Area 51 in Nevada, Taos, Carlsbad, and Daddle, New Mexico, Colorado Springs and Creede, Colorado. Casello said there was a vast network of tube shuttle connections under the United States, which extends into a global system of tunnels and sub-cities. He described the immense security at Dulce. Below the second level, everyone is weighed naked and given a uniform. Any change in weight is noted and people are examined and x-rayed if there is a change of 3 pounds. At the entrance to all sensitive areas there are scales and a person's weight must match with their card and code to gain entry. Casello also revealed some of the genetic work carried out at Dulce. He said that their scientists can separate the bioplasmic body from the physical body and place an alien entity, consciousness, within a human body after removing the soul of the human. I have thought for years that some famous people, including prime ministers and presidents, were taken into such facilities and possessed by a reptilian entity. To the public, the famous person looks the same physically afterwards, but now a very different force is deciding the behavior. Ancient legends also tell of people being replaced in the night by changelings or shapeshifters. It is likely that certain bloodlines with a threshold ratio of reptilian DNA makes this possession easier. And this is one reason why the Illuminati keep such detailed genetic records of family bloodlines. The joint global press announcement by the Illuminati's Bill Clinton and Tony Blair in 2000 about the mapping of the human genome takes on even greater significance when you think that the U.S. Department of Energy has laboratories at Dulce and is closely connected to the Genome Project, along with the National Institute of Health, the National Science Foundation, and the Howard Hughes Medical Institute. All are Illuminati fronts. Researcher Alan Walton, who writes extensively on the internet about the reptilian connection, says, underneath most major cities, especially in the USA, in fact, there exist subterranean counterpart cities controlled by the Masonic hybrid, alien elite. Often subsurface terminals exist beneath Masonic lodges, police stations, airports, and federal buildings of major cities, and even not so major cities. The population ratio is probably close to 10% of the population. The hybrid military-industrial fraternity elite living below ground as opposed to the 90% living above. This does not include the full-blood reptilian species who live in even deeper recesses of the earth. Some of the major population centers were deliberately established by the Masonic hybrid elite of the old and new worlds to afford easy access to already existing underground levels, some of which are thousands of years old. Considering that the Los Alamos Labs, in New Mexico, had a working prototype nuclear-powered thermal bore drill that could literally melt tunnels through the earth at a rate of 8 miles per hour 40 years ago. You can imagine how extensive these underground systems have become. These sub-cities also offer close access to organized criminal syndicates, which operate on the surface. They have developed a whole science of Borgonomics through which they literally nickel and dime us into slavery via multi-leveled taxation, inflation, sublimation, manipulation, regulation, fines, fees, licenses, and the entire debt credit scam which is run by the Federal Reserve and Wall Street. New York City, I can confirm, is one of the largest draconian nests in the world, or rather the ancient underground Atlantean systems that network beneath that area. They literally control the entire Wall Street pyramid from below, with more than a little help from reptilian bloodlines like the Rockefellers, etc. In fact, these reptilian genetic lines operate in a parasitic manner, the underground society acting as the parasite society, and the surface society operating as the host society. As for the New York City, Wall Street nest, during the bombing of the World Trade Center, Icke World Slave Center, wherein terrorists attempted to topple one of the towers into the other, a little-known fact was briefly revealed. A 6-leveled sub-basement controlled by the U.S. Secret Service suffered heavy damage. These 6 sub-basements, one beneath the other, may not have ended there, based on other information that I've uncovered of massive alien infestation beneath the New York City area. These sub-basements may actually serve as a major terminal between the underground society of Masonic elite and the surface society which it controls. I am sure that the locations of these major cities were selected because they were above underground reptilian Nephilim tunnel and cavern systems, or they were on significant vortex points. Phoenix, Arizona, is built on one of these ancient networks, as is Los Angeles, the city of the angels. Lauren Savage, the webmaster of Davidic.com in Texas, says that every county in that state has a building with Gothic European architecture, i.e., reptilian, which could not normally have been afforded by Texas when these settlements were built in the 1870s. Many have gargoyles. These buildings, he says, are the county courthouses sitting above underground tunnels and basement systems. Dallas is an example with its underground tunnels beneath Dealey Plaza where President Kennedy was shot in 1963. What a great way for the true assassins to escape. These tunnels would have been under the original Masonic Lodge in Dallas, which was located in Dealey Plaza. Close by is the 1870s old red courthouse complete with gargoyles. Underground tunnels were discovered in Dallas in the late 50s or early 60s, and Lauren talked to a man who was working on a state road crew when he was a teenager. They were digging out what is called the canyon to build freeways when they opened up an ancient tunnel. They found rail-type tracks in a sort of train with no known source of fuel or energy. They followed the tunnel to where it ended or collapsed, under an old livery stable. Dallas was a French settlement, earlier called Arcadia, an Illuminati code relating to Atlantis, and a suburb is still named Arcadia Park. In 1999, they revealed that the Capitol building in Austin has underground facilities, which they were going to restore. This building was the headquarters of George W. Bush before he was manipulated into the presidency. Alan Walton says that Thomas Casello, the Dulce security director, described how the Greys, reptiloids, and winged mothmen collaborate in the lower levels of the underground system, which includes Dulce and Los Alamos. The command pyramid, he says, seems to be mothmen, reptiloids, and Greys, with the hybrids and humans under them. Casello also says that one of the reptiloids told him that the surface of the Earth was their original home before they were removed in a war, the War of the Gods. In far ancient times, they escaped underground, to other stars and planets, and even into the fourth and fifth dimensions. Casello says he was told. This fits with the accounts of Credo Mutwa and many abductees who have a woman known as Dee claims to have seen the underground facilities at China Lake Naval Weapons Center in the California desert. One of the major mind control centers of North America 18. It straddles a vast area and very little can be seen above ground. I have driven around the outside of the base twice now. On one side the public road runs alongside the perimeter fence for a while. The entrance to China Lake is in the little town of Ridgecrest, and this is where Dee once lived. Ridgecrest is home to many mind-controlled slaves programmed at China Lake, and it's not far from where the mass murderer Charles Manson and his family used to live. Dee, a victim of trauma-based mind control, said that the military chose her because of her bloodline. They had told her that before the development of language, humans communicated by telepathy thanks to a hormone secreted in the brain. This hormone, she was told, was no longer operating in most people, only in particular bloodlines, including hers. And they wanted to use these abilities. The period, thousands of years ago, when this telepathic human brain function was genetically suppressed, was almost certainly symbolized by the story common to most ancient cultures of the gods giving people different languages to divide them and stop them communicating. Dee said she was taken underground at China Lake and saw the genetics laboratory and holding center for captured humans and genetically engineered mutants. The true symbolism of the mutant ninja turtles who lived underground in sewer tunnels and came out to fight evil. Reptilian symbolism, most of it painting reptilians in a very positive light, has been bombarding the minds of children in recent years. Dee described seeing horrendous creatures of all types, shapes, and sizes at China Lake. She said she was shown these horrors to let her see what would happen to her if she did not cooperate, and she claimed her own son had been murdered. Under China Lake, she said, a reptilian sexually assaulted her and she saw another cut open the chest of a Grey. Dee confirmed from her experience that the Greys are terrified of the reptilian leadership and do whatever they tell them. On another occasion, she said, she was taken to the reptilian base under the appropriately named Death Valley, a relatively short drive from China Lake. There she said she saw a reptilian leader, much taller than the others, who was wearing an Egyptian headdress with a cobra snake motif. The respected UFO researcher, Timothy Good, quotes two high-placed sources in his book, Unearthly Disclosure, who confirmed the existence of underground extraterrestrial bases. One was from the U.S. Air Force and the other from the U.S. Navy. The reliability of these sources was supported by Admiral of the Fleet, Lord Hill Norton, the former chief of the UK Defence Staff and former chairman of the NATO Military Committee. Good says that the sources provided evidence that the American military was working with unidentified aliens who have established bases on the planet. Many of these bases were underwater, Good was told, a fact that would fit with the ancient legends of the gods emerging from the water. The sources said that bases exist in Australia, the Pacific Ocean, the former Soviet Union, the United States, and the Caribbean. The latter is believed to be in Puerto Rico. The U.S. Air Force contact told Good, the aliens are here on a permanent basis. They are after this planet. He also said they were messing with plate tectonics, the movement of land that causes earthquakes, and that the warming of the world's oceans was connected to extraterrestrial activity. Well, it isn't global warming, that's for sure. Interestingly, Good sources suggested that the aliens were involved in hybridization experiments to allow their race to take over the planet. This, however, began a long, long time ago. T-was always so. The stories of reptilians and other non-human races living within the Earth in what we would today call bases, cities, or tunnel networks, can be found widely described in ancient accounts also. The Nagas, or serpent people, in India and throughout Asia and the Far East, were said to live in two main underground centers called Patala and Bhagavati. From there, according to Hindu legend, they battle for power with the Nordic underground kingdoms of Agharta and Shambhala. Hindus believe that Patala can be entered at the well of Sheshna in Benares, while Bhagavati is believed to be in the Himalayas. Similar stories of underground caverns and tunnel systems can be found in Tibet and China. In the Gilgamesh stories of the Sumerian tablets, we are told of vast underground cities. Gilgamesh was a demigod and semi-divine who sought the immortality of the gods. The stories speak of Kaigal, or the Great Below, which was ruled by the goddess Ereshkigal and the god Murghal. In the Kaigal were violent guardians called scorpion men, reanimated human bodies, spirits and the undead, and robotic beings known as Galadar or Gala, which were used to abduct humans from the surface. There were eagle-headed reptilians, which were often said to have wings. The accounts describe a race called the Pazazu, a dog-faced human with reptilian scales and tail. All this sounds remarkably like the scenes described at Dulce today. Chinese legend claims that an underground world entered from the eastern mountain of Taishan was guarded by vicious demons called Men Shen with animal-like faces or masks. This was the Chinese hell, and it is said that the lords of hell interacted with the dragon kings on the surface. The Japanese hell or underground network was similar, and among the non-human entities were the Kappa, semi-aquatic reptilian humanoids and other shape-shifters who lived in mountains, under the ground, or under the sea. In Viking Norse legend they have the giant serpent, Nidhogger or Jormungand, that lived underground, and this was similar to the giant serpent Apophis in Egyptian myth. The Scandinavians and Germans had their Huldar or hidden folk who were also known as the elves. One of the codes for the bloodline is elven, and the beings of folklore like trolls, Edens, fairies, elves, troglodytes, Nephilim, brownies or brawnies, and the little people of Ireland are all different names for the subterranean entities described in the modern accounts of Et Basis. All the same stories are associated with them, interbreeding with humans, unable to go out in the sunlight, and all the rest. They even mention the missing time experience of people abducted by the fairies and include many stories of these underground folk killing and mutilating cattle and taking the blood. Michael Mott has produced an excellent collection of these stories on underground dwellers in folklore and myth. His book is called Caverns, Cauldrons, and Concealed Creatures, and is available through my website. He writes that England, Scotland, Wales, and Ireland all have endless traditions of underground peoples with many similarities and common origins between them. It seems to me that Scotland, Ireland, and the British Isles in general are such a major center for the Illuminati bloodlines because of the number of entrances to the underground world there are in that region. It is the same with other parts of the world like France, Germany, and the Caucasus Mountains. What is really under the Windsor's Balmoral Castle or the Queen Mother's Glamis Castle in Scotland, that key country for Illuminati bloodlines. Interestingly, there is a legendary secret room at Glamis. According to a guest, the writer, Sir Walter Scott, and others, it is the family's law or custom that the secret is known to only 3 people at one time. They take a terrible oath not to reveal the secret. Another guest, Lord Halifax, said that in 1875 a workman at the castle came across a door leading to a long passageway. The man investigated, but then he saw something that made him run back in terror. When the 13th Earl of Strathmore was told what the workman had seen, he persuaded him to accept money to emigrate and give his word never to reveal what he saw. Lord Halifax said that after the incident the Earl was a changed man, who became silent and moody, with an anxious, scared face. The Norse, Germanic fairies, goblins, trolls, knockers, brownies, leprechauns, Shia, She, Tilwith Teg, Turluith Teg, and so on were either malevolent or indifferent to humanity. Michael Mott says, they lived, virtually without exception, under the ground. Mounds, hills, ruins, ancient raths or hill forts, mountains, cliffs, and ancient cities were said to be the rooftops of their palaces. Beings that mirror modern reports of the Sasquatch, Bigfoot, and the Yeti, abominable snowmen, can also be found in ancient stories of underground creatures that come to the surface. Like the Nagas, the serpent people of Asia, European folklore often claim that these fairy people entered their underground homes through lakes. Michael Mott continues, to remove all doubt as to their relationship with Norse hidden folk and Indian Nagas alike. They shun the sunlight, and often seemed interested in crossbreeding their own bloodlines with those of human beings, or even in crossbreeding their livestock or fairy cattle, horses, hounds and so forth with the surface species which were most compatible. The goblin dwarf, Rumpelstiltskin, in his lust to have the human baby and its genetic bounty, is just one example of this in folklore. The elves took a regular interest in human affairs, weddings, births, and deaths, bloodline, the success of crops and livestock, and so forth, but only for their own selfish interests. They seemed to be overly concerned with genetic and biological diversity, and they pilfered livestock, crops, and human genes via theft or cross-species liaison whenever they saw fit to do so. The elves are generally depicted as extremely fair-haired and fair-skinned. What Mott is describing there from European folklore could have come straight from the mouth of a modern abductee or researcher of the underground bases. The so-called Greys of modern UFO legend appear to be the same as the beings known as the Galater and Ushaptu who abducted humans from underground in Sumerian and Egyptian myths, and the folklore of the Shetland Islands off the north of Scotland referred to the little men who abducted humans as Grey neighbors and the Greys. In the Americas you find the same legends and accounts of the underground people. They include humans, reptilians, reptilian humanoids, and various monsters and demons. Their descriptions match those of other ancient cultures all over the world. Many Native American tribes, like the Hopi, claim to have lived within these underground cavern cities before coming to settle on the surface. In the Mayan epic, the Popolvuh, two semi-divine, hybrid brothers, Hunahpu and Xpelling, enter the horrific underground world called Xibalba to battle a crocodile-headed monster, and, as a result of their victory, the brothers brought an end to human sacrifice. The calling card of the reptilians to this day. These underground worlds are the origin of the belief in hell being under the earth. The poet, Dante, 1265–1321, was an initiate of the Knights Templar. In his famous work, The Inferno, he is taken on a tour of the underworld. He says it consisted of 10 levels where sinners are imprisoned and punished by horned demons and reptilian, bird-like giants called the Harpies. The conditions and environment he describes in this hell can be found in descriptions of these underground worlds and cavern communities everywhere. The accounts even include the idea of being imprisoned down there waiting for the Day of Judgment. In Ireland and the Isle of Man, two major locations for Illuminati bloodlines and activity. Much of their culture is based on fairy legends and the little people who live under the ground. Irish legends tell of the sexual relationships between the ancient Milesians and the Tuatha De Danann, the Irish underground gods who fled into the earth and settled there. St. Patrick, who removed the snakes from Ireland, is said to have seen one of these underground people, a fairy woman, coming out of the cave of Cruachan. When St. Patrick asks a Milesian about her, he replies, "She is of the Tuatha De Danann who are unfading, and I am of the sons of Mill, human Irish, who are perishable and fade away." The usual tale of mortality and immortality. As Michael Mott reports, Daniel Bradley and other geneticists at the Trinity College in Dublin have discovered that the oldest pure racial bloodline in Europe continues to exist in the far west of Ireland. This, as I highlight in The Biggest Secret, is also the last bastion of an ancient Irish language called Gaelic, which is astonishingly similar to languages of North Africa, such as Libyan. Bradley told the Reuters news agency in March 2000 that the Irish came from a race that was different to other Europeans. He said, "When you look at this old genetic geography of Ireland, what you find is that in the west of Ireland, we are almost exclusively of one type of Y chromosome." They found that 98% of men with Gaelic names in Western Ireland had this particular chromosome. If anyone is still in doubt that the legends of the fairy people and the extraterrestrial accounts of today are describing the same entities, Michael Mott summarizes here the common attributes of the underground peoples of global folklore. They are mostly reptilian or reptilian humanoids or fair and Nordic. They are telepathic with superior mental powers. They can shape-shift and create illusions. They want to interbreed with humans and need human blood, flesh, and reproductive materials. They have advanced technology. They have the secret of immortality. They can fly, either by themselves or with their technology. They mostly have a malevolent agenda for humans. They cannot survive for long in direct sunlight. They have been banished from the surface world or are in hiding from surface people or the sun. They want to keep their treasures, knowledge, and true identity a secret. They covertly manipulate events on the surface world. They have surface humans working for them through the priesthoods, cults, and secret societies. They have a putrid smell like sulfur and brimstone. The accounts are incredibly consistent over thousands of years. Mott writes, the reptilian aspect of some underworlders permeates folklore. One universal theme that recurs in the folktales of many cultures is that of the snake husband or snake wife, who can transform into a human or humanoid form and is invariably, of course, of royal blood among his or her own kind. Talk about the ultimate pickup line. Often the snake or serpent man exacts a promise of marriage, or the hand of an unborn human child in betrothal. Consistent with the theme of the subterraneans' interest in maintaining their own genetic diversity, a variant of this should be familiar to most readers of fairy tales, in the form of the Frog Prince. The Frog Prince is a handsome prince, but like the Japanese seducing dragon, he has a reptilian or amphibian form. The underworld link is complete, for frequently the frog lives in a deep well, from which he is discovered or rescued by the female protagonist. A possible connection is evident in the Scandinavian belief that some dwarves would turn into toads if caught by the sun, much like Momoto's lover turned from a man into a dragon when the same thing happened. Slovenia has its legends of fairies and little people, but Slovenian fairy tales are also permeated by the presence of the Snake Queen, a great, white, cave-dwelling creature who is part woman and part serpent. The serpentine yet human Nagas are still believed by devout Hindus and some Buddhists to dwell beneath India, Nepal, and Tibet, denying the obvious. When you read and hear the horrendous accounts of the victims and witnesses of the grotesque reptilian agenda, ancient and modern, it is hard to comprehend how so many researchers and New Agers continue to believe that this extraterrestrial presence is good for humanity and a sign of positive change. Now, of course, not all extraterrestrials or interdimensionals are malevolent, but does that mean that we have to ignore the fact that some of them are? I have had researchers attack me who appear far more concerned with the effect of my work on the image of reptilians than they are with the horrors being perpetrated on abductees, mind control victims, and the people of the world in general. Dr. David Jacobs, in his book, The Threat, picks up this point. He calls such people the positives. Often the New Age positives band together into almost cult-like groups to defend themselves from their detractors, researchers and abductees who have come to different conclusions about the abduction phenomenon. The positives reinforce one another's feelings and insulate themselves from the terror of their lives. They become angry when less enlightened abduction researchers question their interpretation. Certain researchers in England, Las Vegas, and the United States in general come immediately to mind. Dr. Jacobs also names some of the stars of extraterrestrial research like John Hunter Gray, Dr. Leo Sprinkle, Dr. Richard Boylan, Joseph Nyman, and Harvard professor Dr. John Mack, among those who want to put a positive twist on the abductee reports. Both Boylan and Mack de-emphasize the effects of the standard abduction procedures. Boylan believes that gynecological and urological procedures take place only with a very small number of abductees, and he rarely focuses on them. And although Mack has found nearly the full range of alien physical, mental, and reproductive procedures, he only mentions them in passing while emphasizing what he finds to be spiritually uplifting elements. The benevolent spin that the positives, both abductees and researchers, put on the abduction phenomenon is puzzling, given the way most people describe their abductions: being unwillingly taken, being subjected to painful physical procedures, sometimes leaving permanent scars, enduring humiliating and abusive sexual episodes, including unwanted sexual intercourse, living with the fear and anxiety of wondering when they will be abducted again. James Bartley, the abductee and researcher of the Reptilian Connection, is rather more blunt in his appraisal of what he calls the Muppets, those who either refuse to see the malevolent nature of the reptilian agenda or actively seek to portray it in a positive light. He says the reason why so many abductees are hopelessly confused about this whole mess is because trigger mechanisms have been programmed into them to keep them from getting at the truth of their experiences. He says he has witnessed countless times how an abductee will immediately fall asleep the moment the lecturer begins talking about fear-based issues. But when he or she attends a lecture by a channeler or some other light worker saying positive things about the aliens, the abductee is bright and attentive, and awake during the whole lecture. Falling asleep is just one trigger mechanism, he says. Another is annoyance or anger at the fear-based lecturer or abductee. Likewise, an overwhelming compulsion to get up and walk out, to get up and eat, to get up and smoke a cigarette, getting nauseous, a headache, etc., etc. In an article challenging the methods of researcher and lecturer Dr. Richard Boylan, Bartley goes on. Boylan promotes the ludicrous notion that a woman abductee was merely suffering from spiritual retardation and was mentally incapable of understanding the benevolent nature of the horrific and unwanted experimentation that was being conducted on her. We have worked with countless women who have suffered painful and bloody hemorrhages, sometimes lasting for days, after the benevolent doctors had made an unwanted house call. What, the discerning human must ask, does profuse and painful bleeding have to do with spiritual evolution? The New Age-led DDoS claim that there is no such thing as evil or demons, which makes them the butt of endless jokes by witches, warlocks, and Satanists throughout the world because the latter derive their power from demonic entities. By constantly blaming the military and the globalist industrialists, the reptilian propagandists condition the abductees into believing that all human institutions are bad and that the only hope one has to reach the next level of consciousness, evolution, vibratory frequency et alii, is to look to the skies towards the same dark gods who are responsible for their current state of spiritual enslavement. Never mind that for the most part these globalists and militarists are part of the same old fraternal orders, which worship the patriarchal serpent gods and in many cases are hosts for reptilian entities themselves. These hosts and their fellow travelers operate as a fifth column here on Earth to set the stage for the return of the dark reptilian gods. The so-called UFO research community is awash with these Muppets. Even I have to laugh at the irony of it. Literal hosts for reptilian entities facilitating abductee support groups, lecturing at so-called UFO conferences and speaking on the Art Bell Show, the Major Mysteries radio show in the U.S. This is so because of the long-term genetic and soul matrix manipulation of the human race. How right he is and how fast the human race needs to wake up and grow up. The stories I have featured in this chapter are just a small selection of the reports and personal accounts describing reptilian experiences. If you want to see more, go to the Reptilian Archive on my website, read The Biggest Secret, or watch the Bridge of Love videos with Arizona Wilder, Revelations of a Mother Goddess, and Credo Mutwa, The Reptilian Agenda, Parts 1 and 2. When you put these modern reports together with their mirrors in the ancient world, it constitutes a library of information that only the most imprisoned of minds could dismiss without further investigation. But, given the level of human conditioning, many still will, especially the media. Chapter 14, Calling the Demons. Nothing would be what it is, because everything would be what it isn't. And contrary-wise, what it is, it wouldn't be. And what it wouldn't be, it would. You see. Lewis Carroll, Alice in Wonderland. So what's going on here? Unless people wish to enclose their minds in concrete, clearly something very strange is occurring on planet Earth and has been doing so for many thousands of years. There are so many questions, and the more you know, the more there is to know. But at this point in the journey, it can be firmly stated that there is a considerable reptilian connection to ancient and modern control and manipulation of the human race. That is not to say all reptilians in all existence, just some of them. But then we need to ask about the consciousness that incarnates into the reptilian stream, because in the end the decisions of action and behavior are taken by consciousness. At that level, the reptilian genetics, or insectoid, Nordic, and gray genetics, are only an outer shell that consciousness inhabits. So while we talk about the world being manipulated by reptilians, that is only one level of this. There is a consciousness that inhabits some reptilian forms because that genetics most suits the state of being of this consciousness. In other words, it operates through primal survival instincts rather than feelings and emotion. This state is reflected in reptilian genetics on the animalistic level, and so the consciousness and the genetics are compatible. Then, through these reptilian bodies, this consciousness manipulates and possesses humanity. We are back to the Russian doll system again, one inside the other as we move down the frequencies. The manipulation of this world goes beyond the 4th density range and at least into the 5th. So who, or what, controls the reptilians? Consciousness makes the decision, based on its state of being, of what form and bloodline to inhabit on the endless journey of evolution through experience. As with everything, our current state of being naturally attracts, or is attracted to, the physical form and experiences that are compatible with where we are coming from, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. There is a vibrational synchronization, magnetism you might call it, between the frequency of the consciousness and the frequency represented by the DNA of the body. The base reptilian nature, as expressed through the reptilian genetics, includes the desire for top-down control, emotionless cold-blooded attitudes, an obsession with ritualistic behavior, and so on. This reptilian DNA will naturally attract consciousness of like reality and desire. This consciousness is not reptilian in or of itself. It just takes a reptilian outer form. Consciousness is pure energy, an aspect of the infinite whole, the infinite I. But it takes a reptilian genetic expression in the lower densities if this DNA is a match for its own vibrational state of being. As it evolves beyond those limitations of vision and perception, it begins to incarnate into other forms, or has no need for the lower densities at all. Some members of these Illuminati bloodlines, who are challenging the agenda from within, have confirmed these themes to me. One member of the Royal Plantagenet bloodline, connected to the De Veres in the houses of Anjou and Lorraine, told me, "We all begin as the smallest fragment of energy, barely a spark, and even before consciousness, we seek to unite with other sparks, like a moth seeking the light. At the point we realize we are separate, we attain consciousness, and continue to seek to unite with other consciousness. By this time, we are what I call light balls, our truest conscious nature. Just as in Darwin's evolution, we develop into more than just a light. But this does not happen over millions of years. Rather, it happens in a single moment of clarity, a flash of consciousness. The vehicle for this transformative growth is reincarnation. So those that people call the reptiles got to the reptile level of development and stopped. Some go on and evolve beyond that. Those who continue to take the reptile form do so because of the limitations of what they believe their options are. They're creating their own reality. Also, for those at that level, it isn't that they don't know. It is indeed their sheer pleasure in self-gratification and self-focused existence. For this reason, I do not like the term reptile, because it implies they are something other than the rest of us. And that is, indeed, their reality. So I prefer a term which reflects their state of consciousness, dino-brain. These points are so important in understanding the cosmic game and where the reptilian form fits in. The particular reptilian genetic stream I am highlighting in this book represents a lower level of development in the evolution of consciousness. It is the level at which fear dominates, and there is no greater expression of fear than the need to control others and dictate their behavior in relation to you. This reptilian stream also represents the need for consciousness to gratify the physical senses at the suppression of all else, including spiritual development and enlightenment. Consciousness in that state will be attracted to the reptilian genetics represented by the Illuminati bloodlines. If such consciousness gets stuck in this evolutionary groove and does not break this cycle of thought and behavior, it will be doomed to incarnating into the same bloodstreams over and over because like attracts like. This is what has been happening. For this reason, high consciousness has also been incarnating into these bloodlines through these thousands of years in an effort to rewire the DNA and resonate it to a higher vibrational state. Our attitudes and spiritual development change the DNA we are occupying with every thought and feeling, positive or negative. This could be the real meaning of the biblical claim about the sins of the fathers being visited upon the children. Perhaps Princess Diana, who incarnated into a reptilian hybrid bloodline, although more Nordic-dominated in her case, was one of these souls who came to break these prison frequencies in the Illuminati DNA. In the same way, there are reptilian bloodlines that have moved beyond the base state of the Illuminati genetic codes, and this reptilian DNA has evolved to a higher level of knowledge, understanding, and, therefore, frequency. Crucially, it has developed an emotional warm-blooded nature and the ability to feel and express love. Thus, consciousness that mirrors this DNA frequency band is attracted to these bloodlines. These are the good guy serpent people that are also described in the ancient texts, and there are many of them around today trying to help humanity. And the Illuminati reptilians, out of their mental, emotional, and spiritual prisons. Please keep this in mind when I talk of the reptilian connection to the Illuminati and the Satanists. Food for the demons. One of the great difficulties that people have in grasping the enormity of what is happening is that they find it so hard to lift their imagination beyond the technology and range of possibility they see around them. It is that is not possible because I haven't seen it mentality. Shape-shifting is one example, and I understand this from the conditioned version of reality. Of course, it sounds fantastic, but so many people have experienced this phenomenon all over the world over thousands of years to the present day that to dismiss it would be ludicrous. The idea of interdimensional travel is just some science fiction babble to most people, and yet it is in understanding the interdimensional nature of creation that so many of the answers lie. I do not dismiss for a moment the claims of physical reptilians and greys living within the planet in the underground bases and tunnel networks. That is clearly true from the explosion of ancient and modern accounts, and at the point of interface with surface humanity that is a vital aspect of this story. However, it is the interdimensional rather than the purely extraterrestrial and interterrestrial which holds the key to unlocking the mysteries. The reptilian hybrid bloodlines have been created, in my view, for occupation by fourth, maybe also fifth, dimensional reptilian and other entities, and it is they who are controlling the Illuminati. Indeed, at the peak of the pyramid, they are the Illuminati. Satanic and secret society rituals are designed to create the means through which these mostly lower fourth-dimensional entities can possess the body of the initiate and also manifest directly in physical form. During the sacrifices, the physical reptilians and hybrids consume the organs of the physical body, especially the heart, and drink the blood of the victim. At the same time, the lower fourth-dimensional demons or psychic vampires absorb the deeply negative energy generated by such horrors. The vibrational frequency of negative emotion, like fear and terror, resonates to the lower fourth-dimensional range or density, and so those emotions generate energy for the fourth-dimensional reptilians and demonic entities. Energy equals creative power, positive or negative. They are feeding off our emotions, and they manipulate events in the world and our lives to trigger the desired emotional responses. Ancient Chinese philosophers claimed that humans were moon food because their energy was being drained and absorbed by an extraterrestrial force that needed the energy to replenish itself. Researcher Alan Walton puts it like this: the serpent race will merely continue to do what it has always done with the human cattle on this planet, which is to continue to feed on us like emotional, psychic and bioplasmic vampires and work to destroy our spiritual life and thus individuality until we are assimilated into their hive via psionic implants, just as they have done with many other humans beyond this world, many within the underground military-industrial networks, and with many of the abductees of recent years. And not only psychic assimilation, but also supernatural possession by repoltergeists, parasites, and also genetic assimilation as well. What if these were Dracs, reptipoltergeists, demon aliens, or whatever one might wish to call these serpentine sorcerers, had become adept over time at superficial molecular shape-shifting as the indwelling poltergeist or astro-parasite literally absorbed, consumed, devoured, or assimilated the reptilian host from the inside out? What if in addition to this they were able to project some type of hypnotic or possibly laser-type holographic field around themselves so as to be able to intermingle with humans, undetected for what they really were? This is precisely what they have done. There are so many reptilian hosts, possessed people, in positions of political, financial, media, and military power. They may look human, but behind their outward appearance they are not. The reason the Illuminati are so obsessed with bloodline is that the hybrid genetics were created to make these bodies more easily possessed by the lower fourth-dimensional entities because of the vibrational compatibility. It means that if you can put these bloodlines into positions of power, You are, in truth, putting these entities into power. This way they can control this physical world from their dimension while the human population think humans are governing them. The United States of America is not governed by Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, or any president. Americans are governed by the reptilian entity that possesses the bodies we call Bill Clinton or George W. Bush. The John Carpenter movie, They Live, says it all, really. This is why two of Kathy O'Brien's mind controllers, Bill and Bob Bennett, told her they were alien to this dimension, two beings from another plane. Remember that when Kathy saw people transform from physical humans to lizard-like aliens, Bill Bennett said, "Welcome to the second level of the underground. This is a mere mirror reflection of the first, an alien dimension. We are from a trans-dimensional plane that spans and encompasses all dimensions. I have taken you through my dimension as a means of establishing stronger holds on your mind than the Earth plane permits." The Illuminati, Satanism, and the serpent cult of the ancient texts are the same organization. The most important hierarchy within the Illuminati is not that of your position as decided by the purity of your bloodline and the level at which you operate within the global network we call Satanism. In other words, the power of the demons that have taken possession of you during satanic ritual. In this way, the other dimensional hierarchy is reflected in the human hierarchy of the Illuminati. These demons fight among each other for power all the time, and this is experienced within the Illuminati through their internal squabbles. The wars between these reptilian bloodlines over the years have been the wars between demonic entities for the right to be top dog, or demon, on Earth. This is also one origin of the ancient accounts of the great rivalry among the gods. In 10 years of full-time research I have met many former Satanists and the victims of Satanism, and I will summarize the themes that have been repeated to me over and over around the world. The satanic network is vast, and if you have a fair circle of friends and acquaintances, you will know people who are Satanists. That's how widespread it is. Satanists are also very organized and, of course, extremely ruthless. They have code names known only to other members, and they have among their number all the people they need to operate in secret and cover up anything that may go wrong. They are, therefore, very strong in the medical professions, police, the judiciary, coroner's offices, politics, government administration, and so on. There is tremendous infighting within Satanism, as they battle for supremacy by seeking more and more powerful demonic entities. They hate each other as much as they hate humanity. In fact, they just hate, period. Anyone weak is destroyed. Weakness is considered the ultimate sin in Satanism, and so is defying the desires of the demons. The whole satanic network is ruled by fear. Cult members are disciplined by having to watch their children tortured, beaten to death, or brutally raped. Others are sacrificed. Satanists are deluded into thinking that they control the demons when actually the demons are just using them as pawns. Incredible atrocities are committed by Satanists so controlled by the demons within them that they lose all emotions of love and compassion. Philip Eugene de Rothschild, who claims he is an offspring of a French Rothschilds, says he is a direct descendant of a very old culture, as old as mankind itself. This culture, he says, worships Satan as God and is steeped in deep violence. He explains how he was exposed to every abuse, trauma, and demonization imaginable. This culture is unbelievably and ingeniously evil, he says. The trauma, both as a victim and perpetrator, was to sharpen his dissociative potential or multiple personality disorder. He said that this dissociation was enforced by victim and perpetrator high-tech mind control programming in the U.S., often in government facilities and clinics, and at the Tavistock Institute in the UK. The Tavistock operation, as my previous books highlight, is a center of the Illuminati's mind control network. Human sacrifice is not confined to some barbaric period of ancient history. It is happening all around us, and I don't care where you may live. Many sacrifices are babies produced by women called breeders, who give birth in secret. Some are willing, but many are held captive. The babies are birthed by doctors and nurses, who are part of the network. These children never appear on documentation, and so they never officially exist and cannot officially go missing. Other sacrifices are people the Satanists have kidnapped, a cult member being punished, and even volunteers from the cult. It is common for Satanists, especially the most powerful ones, to die in rituals designed to transfer their power and demons to another person. When they die, their consciousness becomes the property of the demons, as ritually agreed when they become Satanists. The deal involves demonic power for the Satanists on Earth in return for their soul when they leave their body. This is where we get the term selling your soul to the devil. On other occasions, the soul of the sacrifice will be transferred to a participant of the ritual. At the point of death, as many former Satanists have told me, the victim is fixed in an hypnotic stare, just like a snake, by the person who is going to absorb their life force and energy. This makes a vibrational, magnetic link, which draws the consciousness of the victim into the Satanist as it is released by death from the body. These grotesque Rituals are taking place all the time, and there are hundreds of thousands, at least, worldwide on the main ritual days of the year. The dead bodies, or what is left of them, are disposed of via cult members who work in crematoria or are buried in secret mass graves. I have also heard of devil dogs that are trained to eat the remains. Horrible, isn't it? But if we don't face reality, it is going to continue and expand. These guys are running our world, for goodness sake. Blood, the physical expression of the life force, is a key aspect of the rituals. Anyone who drinks blood and eats flesh absorbs the energy of that person, and, in the case of drinking the blood of someone still alive, it makes a vibrational connection between the two people, which allows for psychic manipulation. Drinking human blood appears to be vital to reptilian entities to hold open DNA codes that maintain an outward human appearance. The reptilians also feed off an adrenaline that enters the bloodstream at times of extreme terror. The ritual is performed to increase this terror to its maximum at the time of death. This way, the blood they drink is full of this desired adrenaline. The consuming of the heart is also at the center of these sacrifice rituals, and they have been performed in the same way for thousands of years, going back to Atlantis and beyond, under the control of the other dimensional entities and serpent gods. This ritual of cutting out and eating the human heart goes back as long as the bloodlines and can be found all over the world. The heart represents the very essence of who we are. The Scottish Sunday Post of January 2000 told the strange story of Alastair Rosalind Sinclair under the headline "Victim of Secret Holy Land Power Struggle." He was a Scottish tourist who was named after Rosslyn Chapel, near Edinburgh, which was built by the Sinclair family, formerly the French St. Clair family, which was involved in the formation of the Knights Templar. Alastair Rosalind Sinclair was a direct descendant of this bloodline. He was originally from Iran, but apparently had been working as a musician in Amsterdam. He had researched his bloodline connections and had visited Rosslyn Chapel, an Illuminati holy place, a number of times. In April 1998, he made an unexplained 5-day trip to Israel and was arrested when he tried to leave the country. The authorities say he was arrested for having £3,500 worth of German currency concealed in a hidden compartment of his suitcase, but that is not illegal. They say that he later confessed to buying and selling drugs, but again, why would he do that when there was no evidence? What happened next, however, has a very ominous ring. The police say Sinclair hanged himself with his shoelaces, a ludicrous claim for such a big man, and when his body arrived back in Scotland, an autopsy revealed that his heart was missing. The authorities say the heart was taken for closer examination, but they offer no credible reason why this was done or why the heart was mislaid. The Israeli investigative author, Barry Chamish, claims that Alastair Sinclair was murdered as part of a much bigger conspiracy involving battles between ancient bloodlines and secret societies for control of Jerusalem. Chamish says that Alastair Sinclair was killed because he became caught up in this clandestine war, and he points out that the removal of the heart is part of the Knights Templar tradition. The dying wish of the Scottish Templar king, Robert the Bruce, was for his heart be cut out and taken from Scotland to be buried in Jerusalem. But it is also an ancient ritual to eat the heart of your victim in such satanic conflicts, and this may well have happened in this case. The heart is so important to these sick people. An old story. The Aztecs of Mexico were so obsessed with sacrificing to their serpent gods that they would kill thousands in a day. Wherever you find the worship of serpent gods, you find human sacrifice. The Mayan priesthood, the Nakams and the Chaks, conducted ceremonies in which the victim was held down while his or her living heart was removed and offered to the gods. It was seen as the supreme offering, and it still is by the Satanists today. What happened to Princess Diana's heart after she was ritually murdered on that ancient Merovingian ritual site for the goddess Diana, Dana, Artemis, in Paris? Philip Eugene de Rothschild also confirms that the Illuminati Satanists today are the modern version of the secret sects of Sumer, Babylon, and other ancient cultures. He says he was initiated into the oldest, most pristine form of Satanism, the old Sumero-Akkadian Babylonian mystery religion. Inherent in this culture is the presence and power of demonic spirits, and they became an integral part of my life and even my being. In a culture addicted to power, demonic spirits offered the ultimate power trip. If, in American culture, people are addicted to comfort, status, and prestige, in satanic culture people are addicted to demonic power. Satanism has pervaded Western civilization. It has been growing for thousands of years, quietly weaving its way through the very fabric of the culture and the power structures of the nations in the West. It has adherents in all walks of life, in all incomes, and all social strata. It has exerted a profound influence on the intellectual life of the West for the past several hundred years. Satanism has influenced politics, economics, art, and music through the spiritual psychological process called dissociation. And dissociation is as old as human culture itself. Satanic rituals are also performed to connect with and often manifest other dimensional demonic entities. Whenever these manifestations are described to me, the pentagram or 5-pointed star is a constant theme. Everything is energy and all symbols affect the vibrational frequency of energy. The five-pointed star within an occult ritual creates an interdimensional gateway or portal, I am told, which allows other dimensional entities to manifest. It is usually surrounded by a circle, which, in theory, creates a magnetic field or wall that prevents the demon from leaving that spot. Satanists are obsessed with demonic entities, but they are also terrified of them. The pentagram is a satanic version of Beam Me Up Scotty, and is, therefore, the most important satanic symbol because it allows their masters of the universe to appear to them. Now look at the pentagrams all around you, as on the US and other flags, and the logo of the European Union. Texaco is an Illuminati company and its logo is a pentagram within a circle with the T-square of Freemasonry in the middle, and the center of a pentagram is a pentagon. This is why the headquarters of the Illuminati's US military is in a building called, and shaped like, a pentagon. When you begin to understand their codes and symbols, you can read them so clearly. For example, the satanic sign for the devil, or their controlling force, is a particular hand signal. The two middle fingers are held down, usually by the thumb, and the two outer fingers point straight up like horns. I have seen many people in power make this sign after a speech or an acknowledgement. Go to the picture section and you will see 3 examples involving Bill Clinton during his first inauguration address in 1993 and George W. Bush during his year 2000 presidential election campaign. See the biggest secret chapter, The Secret Language, and the Symbolism Archive on my website for more examples of satanic symbolism all around us. Satanists, like their ancient predecessors in the mystery schools, use combinations of color and sound to resonate the energy in the ritual to connect with the demonic dimensions. The sound involves humming, mantras, incantations, and specific words and phrases. The Illuminati is obsessed with the sound of words rather than their spelling for the same reason. Belial is an example. Belial is an example. The spelling doesn't matter, it is the sound, the vibration. Former Satanists have described to me how demonic entities manifest in the rituals amid fire, smoke, and a blinding light. This explosion of electromagnetic energy, X-rays, gamma rays, and ultraviolet rays associated with interdimensional manifestation could be another reason why it was said to be dangerous or fatal to look directly at a god. The effects of such fields are often found among UFO witnesses and abductees, who develop conditions like inflammation of the eyes. Indeed, the foul smell of burning sulfur associated with the appearance of reptilian and other extraterrestrials to abductees is reported in exactly the same way by those who have seen these demonic manifestations at satanic rituals. There is a connection here for sure, and many, at least many, of the extraterrestrials are in fact interdimensionals moving into our frequency range and then leaving again. The descriptions of these demons often have a very familiar ring also. Very tall, fiery red eyes, and reptilian in appearance with scales, fangs, and claws. Beings like that are commonly described, but demonic entities manifest in many forms. Some of the reptilians and blonde-haired, blue-eyed Nordics could be the same entities in their other dimensional forms. John Icke wrote in Our Haunted Planet about the knowledge of this phenomenon held by the ancients. Early investigators and thinkers soon realized they were dealing with magical beings who could imitate man and his works. Instead of being solid, physically stable assemblages of cells and matter, these entities were apparently temporary manipulations of energy, so the word transmogrification was used to describe them. These transmogrifications, according to the lore, could assume any form, from a wolf to a cat to a house, ship, or iridescent god of awesome proportions. They could appear clothed in rags or in gold crowns and expensive velvet robes. Worst of all, they had a penchant for playing all kinds of games with us, manipulating our fears and beliefs and even conning us into going to war against each other. A lot of New Age channelers and psychics, who think they are connecting with the light or Ashtar command or something, are in fact connecting with these fourth-dimensional demon entities, which play them like a violin. The reports of demons appearing in a whoosh of fire, smoke, and light remind me of the stories of the genie in the bottle. The most famous, of course, is Aladdin and his lamp. The character of Aladdin, in fact, originated from the head of the goddess-worshipping terrorist group in Asia known as the Assassins, which interacted with the Knights Templar. He was also called the Old Man of the Mountain. Once again, the Aladdin story with its genie appearing in a whoosh of smoke is awash with symbolism. Thanks to the rituals of the Illuminati Satanists, the interdimensional doorways are open to allow the genie, the reptilian or demon race in the lower, fourth dimension, to be free to enter this one and cause utter mayhem. The most powerful entities can change frequencies at will, but most need the vibrational help provided by the rituals. This theme of demons manifesting in fire and smoke is common. Ancient and modern accounts of Satanism say the devil materializes in a bonfire and steps forward to have sex with the women participants. I have heard many accounts of entities manifesting through the flames. Maybe the very vibration of fire itself creates an interdimensional gateway. A French book, published in the 1790s, called La Secte des Illumines, included a description of the rituals of the Illuminati. They are a replica of Satanism and include once again the theme of fire. On the day of his initiation, the candidate was conducted through a long, dark passage into an immense hall draped with black. Ghostly forms moved through the hall, leaving behind them a foul odor. His clothes were removed and laid upon a funeral pyre. Then his pudina were tied with string. Now 5 horrid and frightening figures, bloodstained and mumbling, approached him and threw themselves down in prayer. After an hour, sounds of weeping were heard. The funeral pyre started to burn, and his clothes were consumed. From the flames of this fire a huge and almost transparent form arose, while the 5 prostrate figures went into terrible convulsions. Now came the voice of an invisible hierophant booming from somewhere below. John Icke points out that historical records say the priests claimed to have the ability to communicate with other dimensional beings, and that the kings and emperors, including people like Julius Caesar and Napoleon, met with strange beings who materialized and dematerialized. The same goes with today's leaders who consult their other dimensional demonic masters. Thiel details the literature on secret societies that describes many materializations of fearsome demons, which gave out orders and directed their followers to commit murder or political manipulation. Those who disobeyed would be killed by the entity or fellow members. Thus, he wrote, the ultra-terrestrials are able to guide and control human events through evil men lusting for power. Exactly, Keel goes on. The startling truth, as carefully recorded by the ancient historians, is that ultra-terrestrials have always been in direct contact with millions of individuals and that they actually ruled directly over mankind for many years. In recent centuries their influence has become more subtle, but it is always there. Only by understanding the nature of the infinite frequencies or densities of existence can we begin to see the plot. We are being controlled and manipulated on this planet from other dimensions or densities and have been for thousands of years. At least, the well-known writer and researcher on UFO topics, Dr. Jacques Vallée, asked the right questions when he said, are we dealing with a parallel universe where there are human races living, and where we may go at our expense, never to return to the present? Are these races only semi-human, so that in order to maintain contact with us, they need crossbreeding with men and women of our planet? Is this the origin of the many tales and legends where genetics plays a great role? The symbolism of the Virgin in occultism and religion, the fairy tales involving human midwives and changelings, the sexual overtones of the flying saucer reports, the biblical stories of intermarriage between the Lord's angels and terrestrial women, whose offspring were giants. From that mysterious universe, have objects that can materialize and dematerialize at will been projected? Are the UFOs windows rather than objects? There is nothing to support these assumptions, and yet, in view of the historical continuity of the phenomenon, alternatives are hard to find, unless we deny the reality of the facts, as our peace of mind would indeed prefer. Well put, but I would contest the idea that there is nothing to support those assumptions. The evidence is overwhelming from where I am sitting. I have had so much confirmation from countless sources over the years of the involvement in human sacrifice ritual of some of the most famous names on the planet. They attend the rituals at the demand of their other dimensional controllers and receive their orders to be carried out to the letter. They allow the demonic entities to possess their bodies in return for fame and fortune, which, by manipulating 3-dimensional events and people from their 4th-dimensional level, these demons can usually provide. But such riches are only delivered if you serve their agenda. In the end you are just a body to them and you will be thrown to the wolves once you have served your purpose. These contracts with Satan are made by politicians, bankers, businessmen, and anyone who has a thirst for power so strong that they will literally hand over their destiny to demonic entities. Philip Eugene de Rothschild told me how he attended these rituals from childhood with many people who are now world famous in politics, finance, and the media. Among them were Bill Clinton and A.I. Gore. He says of the bloodlines, all people in the occult except for a very, very small group are fully human beings, with both X and Y chromosomes from human mothers and father. The facial changes you see come from their multiple personality disorder and the demonic spirits manifesting through them. The Antichrist and the false prophet are not humans. They are true Nephilim with X chromosomes from human mothers, but their Y chromosomes are from the angels. These non-human humanoids are born as a consequence of human idolatry with satanic angels, with a little help from the Illuminist medical researchers. Serpent worship. Philip also says that all the top names he mentions, including the Rothschilds, etc., worship the snake in their rituals. Old Satan himself, as he puts it, when they celebrated the old Babylonian rites, he said, they worshipped, handled, and venerated the snake, and the deadlier the better. He said that all his former brethren, including Clinton and Gore, have the worship of the snake in common. It has always been so, he adds, from the Babylonians, to the Egyptians, to the Mayans, the Incas, the Polynesians. The commonest threat of human idolatry is the snake and the dragon. The satanic and secret society rituals are designed for reptilian, demonic possession to take place, and suddenly, hey presto, the body of the target is now occupied by one of these fourth-dimensional entities. The movie, The Devil's Advocate, starring Al Pacino, portrays this very well as the devil's consciousness field moved from body to body and took them over. People like Clinton, the Bush, Kissinger, and the British royal family are just empty vessels occupied by these characters, and that's why they act in such unspeakable ways. Possession through sex. During sex, the two energy fields merge, especially at orgasm. And this is a common way that these entities take possession of people. When a possessed person has sex with someone, it opens up the energy connection for his or her sexual partner to be possessed also. This is one reason why the Illuminati encourage a sexual free-for-all. There is nothing wrong with sex as such. In fact, it is wonderful and we would not be here without it. But knowing the hidden agenda is vital to avoid some serious consequences. People have said that extraterrestrials that abduct them or appear in their bedrooms have forced them to have sex, and I am sure that these extraterrestrials are at least mostly other dimensional entities. It is also possible for fourth-dimensional demonic entities to possess a physical body and have sexual union with a human who may also be possessed by a similar entity. This is what happens in the satanic rituals at the heart of Illuminati operations. The Roman Catholic and other Christian churches are fronts for widespread satanic activity and child abuse, and I was told by a man who has trained for the priesthood of his sexual experience of the reptilian satanic connection. He said he would never have believed he would be contacting me because my work appears, at first, to be so far from reality, but he had now seen that conditioned reality was very different to what was really going on. He said that he was subjected to a very terrifying traumatic experience of unbelievable nature, and yet, until his mind compartments began to break down, he had no memory of it. He said he was a seminarian studying to be a secular priest at a college and a monastery. On a break I went with two odd-looking types, Hispanic, Oriental mix it seemed, to a town some distance away, and, very briefly, I believe they were part of a satanic group and they performed some ritual in which I was raped by a demon, which seemed reptilian. I have so much unconscious terror associated with this that I cannot recall at this time the details. I actually suffered a wound to my anal area because this demon had barbs or horns around the base of its penis. So when it raped me, it caused a wound that never healed. I was so embarrassed by it for years that I never had the nerve to have it looked at until the latter part of my military service, which determined that there was scar tissue around the wound. I later married and had an operation which removed the wound. The reptilians and other demonic entities are obsessed with sex because it allows them to possess the victim and to vampire their life force. Drugged and alcoholic states also open people to possession, as does fear and deep depression. These connect the person vibrationally to the demonic dimensions, and so the Illuminati and their reptilian masters want people to take drugs and drink too much booze. Having sex with a demonically possessed person after consuming drugs or too much alcohol is like opening the front door to these guys and inviting them in. A lot of illness and death is caused by these demonic attacks, and when we talk of battling with our dark side, it is often a battle with demonic possession or influence of some kind affecting behavior. To survive, if you are seeking to expose these horrors, you need a very strong spirit and protection from spiritual forces that wish to set humanity free. To access that protection, you just need to ask. Forces of love do not impose themselves on people because that would be an invasion of free will. They have to be asked. The possessed pedophiles. Understanding the nature of such possession can explain so many of the horrific events that pollute this planet. At last people are beginning, very slowly, to appreciate something of the scale of pedophilia and child abuse. Although the False Memory Syndrome Foundation is trying desperately to keep the lid on, the scale is far greater than anyone can imagine, but at least it is coming more to light. Sex with children has been part of the Illuminati modus operandi from ancient times. Sexual and satanic abuse of children are aspects of the same agenda. Sex creates an energy connection between the two parties, no matter who they are, and this allows the demonic entities in the perpetrator to take control of their victim. Trauma-based. Mind control involves demonic possession by other dimensional entities. Also, these, often reptilian, beings of the lower fourth dimension want to absorb the energy of children before puberty and orgasm because the energy is still pure and so of more use to them. They therefore possess people and stimulate within them the sexual desire for children. When the possessed person is having physical sex with a child, the fourth dimensional entity is sucking out their energy and making the vibrational connection that allows the child to be controlled by the entity. Anal sex with children is also designed to create a reaction in the child called vasovagal shock. Pain and energy surges up the child's spinal cord and explodes in the brain. thus increasing the rate at which the mind splits into compartments or amnesic barriers. These energy vampires and mind controllers have been increasing their operations in the last few decades, and so we have had a corresponding increase in pedophilia. This is also the reason why so many of the Illuminati bloodline, like George Bush, Henry Kissinger, etc., have sex with children. All over the world, the stories of pedophiles and pedophile rings are coming to public attention, but they represent a mere fraction of the abuse that actually goes on. In The Biggest Secret, I wrote about the abuse at children's homes in North Wales, and after publication and years of fighting for justice by a handful of decent people, a government inquiry was forced to reveal the massive and systematic abuse of children at the homes for more than 30 years. However, as always, the big fish are protected by the system and the small fry are set up to take the consequences. This is why famous pedophiles and child abusers such as Bush, Ted Heath, and the UK businessman and politician, Lord McAlpine, are allowed to escape the law. See The Biggest Secret for the background to this, and if you go to my website you will find a library of information exposing the pedophile activity of the elite. The reptilians and other non-human species have been abducting children for thousands of years on a staggering scale. There are endless ancient legends and stories which describe or symbolize these events, not least that of the Pied Piper of Hamelin, and it is still going on. Every year more than 2,000 children disappear in America alone every day, and many end up with satanic cults or in the underground bases. No wonder they are never found. The Satanist, Aleister Crowley, emphasized why human sacrifice is important to these sick minds and why children are so often the victims. It was a theory of the ancient magicians that any living being is a storehouse of energy varying in quantity according to the size and health of the animal, and in quality according to its mental and moral character. At the death of this animal, this energy is liberated suddenly. For the highest spiritual working, one must accordingly choose that victim which contains the greatest and purest force. A male child of perfect innocence and high intelligence is the most satisfactory and suitable victim. The satanic mansions. Some of the most important centers for satanic ritual are the often Gothic mansions and castles of the European royal families and aristocracy, and their offshoots in the United States. I remember a visit to Hearst Castle in California, the vast mansion of the newspaper tycoon and high Illuminati initiate, Randolph Hearst, which is now open to the public during the day. It is one of the darkest places I have visited and still consumed by deeply unpleasant other dimensional entities. Goodness knows what must have gone on there during Hearst's tenure, and perhaps still does. Hearst Castle is full of original ancient artifacts from Egypt and elsewhere, and lies in a major stronghold of Satanism between Los Angeles and San Francisco. I have felt the same vibes in Britain at places like Chatsworth House in Derbyshire, the ancestral home of the Dukes of Devonshire, and at Clivedon House, the former mansion of the Satanic Astor family. This theme was portrayed by the Stanley Kubrick film, Eyes Wide Shut, which stars Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman, and explores the subject of Satanism among the elite. Kubrick died immediately after the movie was finished. It features a satanic cult involving the high and mighty of an American city who meet at a large Gothic mansion. Such places are located all over the world. In Belgium, for example, there is the Mothers of Darkness Castle, where the British royal family and the Illuminati elite of Europe perform many of their major rituals. And there is Balmoral Castle in Scotland, where the British royal family spend their summer holidays. The Isle of Light and Darkness. I live on the Isle of Wight, a few miles off the south coast of England, and it is a perfect example of the connection between the major vortex points and Satanism. The Illuminati Satanic Network performs its most important rituals at the key vortex points on the global grid because their sickening ceremonies suppress the frequency of the Earth's energy field and therefore keep humanity in the same vibrational prison. It is also easier for an entity to manifest in these interdimensional vortexes. The Isle of Wight has always been a sacred place for those who know of the Earth's energy grid. The Druids had 3 centers for their elite archdruids in the British Isles. They were located on the Magical Isles, the Isle of Man, the Isle of Anglesey in North Wales, and the Isle of Wight. Researcher Brian Desborough says that he has established that the first Christian church in Britain was on the Isle of Wight and not at Glastonbury as widely claimed. The Christian churches, especially the early ones, were located on the major vortex points as they replaced the pagan religion with their own. Today the Isle of Wight is a sacred place for Satanists because of its importance to the global energy grid. Author Mark Amaru Pinkham says that in ancient times it was called the Dragon Isle and could be the pivotal vortex in the northern grid of the planet. Funnily enough, so many dinosaur bones have been found here that they have opened a dinosaur museum to exhibit them. Satanism is rampant on the island and involves famous names from the mainland British Isles as well as leading figures in island business, politics, police, the legal profession, and social services. There are 2 distinct faces to the Isle of Wight, also formerly known, apparently, as the Isle of Light. There is the one you see and the one you don't. The one you see is a stunning landscape and seascape, the beauty that attracted me here many years ago. but the one you don't see is very, very dark indeed. The island has a massive Freemasonic network, astonishingly so for a place with only 125,000 people, and I had many run-ins with them in the 1980s over environmental issues when the Masons were manipulating planning applications for building developments that were making some of them a fortune. But since my research into the manipulation of the world has advanced over a decade and more, I realized that the Isle of Wight's dark secrets went very much deeper than that. It is one of the satanic capitals of the UK and probably much further afield. At the same time, this beautiful island, which should be such a wonderful place to live, has, according to a local pressure group, the highest per capita rates of suicide and depression in the entire UK, and that includes the neglected slum estates of the UK cities. Why? Because of the highly negative energy field the people live in, and this is caused by the rampant satanic ritual at the vortex points, which resonate the island's energy field to the lower fourth dimensional frequency. This is what the Illuminati are doing to the planet as a whole, creating and maintaining a vibrational prison that disconnects incarnate humanity from its higher levels of being. There are many centers for this Satanist pedophile network on the island, including a large house in the countryside where children are brought to parties for guests to rape. Other ritual centers include at least one yacht club and a seafront hotel. The chalk seam that runs from one side of the Diamond Isle to the other appears to be very important to the Satanists. Some years ago, a local community worker told the Nexus of the World, the UK's biggest selling Sunday newspaper, about the horrific satanic rituals and sacrifice on the island and the involvement of Freemasonry, local politicians, council administrators, hotel owners, and other business people, but nothing was done. It was just covered up. I have spoken to others who know what goes on, and the story of the Isle of Wight is horrific, but the local media don't want to know. Yet again, Ted Heath, the former Prime Minister who took the UK into the European community, is among those named by victims who have suffered unbelievable abuse on the island. Heath has been named to me by so many people who were abused and tortured by him as children. I have exposed him in The Biggest Secret in this book as a shape-shifting Satanist who tortures and sacrifices children. I am told that Heath is a regular guest at the secluded Priory Bay Hotel on the east of the island, and that former government minister Peter Mandelson also stays there, although I have not been able to confirm this at the time of publication. Mandelson is known to fellow MPs as the Prince of Darkness and has been forced to resign twice from government office over financial and misuse of power allegations. He has played a leading role for the Illuminati within Tony Blair's Labour Party. Both Heath and Mandelson are members of the Illuminati's Bilderberg Group, which I will highlight in a later chapter. Coincidentally, Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman, stars of Eyes Wide Shut, have apparently been guests at the Priory Bay Hotel, according to a former worker, and Ernest Bevin, the British Foreign Secretary, was staying there when he wrote the speech proposing the establishment of a military alliance called the Western European Union, now known as NATO. The British royal family also have great connections to the Isle of Wight. Queen Victoria and Albert, her high-level Freemasonic German husband, had a palace built on the island called Osborne House. The Satanist and Rothschild bloodline, Lord Mountbatten, was governor of the Isle of Wight. Prince Charles is another visitor, as is Prince Philip, who comes publicly for Cows Week, the elite's yachting bash. Many famous Satanists visit the island under the guise of coming to sail. Interestingly, while writing this book, I received an invitation from the Rothschild Insurance Group to attend a financial conference at the Priory Bay Hotel. I would have gone to have a look, but circumstances took me elsewhere that week. Singing for Satan. The Isle of Wight is just one example of an immense global network of satanic centers and cults involved in human sacrifice, blood drinking, and the summoning of other dimensional demons. Most are unknown, but some, like the Church of Satan and the Temple of Set in the United States, have received mainstream publicity. The Church of Satan was founded on April 30, 1966 by Anton Chandor LaVey. April 30th through May 1st is one of the most important ritual dates in Satanism. LaVey's maternal grandmother came from Transylvania, legendary home of the blood-sucking vampire in what we call Romania. This is the region of Dracula, and many of the most important Illuminati bloodlines are connected with the area. LaVey, it is claimed, discovered Marilyn Monroe working in the strip clubs and used his contacts to make her a movie star. More like she was a multiple personality mind slave. Hollywood or Hellwood, the sacred wood of the Druids, is awash with Satanists, as is the entertainment industry in general. Among LaVey's connections in entertainment and politics were President John F. Kennedy, Frank Sinatra, Sammy Davis Jr., Peter Lawford, and Jane Mansfield. Sammy Davis Jr. was an early member of the Church of Satan, and the actress Jane Mansfield, who died when she was beheaded in a car crash in 1967, was a high priestess. Frank Sinatra was a handler and abuser of mind-controlled slaves, and, as you can appreciate, Satanism and trauma-based mind control go hand in hand. One example of this was Michael Aquino. He worked with LaVey in the Church of Satan, but later broke away and formed his own Temple of Set. Aquino was a notorious mind programmer, named by Kathy O'Brien and many others, and a top man in the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency's Psychological Warfare Division. Aquino's wife, who worked with him, is called Lilith Sinclair. The name Lilith is a symbol of the reptilian bloodlines, and one of the major strands of the Illuminati's genetic web is the Scottish Sinclair family, formerly the French Saint Clair bloodline. The Sinclairs and the Black Madonna worshipping Saint Bernard were fundamentally involved in the formation of the Knights Templar. The Sinclair Chapel at Rosslyn, near Edinburgh, is a shrine to the Illuminati and includes the image of the Green Man, the representation of Balder in the King Arthur stories. Lilith comes from Lilim, or children of Lilith, which relates to the symbolism of Set. Lilith Aquino founded the Lilith Grotto in LaVey's Church of Satan and was a member of its Council of Nine. The official Church of Satan website outlines its philosophy. We are the first above-ground organization in history openly dedicated to the acceptance of man's true nature, that of a carnal beast, living in a cosmos which is permeated and motivated by the dark force which we call Satan. Over the course of time, man has called this force by many names, and it has been reviled by those whose very nature causes them to be separate from this fountainhead of existence. They live in obsessive envy of we who exist by flowing naturally with the dread prince of darkness. It is for this reason that individuals who resonate, vibrate, with Satan have always been an alien elite, often outsiders in cultures whose masses pursue solace in an external deity. We Satanists are our own gods, and we are the explorers of the left-hand path. We do not bow down before the myths and fictions of the desiccated spiritual followers of the right-hand path. No, they bow before the myths and fictions of other dimensional entities. Unbelievable. And it is not a choice between the right-hand path and the left-hand path. There is another that goes straight ahead. The Temple of Set also denies it is involved in anything horrific. Its website assures us, regretfully, there still exist some individuals whose idea of Satanism is largely a simple-minded synthesis of Christian propaganda and Hollywood horror movies, often made by Satanists. The Temple of Set enjoys the colorful legacy of the black arts, and we use many forms of historical satanic imagery for our artistic stimulation and pleasure. But we have not found that any interest or activity which an enlightened, mature intellect would regard as undignified, sadistic, criminal, or depraved is desirable, much less essential to our work. Of course, there is nothing undignified, sadistic, criminal, or depraved about Michael Aquino, the inspiration of the Temple of Set, and his mind control and torture of men, women, and children, nor in being involved in the U.S. military's Psychological Warfare Division. A former mind-controlled slave with an elite group called the San Diego Illuminati told me how she had worked closely with Aquino in the 1980s. He was a cold, arrogant, ugly person in heart and spirit, enjoyed using people, had a weakness for young boys, and was a confirmed pedophiliac, the source told me. She said that Aquino had implemented scientific experimentation, mind control, at various military bases and at the estate of a Jonathan Meyer, who, the source said, was the leading Illuminati trainer for new recruits in that part of America. Aquino also had an estate in Germany where he would take his leaders and the children he abused. The source, who was mind-controlled to mind-control others, said she visited there on several occasions. Hitler, the demonic host. There is no better example of all the points I am making in this chapter than the Nazis in Germany, and no more obvious example of how the Illuminati bloodlines are possessed by demonic entities than Adolf Hitler. As you will see in Appendix 2, Hitler was almost certainly a Rothschild bloodline. We talk of some people being magnetic and having a magnetic personality, and that is exactly what they have. We are all generating magnetic energy. Some people transmit powerful magnetism and others less so. Negative energies are just as magnetic as positive. Those connected to, and therefore generating, the extreme negative vibration of the demonic entities will be very magnetic. You often hear highly negative people described as having a fatal attraction. This is where the magnetism and charisma of Adolf Hitler came from, when he was standing on a public platform with that contorted face and crazed delivery. He was channeling the reptilian demonic consciousness and transmitting this vibration to the vast crowds. This affected the vibrational state of the people and turned them into equally crazed agents of hatred. It is the Pied Piper principle, using vibrational frequencies. As writer Alan Bullock said of Hitler, his power to bewitch an audience has been likened to the occult art of the African medicine man or the Asiatic shaman. Others have compared it to the sensitivity of a medium and the magnetism of a hypnotist. And Hermann Rauschning, an aide to Hitler, said in his book Hitler Speaks, one cannot help thinking of him as a medium. For most of the time, mediums are ordinary, insignificant people. Suddenly they are endowed with what seems to be supernatural powers. which set them apart from the rest of humanity. The medium is possessed. Once the crisis is past, they fall back into mediocrity. It was in this way, beyond any doubt, that Hitler was possessed by forces outside of himself. Almost demoniacal forces of which the individual man, Hitler, was only the temporary vehicle. The mixture of the banal and the supernatural created that insupportable duality of which one was conscious in his presence. It was like looking at a bizarre face whose expression seemed to reflect an unbalanced state of mind coupled with a disquieting impression of hidden powers. Hitler appeared to live in perpetual fear of the Supermen. Rauschning told how Hitler suffered from terrible nightmares and would wake in terror screaming about entities who were invisible to all but himself. Hitler once said to his aide, "What will the social order of the future be like? Comrade, I will tell you. There will be a class of overlords, after them the rank and file of the party members in hierarchical order, and then the great mass of anonymous followers, servants and workers in perpetuity, and beneath them again all the conquered foreign races, the modern slaves. And over and above all these will reign a new and exalted nobility of whom I cannot speak, but of all these plans the militant members will know nothing. The new man is living amongst us now. He is here. Isn't that enough for you? I will tell you a secret. I have seen the new man. He is intrepid and cruel. I was afraid of him. This is the society planned by the reptilians and their reptile Nordic, Aryan, master race if we allow their new world order of global control to be introduced. Hitler's secret chiefs were demonic reptilians and others. The obsession with hierarchy and ritual outline there are character traits of the reptilian brain. As we shall see, one of Hitler's heroes, the writer Houston Stewart Chamberlain, also fitted the description of demonic possession. He was an Englishman who married Eva, the daughter of another Hitler hero, the composer Richard Wagner. Chamberlain said that he felt himself to be taken over by demons, and his anti-Jewish, pro-Aryan books were written in a trance or fever. In his autobiography he said he did not recognize much of his writing as his own. Chamberlain became principal advisor to Kaiser Wilhelm, bloodline, and urged the king to go to war in 1914. Little more than 20 years later, the forces that possessed Chamberlain also possessed Adolf Hitler as he triggered the Second World War of the 20th century. Hitler's behavior was extremely indicative of demonic possession, including his strange epileptic-like fits. Others close to Hitler said that the Führer woke up in the night screaming and having convulsions. He would call for help and appeared to be half paralyzed. He would gasp to the point of suffocation, and often when fully conscious he would point to apparently empty space and scream, "He is here, there, in the corner." After Hitler moved to Germany, he spent a lot of time in Bavaria, from whence the Bavarian Illuminati had sprung, and he returned there after the First World War. That's the official line, anyway. Bavaria is a massive center for the Illuminati. The following year he came across a tiny and rather pathetic political party called the German Workers' Party. This was an offshoot of an esoteric secret society called the German Order, which was seriously nationalistic and anti-Jewish. Out of this order came other similar societies, including the infamous Thule-Gesellschaft, Thule Society, and the luminous lodge or Vril Society. Hitler was a member of both. Thule comes from the name given by the Greeks and Romans to the frozen northern region of the earth. They called this land Thule or Ultima Thule. Vril was the name given by the English writer and high Illuminati initiate, Lord Edward Bulwer-Lytton, to the force in the blood, which, he claimed, awakens people to their true power and potential to become supermen. For blood, read DNA. Bulwer-Lytton was a British colonial minister heavily involved in imposing opium addiction on the Chinese. He was a close friend of the British Prime Minister, Benjamin Disraeli, an associate of the Rothschilds, and the writer, Charles Dickens. He was Grand Patron of the English Rosicrucian Society that included Illuminati agents Francis Bacon and John Dee among its earlier membership. He was also a Grand Master of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry and the head of British intelligence. One of his operatives was Helena Blavatsky, a contact told me, and Bulwer-Lytton is often referred to in her book, Isis Unveiled. He is best known for his work, The Last Days of Pompeii, but his passion was the world of esoteric magic. So what is this Vril force in the blood that Bulwer-Lytton wrote about? It was known by the Hindus as the serpent force and relates to the genetic makeup of the body that allows shape-shifting and conscious interdimensional travel. The Vril force is, yet again, related to the reptile-human bloodlines. Another big influence on Hitler was the Bulwer-Lytton novel The Coming Race, in which he wrote of an enormous civilization inside the Earth, well ahead of our own. These underground supermen would, according to Bulwer-Lytton's novel, emerge on the surface one day and take control of the world. Many Nazis believed this. The themes of underground supermen or hidden masters can be found in most of the secret societies and in legends across the world. As we have seen, certainly this was true of the Order of the Golden Dawn founded by Dr. Wynne Westcott, a Freemason, and S.L. Mathers. They called their masters the secret chiefs and devised rituals to contact them. In the 1890s there were temples of the Order of the Golden Dawn in London, Edinburgh, Bradford, Weston-super-Mare, and Paris, where Mathers made his home. One of their secret signs was the pointed arm salute that the Nazis would use when saying Heil Hitler. Remnants of the Order of the Golden Dawn continue to this day, but the original version splintered after a row between the Mather faction and the Satanist Aleister Crowley, which split the membership. Crowley then became involved with the Order of Oriental Templars, or OTO, in 1933. The rocket expert, Willy Ley, fled from Germany and revealed the existence of the Vril Society, and the Nazis' belief that they were to become the equals of the supermen in the bowels of the earth by use of esoteric teachings and mind expansion. They believed this would reawaken the Vril force sleeping in the blood. The initiates of the Vril Society included two men who would become famous Nazis: Heinrich Himmler and Hermann Göring. Vril members were convinced they were in alliance with mysterious esoteric lodges in Tibet and one of the so-called unknown supermen, who was referred to as the King of Fear, Rudolf Hess, Hitler's deputy Führer until he made his ill-fated flight to England in 1941, was a dedicated occultist and a member, with Göring, of the Edelweiss Society. This was a sect that believed in the Nordic master race, the Nordic reptilian hybrids I call the Aryans. Hess worshipped Hitler as the Messiah, although how he could do this when the Führer was hardly blonde-haired and blue-eyed was not clear. The Nazis were manipulated by their demonic masters to instigate breeding programs between the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Nordic bloodlines. A founder of the Thule Society was Rudolf Glauer, an astrologer who changed his name to the grand-sounding Baron von Sebetendorf. His demands for a revolution against Jews and Marxists turned the Thule Society into a focus for the anti-Jew, anti-Marxist German master racers. Out of all this came the German Workers' Party, which would become the Nazi Party. Another committed occultist and friend of Sebetendorf was highly significant. This was Dietrich Eckart, a heavy drinking, drug-taking writer who believed he was here to pave the way for a dictator of Germany. He met Hitler in 1919 and decided he was the one, the Messiah, he was looking for. It is Eckart who is credited with Hitler's advanced esoteric knowledge and the black magic rituals that plugged him so completely into the demonic reptilians. From now on, Hitler's power to attract support grew rapidly. Eckart wrote to a friend in 1923, "Follow Hitler. He will dance, but it is I who have called the tune. We have given him the means of communication with them. Do not mourn for me, I shall have influenced history more than any other German." Other significant thinkers and groups that influenced the gathering Nazi philosophy were two German esoteric magicians, Guido von List and Lance von Liebenfels. At the summer solstice, List used wine bottles on the ground to form the symbol of the Hermetic Cross, also known as the Hammer of Thor. It was the badge of power in the Order of the Golden Dawn, and we know this symbol as the swastika, an ancient sun symbol of the Atlanteans Phoenicians. The original swastika was right-handed, which, in esoteric terms, means light and creation, the positive. The Nazis reversed this to symbolize the left-hand path, black magic and destruction. Lance von Liebenfels, real name Adolf Lance, used the swastika on a flag that flew over his temple overlooking the Danube, and for these two black magicians it symbolized the end of Christianity and the dawning of the age of blonde-haired, blue-eyed Aryan supermen. They believed in the racial inferiority of those they called the dark forces, such as the Jews, Slavs, and Negroes. Liebenfels recommended castration for these people. The two Vons, List and Liebenfels, were to have a massive influence on Adolf Hitler. In 1932, with Hitler on the verge of power, von Liebenfels would write to a fellow believer, "Hitler is one of our pupils. You will one day experience that he, and through him we, will one day be victorious and develop a movement that will make the world tremble." Heinrich Himmler, the head of the SS, was another dedicated occultist who was into all matters esoteric. He used this knowledge in the blackest of ways. Himmler was particularly interested in the rune stones. This is a system of divination in which stones, carrying symbols, are thrown or selected and the choice or combination read by an expert. It was Himmler who formed the notorious SS and, as with the swastika, he chose an esoteric symbol for his horrific organization. This was the double S or Sig rune, which looks like two flashes of lightning. The SS was a virtually self-contained body and the epitome of all the esoteric knowledge in which the Nazis believed so passionately. Only those considered racially pure were allowed to join, and instruction in the esoteric arts, including the rune stones, was fundamental to their training. The SS was run and governed as a black magic secret society. Their rituals were taken from others, such as the Jesuits and the Knights Templar. The highest-ranking initiates were the 12 members of the Grand Council of Knights led by the 13th, their Grand Master Heinrich Himmler. Their black rituals were performed at the ancient castle of Wewelsburg in Westphalia. They celebrated the rituals of the Nordic pagans and the summer solstice. Here they worshipped Satan, Lucifer, Set, whichever name you prefer. Prince Bernhard of the Netherlands, a reptilian Habsburg and Merovingian bloodline, was a member of the SS. Bernhard was one of the founders of the Illuminati Front, the Bilderberg Group, and is an extremely close friend of Prince Philip. The esoteric arts pervaded all that Hitler and the Nazis did, even down to the use of pendulums on maps to identify the positions of enemy troops. The mass rallies that Hitler used so effectively were designed with the knowledge of the human psyche and how it can be manipulated. In the book, Satan and Swastika, Francis King says, Hitler's public appearances, particularly those associated with the Nazi Party's Nuremberg rallies, were excellent examples of this sort of magical ceremony. The fanfares, military marches, and Wagnerian music all emphasize the idea of German military glory. The mass swastika banners in black, white, and red filled the consciousness of the participants in the rallies with National Socialist ideology. The ballet-like precision of the movement of the uniformed party members, all acting in unison, evoked from the unconscious the principles of war and violence, which the ancients symbolized as Mars, and the prime rituals of the rallies. Hitler clasping to other banners. The blood banner carried in the Munich Putsch of 1923 was a quasi-magical ceremony designed to link up minds of living Nazis with the archetypal images symbolized by the dead National Socialist heroes of the past. The relio-magical aspects of the rallies were emphasized by the fact that their high points were reached after dusk and took place in a cathedral of light and open space surrounded by pillars of light coming from electric searchlights pointed upwards to the sky. If a modern ritual magician of the utmost expertise had designed the ritual intended to invoke Mars, he could not have come up with anything more effective than the ceremonies used at Nuremberg. And what applied then, applies now. The esoteric knowledge used by the Nazis for mass hypnosis on the German people is being used today to expand the global hypnosis within the human race. Symbols, words, colors, sounds, and techniques of which the public are not even aware are being used in the media and in advertising to hypnotize us. The propaganda ministry of Joseph Goebbels was based on the esoteric knowledge of the human psyche. He knew that people would believe anything if you tell them often enough, and if you can engineer events which create the something must be done mentality in the public mind. He used colors, symbols, and slogans to great effect. The slogans were used like mantras and were repeated over and over again, hypnotizing the mass psyche. All alternative views and information were censored and the people were programmed to respond as desired. What is the difference between that and the constant drip of inaccurate and biased information that is fed to us and our children by the media day after day? It may not have a swastika on it, but it is still mass hypnotism. It would seem to be a contradiction that Hitler sought to destroy secret societies like the Freemasons and to prevent the use of esoteric knowledge in German society. But it isn't. He knew as much as anyone of the power available to those with this knowledge, and he wanted to keep that for himself. In truth, the Nazis were created and controlled by the secret society underground and ultimately by the demonic reptilians. They believed the Sumerian gods were the extraterrestrial master race. They launched expeditions to North Africa, Rennes-le-Château and Montségur in Cathar country, and to Tibet, where they believed the underground supermen were based. The Nazi connection with Tibet was confirmed when the Russians arrived in Berlin at the end of the war to find many dead Buddhist monks who had been working with the Nazis. The Nazis did not disappear in 1945. They just went underground or changed their name. The inner core of the Nazi secret society network was the Black Order, which continues today and is reported to be the innermost circle of the CIA. Allen Dulles, the first head of the CIA, was a Nazi supporter. See and the truth shall set you free, and he was a key force behind Project Paperclip that protected Nazis like Joseph Mengele after the war and took them to America. At the same time, John Foster Dulles, Allen's brother, was the U.S. Secretary of State. The Dulles family are cousins of the Rockefellers, bloodline in other words. Reinhard Gehlen, the man appointed by the Allen Dulles to set up the CIA network in Europe, was one of Hitler's SS chiefs. Gehlen said it was not so much employment as a gentleman's agreement with Dulles. Meanwhile, the Nazis considered expendable were sent to the Nuremberg show trials, which were designed to cover up what really happened. See and the truth shall set you free for the detailed story. The two sides in Ireland. What I have just described in relation to Hitler and the Nazis is the basic method of choosing and bringing to power the major political, economic, military, and media figures throughout the world. The decades of violence and civil war in Northern Ireland are not all that they seem. A contact called Jim Cairns has spent many years uncovering the scale of Satanism and child abuse in Northern Ireland and the Irish Republic. More than that, he realized that the leaders of the two opposing terrorist groups, the Catholic era and the Protestant paramilitary group, the UVF, were members of the same satanic covens. This fits with the evidence I have found all over the world. Again and again opposing sides turn out to be the same side, the Illuminati. When you get near the top, Cairns had an attempt on his life in 1994 and fled Northern Ireland. He has made statements about his findings, but, of course, nothing has been done. He established that the satanic network in Ireland operates behind the cover of the born-again Christian movement. I have no doubt that organization is nothing more than a Satanist organization involved in ritual murders. He said, part of this story involves a Belfast boys' home called Kinkora. This was the subject of a massive scandal in the 1980s when systematic abuse came to light going back at least 20 years. But, yet again, the big names involved were protected. The New Covenant Times said in its January-March issue of 1994 that the Loyalist paramilitaries supported an MI5 British intelligence operation called Tara, which had the intention of creating so much violence and tit-for-tat murder by both themselves and the IRA that the UK Parliament would agree for Northern Ireland to be absorbed by the Irish Republic. Colin Wallace was a part-time soldier and public relations officer at the Army headquarters in Northern Ireland. Later he was moved to another department controlled by MI5. It was here that he became aware of the Tara operation and the 20 years of child abuse at Kinkora involving very big names. When Wallace demanded to be removed from the project, he was sent back to England and charged with a security offense and later unjustly jailed for murder. The journalist Paul Foote wrote a book called Who Framed Colin Wallace? One victim of Satanism and mind control I have spoken with says she remembers vividly watching a very famous politician in Northern Ireland raping a little boy in a ritual in England, and when it was over he produced a knife and cut the boy's throat. Is anyone still wondering how people can plant bombs in Northern Ireland that have killed and maimed thousands? These people do not feel the emotion we do in such circumstances. They are reptilian hybrids, on both sides. Jim Cairns said that a contact had told him that the children in the Kinkora scandal were taken to Birr Castle in County Offaly, Northern Ireland. This is the home of the bloodline Earls of Ross. The first Earl of Ross was a founder member of Ireland's Hellfire Club, along with Colonel St. Ledger of Grange Mellon, County Athy, at the same time that the Earl of Ross was a Hellfire Club member in 1725. He was also the Grand Master of the Freemasons in Ireland. The present Earl of Ross is the stepbrother of Lord Snowdon, the former husband of the Queen's sister, Princess Margaret, and she has visited Birr on many occasions. The Hellfire Club was founded on the estate at Wycombe, north of London, owned by the British government minister Sir Francis Dashwood, together with Benjamin Franklin, an Illuminati founding father of the United States. Dr. Franklin, a devout Christian, was also involved in the manipulation of Ireland. The Hellfire Club is a satanic network based on human sacrifice ritual. Wherever you look in this story, Satanism appears every time because these rituals and sacrifices are vital to the continued reptilian control of the planet. Satanists operate in the pivotal positions to ensure the truth is covered up and, as Cairns says, the official number of satanic ritual murders in Ireland, as with everywhere else, is a fraction of what is really happening. The figures conceal the much greater and hidden spread of Satanism throughout Ireland. The reality is, the powerful satanic network in Ireland has been able to disguise many satanic-related crimes simply because it has infiltrated many of the essential state bodies, police, the press, judiciary, political institutions, the churches, etc. I have no doubt that this is the case from the information which I have on audio tape from my cult sources. My born-again source tells me that top police, clergy, and politicians are Satanists. This is what you find all over the world. It is not through paranoia that people see Satanists or their puppets in the main positions of power. The very system makes it so because those who are not Satanists or under their control are overwhelmingly sifted out before they make it to the top jobs in the institutions that direct society. This is why the ratio of Satanists, blood drinkers, and human sacrificers to people in power is so astonishingly high compared with the ratio in the rest of the population. Chapter 15. Suffer Little Children. It Can't Happen Here is number 1 on the list of famous last words. David Crosby. In The Biggest Secret, I reveal in greater detail the scale of satanic activity and its fundamental connection to the reptilians and the Illuminati. When you see what is happening in every community, especially to children, it defies belief. Children are major targets because the reptilians prefer the purity of their blood and energy. And the most effective time to start trauma-based mind control is before the age of 5 or 6. Changes take place in the blood at puberty and after the first sexual activity, which make it less useful from the reptilians' point of view. Many schools and preschools for small children across the world are fronts for Satanism and its offshoot, trauma-based mind control. Most of the children are suffering every day without their parents' knowledge, but they are also handed over to the cults quite willingly by their satanic parents. Occasionally, the odd story gets into a newspaper, but this bears no resemblance to the staggering scale of the ritual abuse of children. The UK Sunday Mirror revealed the abuse of a woman they called Kate, who was then aged 34. She had been abused at a house on the outskirts of Dublin, Ireland, since she was 3. I still remember the first time it happened, she said. It was evening time because it was dark outside and my mother made me dress up in my best clothes. I was excited because I thought I was going on an adventure. I was picked up by my aunt and uncle and taken to another house somewhere in Dublin. I remember looking out at the city lights and feeling happy because I was out so late. But when I got to the house I became scared because everyone was dressed in dark gowns and hoods. I was stripped and made to lie down on a table in the living room. It was cold and I was absolutely terrified. So I started screaming and shouting for my mother. She was smeared with blood and assaulted again and again. She said the terror she felt was indescribable and she was in terrible pain. The table was surrounded by strangers in robes and hoods holding crucifixes, chalices and knives encrusted with jewels, and they were chanting in some strange language. It was just horrific. She was taken back home and she thought she was safe. Her mother hugged her, she said, but didn't say anything. She cleaned up the blood and treated the painful areas of her body. But the ordeal wasn't over. It had only just begun. A few nights later it happened again. When I saw my mother bringing out my blue coat and best shoes, I started screaming because I knew what would happen next. She said Kate tried to speak to her parents about her abuse, but her father said she would be taken away if she said anything. My uncle would knock at the door and then return to the car to my aunt to wait for my father to bring me out. Most times I'd be kicking and screaming and pleading with my parents not to send me away, but they said nothing. They just pulled me out to the car. Most times my father had to prise my fingers from the garden gate. Kate said there were other children in the house where she was abused. Sometimes she was forced to watch while they suffered. She said she was constantly afraid and could hardly sleep. She hated going to mass because every time she saw a crucifix, she'd have a panic attack. The enormous emotional debris of these experiences led her to a life of heavy drinking, drug taking, glue sniffing, and a broken marriage because she could not bear anyone to touch her. I hated myself, particularly when my body started developing during puberty. I wanted to look like a boy, so I ate just enough to stop me from collapsing. I was 6.5 stone at my lowest point. Now this is not an isolated case. It is happening around you, in your neighborhood now. That's the scale we are talking about. Rape crisis centers in Ireland were told so many bizarre tales of ritual abuse that a special helpline was created for them. Fiona Neary, the national coordinator of the rape crisis centers, said, "We could be talking about high levels of organized abuse which could almost be beyond the belief of many of the agencies tasked with dealing with this problem." Although it is unrecognized, ritual abuse does take place in Ireland, and survivors of this type of abuse live here. Elaborate ritual, group activities, religious, magical or supernatural beliefs and practices may be used to terrify and silence children and to convince them of the absolute power of their abusers. The purpose of these rituals is to gain and maintain access to children in order to exploit them sexually. There is also evidence that some of the groups would exchange children to other groups abroad. It is a vast global network, fundamentally connected to the Illuminati and reptilians, and if you read the chapters, Satan's Children and Where Have All the Children Gone? In The Biggest Secret, you'll see a stream of evidence to support this. The overwhelming majority of human sacrifice and other ritual abuse goes on unexposed, and when it does come to light, the big names involved are protected, as with Kincora in Northern Ireland and the Children's Home scandal in North Wales. One of the most famous cases was at the McMartin Day Care Center in Los Angeles, where 369 children said they had been sexually abused. The False Memory Syndrome Foundation has worked extremely hard to persuade people to dismiss the stories as fantasy. The children told of animals being slaughtered and other satanic rituals. They described how they were buried, locked in the dark, and taken to different locations to be abused. These included a grocery store, church, cemetery, and a crematorium. The children said they were forced to drink blood and urine, and they saw the eyes of a baby ripped out and its body incinerated. Others said that a rabbit was killed in front of them to show what would happen if they told their parents. The case was under investigation for 4 years, on trial for 2.5 years, involved 124 witnesses, 50,000 pages of transcript, and cost almost $23,000 a day, but in the end the case fell apart and those responsible escaped with their freedom. Crucial to the children's stories was their description of a network of secret tunnels under the building, through which they said they were taken to be abused. It was claimed at the trial that there was no evidence that these tunnels existed, but 5 months after the files were closed on the McMartin case and the official cover-up completed, a team of trained investigators and excavators uncovered the tunnel system that connected to a vaulted room under the daycare center. They extended out to adjacent buildings, where the children said they had been taken before they were driven to other locations. In 1991, an independent archaeologist also confirmed the existence of the tunnels and an alarm system inside the center. In other words, the children had been telling the truth. In Britain there have been, among many others, cases in Orkney, Nottingham, Rochdale, and Cleveland. Each time the social workers trying to expose satanic abuse have been subjected to a blitz of condemnation by the mainstream media, with the Mail on Sunday particularly vehement in its opposition. It went so far on one occasion as to describe the specter of Satanism as hysterical nonsense. Such remarks are so at odds with the worldwide evidence that they can only be the work of an uninformed idiot, quite possible, or someone who wishes the truth to remain undiscovered as a result of such imbalanced coverage and, of course, the stunning nature of the children's evidence. Most cases do not even come to trial. Even when they do, very few lead to conviction. The public would rather accept the allegations are not true because they don't want to believe that such horrors are happening. Unfortunately, they are, on a vast scale, and if you go into denial about it because you don't want to face the truth about your world, then you are helping to perpetuate this unspeakable treatment of children. As Caroline Leckier of the National Association of Young People in Care said, "I can understand people finding it difficult to believe. It's extraordinary. But yet, everything is showing that it is happening. Young kids are drawing the type of thing that doesn't come on TV. I have been dealing with this for the last 2 years. I have come across many cases of ritualistic abuse, and a lot of it happens all over the place. People have really got to wake up." Coordinated cover-ups. As I've said, satanic ritual abuse is a global network. Another pyramid of interconnecting groups, with the high and mighty of society among their number. Top politicians, government officials, bankers, business leaders, policemen, lawyers, judges, doctors, coroners, publishers, editors, and journalists. The satanic network is structured with self-contained compartments, like the Freemasons. And remember what Jim Shaw, the former 33rd degree Mason, said: "The Mason swears to keep the secrets of another Mason, protecting him even if it requires withholding evidence of a crime. In some degrees, treason and murder are accepted. In other, higher degrees, there are no exceptions to this promise to cover up the truth. The obligations, if the Masonic teachings are to be believed, may require a Mason to give false testimony, perjure himself, or, in the case of a judge, render a false verdict in order to protect a Mason. For Satanists, the severe consequences of revealing secrets or refusing to carry out an order are not threats, they are promises." The Illuminati and their satanic networks place their people in the major positions of power in all the areas they need to control to prevent proper investigation or to ensure that any high-profile case that does get to court always fails. You don't need to control all the policemen to stop an investigation. You just need to control the person who controls the policemen. You don't need to control every social worker, just the people who control the social workers. In other words, you only need to control the very few people who have the power to call off an investigation when necessary. These placemen and women are controlled by the same force, and so the cover-up can be carefully coordinated through people who appear, to the outsider, to be unconnected: teachers, social workers, policemen, lawyers, judges, and media. The results of all this for the children involved are beyond the imagination of anyone who has not experienced the level of trauma they must suffer. Zach's story. One unfolding story I have featured on my website is that of Zach. He is a little boy who attended a preschool operated by a company called KinderCare at 100 Endeavor Way, Cary, North Carolina. KinderCare is the biggest preschool organization in the United States. Zach's experience contains all the elements of the constantly recurring reports of child abuse, both in what he says happened to him and the shocking lack of investigation by the authorities that are supposed to be protecting children. This story and all the quotes by his parents and grandmother are from direct correspondence and conversations with me. Zach said that he was taken from the center and carried to a house where he was tied up and made to watch people sacrifice a little boy. He said that he and other children were made to drink the blood and eat the flesh of the dead child. He also said that they took his own blood. He had a small circular puncture on his elbow, which looked like a mole was growing there. He said this is where they put the needle knife into him. He has also talked of large spiders he saw in movies on these occasions and of seeing bad movies all the time. The mother of another boy at the center, a 4-year-old called Tyler, said her son had asked her if it was all right for people to eat each other. Zach talked about a green party at the school in which the children were given green food and juice. He said the children were given gifts at the party, but he was given poop. When asked if anyone else got poop, and he said, "No, only me. The other kids got cars and things like that." He said the sandwiches were all green with yucky mustard and there was blood. Susan, his grandmother, asked him what happened when he wouldn't eat it, and he said, "We all went to sleep." He also said, "They put blood in the oatmeal at the school." Hearing his mother on the phone talking to someone about tunnels, he said he didn't like the tunnels at school. His grandmother, Susan, asked him what was in the tunnels, and he said, "There is blustering toys and I didn't want to play with them." She asked what the toys did and how he played with them. He said, "They blow everything around and make it cold. They like everything to be cold." Zach said that one of the people involved was called Camelot and he turned into a dragon. His parents told me that Zach, who was just 5, began to talk about the Anunnaki, and when he was asked what they were, he said they were the gods. He said that he learned about the Anunnaki at the bad school. His grandmother, Susan, asked him if he had ever heard the word Dingur. She pronounced it Dingir, a Mesopotamian name for the Anunnaki that translates as the righteous ones of the blazing rockets. Pronouncing it Dingir, he said it was a bad word because the Dingir eat people's skin, people blood, and people bones. He added, their love goes away and they turn into vampires. She asked about the name Icke and he said, that's a bad word. Then Enlil, that's a fish word. This 5-year-old then said, they're brothers, aliens, and they're from Mars. Zach said he saw movies about it at school and they were going to destroy the world. The lizards looked like Darth Maul in Star Wars, and also the masks they had at school. He told his grandmother. One day he saw a picture of France. He pointed to a place near the Alps called Gorda in Verona and said, that's where the armies are saving people for the reptiles. Susan asked him where he heard about reptiles and he said the people at the mean school told him they were reptiles. He said, aliens like to come here at Halloween and Easter. They like Easter. Susan also realized that Zach pronounced words strangely as in fix ed, try ed, and spill ed. Zach first told his grandmother what had happened when she went to visit the family the week before Halloween in 1999. He later said that he did not tell his mom and dad because the bad people had said that his parents were involved in what was happening. This was untrue, but it is a technique often used to keep the children quiet. Another is to tell them that they will kill them and their parents if they talk. Zach said his teacher threatened to kill his parents as she chased him with a knife that she kept in her pocket. He was screaming for his mom and dad and she said, they can't hear you. If you say anything to anyone I will cut your mom into pieces and burn your house down. As the children have seen people being killed in front of them, they naturally believe this would happen. Susan said Zach was visibly shaken and afraid to go to sleep. She and his parents, Margot and Johnny, wrote this off as fear of Halloween. But on November 5th, Zach's 5th birthday, he said that someone had pulled my pants down at school and put their hand in my body. He said the hand had Icke stuff on it. Susan, a court officer for child advocacy, felt there was much more to the situation than they had first thought. His father Johnny took him to a doctor and a pediatrician and both filed a report to social services. The mother of another child, Tyler, who had spoken of similar experiences, did the same. But the social services and police investigations were a disgrace. The investigation that never was. Detective Hoya, the head of the Cary Police Child Crisis Unit, said that Zach's behavior was normal. One wonders what this guy would consider abnormal. Susan called every department of child services and every time was referred to another department. Finally, the woman in children's mental health asked her what she wanted to happen. I told her I wanted these activities to stop, Susan said. The woman's response was that no one would take this case and they were better off trying to do it themselves. Finally, a chance meeting at the police station with the new mayor focused the attention of the authorities. A detective was sent to interview the children and with him was the woman in charge of the preschool section of social services. The detective, Stefan Lambert, seemed sincere and had a tape recorder running during the entire visit. When I spoke to him later, he seemed to me to be a pawn in a game he didn't understand. Zach's father asked the woman from social services how she was going to help them and she said that she wasn't there to help them. Susan recalled, she was just there to talk to the children. Susan told her that she wanted to tape the interviews because they were not allowed to be in the same room. The woman refused. Susan said, she took Tyler into Zach's bedroom and started asking him questions about what happened. I listened outside the door and the detective taped the entire time. When Tyler said that, a lady who still works at the kindercare center showed him her boobies and squirted him. She was postnatal. The social worker asked him if his mommy shows him her boobies. Being only 5 years old, his story got confused and the interview didn't last longer than a few minutes. When she asked for Zach, he refused to go near her or the policeman, even though the policeman seemed concerned and stated he thought something weird was going on. The police and social services appeared to have little interest in pursuing the case. During Zach's time at the kindercare center, he said they did something to him with his glasses. Something so bad that he will only whisper when he mentions it, Susan said. He has never told her what happened, except that they broke them by stomping on them in poop. Staff at the center told Margot, Zach's mother, that he broke them. Zach was given new glasses, but refused to wear them. He said that the eye doctor was mean and put something in his eyes that burned so bad that he cried. The original glasses were turned over to Detective Lambert for analysis for fecal matter. Months later, he said the SBI, State Bureau of Investigation, and the SBI labs did not have the ability to test for fecal matter. The glasses were never tested to see if Zach's story was true, and by the time they got the glasses back, his parents were told the evidence would have been lost. Susan also questioned a very nervous receptionist at Cary Police Department about why they had not received a complete copy of the police report. He said they never give out the investigation notes. I told him that was ludicrous. I have seen many reports in my own experience. I said, shame on all of you. How can you sleep at night? Naturally, he said he slept very well. I guess it's just the babies dreaming about depraved behavior that can't sleep. Is Caligula still alive or what? I contacted the local police department in Cary and the case officer Stefan Lambert confirmed to me that an investigation into Zach's claims was going on. In fact, He said he couldn't speak to me because there was an investigation. Then when I said, "So you can confirm you are investigating?" he said, "No. I can't confirm that." Only when I pointed out the nonsensical contradiction in those two statements did he confirm that indeed he was investigating. He said I could fax him my questions and he would ask his superiors if he could answer them. I faxed the following questions. 1. Where is the tape recording of the first police visit to interview the children? 2. Why did you tell the parents on the second visit that you would arrest the 3 women named, thinking that a center employee would turn state's evidence and then not do it? 3. Why for 6 weeks did you tell the parents you had to keep Zach's glasses because it was a State Bureau of Investigation case? And then say the SBI does not have technology to detect fecal matter. 4. Why do you feel that hearing from 2 completely different children that they saw a preschool teacher take off her clothes does not constitute enough to go on? 5. Why did the parents get an incomplete police report? Not even one word written by an investigator. 6. Have you sought to question other parents at the center about any strange remarks by their children? The police to this day have refused to answer any of those questions, but staggeringly Detective Lambert told Zach's parents that he did not interview other parents at the center. Does Kinder care? I rang the Kindercare Center itself and was told by the new director that she had no idea that such allegations had been made, given that there was a police investigation into them, albeit an excuse for one. That was an extraordinary statement. The director put the phone down on me when I asked other questions, but she did confirm that 2 employees, 2 of the 3 Zach had named in his story, had left the center. I also contacted the corporate headquarters of Kindercare in Portland and they issued a short statement to me through a very nervous PR person called Kathy Vanden Zanden, saying that the claims were unsubstantiated. Of course, sitting in a corporate office on the other side of America, she would have known. I faxed them this list of questions. 1. What is Kindercare doing to investigate the claims of these children? 2. Why, after one boy mentioned 2 names at the center as involved in his abuse, did those 2 people leave the center's employment? 3. Why did an employee I name leave this Kindercare center? Where did she go? Is she still employed by you elsewhere? If so, where? 4. Why did the person the boy calls a name leave the center after the boy told his story? What is this lady's full name? Where is she now? Is she still employed by Kindercare? 5. Why has a new director been appointed at this center and why did she tell me on the phone that she knew nothing of these allegations? 6. Is it correct that Kindercare have refused to allow an employee named by Zach who still works at the Cary Center to take a polygraph lie detector test? Kindercare would not answer any of those questions. I received a letter threatening legal action against me if I did not remove all the information about Zach from my website. Instead, I began to add massively to that section by investigating the background to the owners of Kindercare with my webmaster, Lauren Savage. Well, what did we find? Hiding in the crevice. Kindercare began in Montgomery, Alabama, in 1969 and now has its corporate offices in Portland, Oregon. It employs 22,000 people at 1149 centers in 39 states and has child care contracts with the Disney and Lego organizations. It turns out that Kindercare, the leading child care organization in the United States, is owned by the empire of Henry Kravis, a very close friend of George Bush, the reptilian shapeshifter, who is one of the world's most famous pedophiles and child killers. Kravis is also closely connected with Henry Kissinger and the Rockefellers, both Illuminati to their core. Anyone this close to Bush must know of his pedophile activities. Surely, Kravis was a member of the inner circle of the Republican Party around George Bush. Kravis Company, Kohlberg, Kravis, and Roberts, which owns Kindercare, made massive contributions to the Republican Party and the George Bush campaign for the presidency. Kravis and Roberts also gave personally. One fundraiser at the Vista Hotel in Lower Manhattan, co-chaired by Kravis, raised $550,000 alone for the Bush Fund. In all, their combined contributions to Bush's election fund totaled millions. In January 1990, a year after Bush's inauguration as president, Kravis was chairman of his inaugural anniversary dinner. Kravis has also given considerable donations to the cause of Zionism and to celebrate Bob Dole's birthday. Kravis threw a $300,000 fundraising bash for Dole, the Republican presidential candidate and lover of money for services rendered. Illuminati everywhere. There is a network of Illuminati front organizations that have been increasingly exposed in recent years. Among them are the Bilderberg Group and the Council on Foreign Relations. And I will say more about this network in a later chapter. Henry Kravis, owner of Kindercare, is a member of the Council on Foreign Relations and has attended meetings of the Rothschild-Rockefeller-Kissinger orchestrated Bilderberg Group. He was on the guest list at the Bilderberg Bash at Turnberry in Scotland between May 14 to 17, 1998. His second wife, Marie Josie Kravis, a senior fellow at the Illuminati-funded Hudson Institute, is also a Bilderberger and member of the Council on Foreign Relations. Her other connections include being a columnist on the Canadian Financial Post, a director of the Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce, Ford Motor Company, Hasbro, Inc., Hollinger International, Inc., headed by Bilderberger insider Conrad Black, and the Seagram Company Limited, a fiefdom of those major Illuminati operators, the Bronfmans. She has a number of published works on economics, including Lessons of the Mexican Peso Crisis, January 1996, published by the Council on Foreign Relations Press. The peso crisis was actually manufactured by a ring of major banks, headed by the Rockefellers Chase Manhattan. This lady is just as connected as her husband, quite a duo. Chase, Salomon Bros, BT Securities, and Smith Barney, who also contribute to the Council on Foreign Relations, appear to be involved in the financing of KinderCare, according to a Securities and Exchange Commission filing by KinderCare. Pete Marwick are the company's accountants. Pete Marwick are Council on Foreign Relations contributors, as are KinderCare's other auditors. Deloitte and Touche, Kohlberg, Kravis, and Roberts, or KKR, as they are known, donate to the CFR. Also, why the interest by Bush's friend Ray Kravis in the education of preschool children? They can surely make far more money in so many other ways. Maybe he just wants to help children. Yes, that's probably it. KinderCare also used the Eye of Ra, an ancient Egyptian and Illuminati symbol, in its publicity material before I started to investigate this. When I highlighted this on my website, KinderCare immediately removed the symbol, but they still have their version of the pyramid with the capstone missing. What on earth has the Eye of Ra got to do with preschool education advertisements? And another question, what chance do a 5-year-old boy like Zach and his family have of taking on a corporate giant like this and ensuring a just and open investigation of their case? KKR Coop, collapse it, and run. KKR are based at 9 West 57th Street, Suite 420, New York, NY 10019. In 1997, they acquired approximately 85% of KinderCare's stock. They moved its corporate headquarters to Portland, Oregon, after the takeover. David Johnson, the CEO of Red Lion Inns, a KKR company based in Portland, became the new CEO of KinderCare. They also replaced virtually the entire corporate staff. Kohlberg, Kravis, and Roberts are a New York investment firm specializing in leveraged buyouts, which are often hostile, and they use massive amounts of borrowed money. They often result in the dismemberment and/or bankruptcy of once solvent companies. KKR is Jerome Kohlberg Jr., Henry Kravis, and his cousin George Roberts. Its deals have included RJR Nabisco, $25 billion, Beatrice Foods, $6 billion, Safeway, $5 billion, and Owens, Illinois, $4 billion. Dealing continued in the 1990s with the Bank of New England, K3 Holdings, Consumer Magazines, and TW Holdings, Denny's and Hardee's Restaurants. Other holdings include American Reinsurance, Duracell, First Interstate, Fred Meyer, Stop and Shop, Union Texas, Petroleum, and Walter Industries, according to Hoover's Handbook of American Business 1993. KKR has also acquired the publishing and media operation, PRIMEDIA, which has included magazines like New Woman and 17, online, mortgage lender Nexstar, Regal Cinemas, which have more than 4,100 screens at about 430 theaters in more than 30 states, and the controversial In Schools TV network, Channel 1. Foreign subsidiaries picked up in the takeovers have included Del Monte Malaysia, Del Monte International in Panama, and Bandegua, Guatemala, the Philippine Packing Corp., Associated Biscuits Malaysia, and R.J. Reynolds Tobacco in Malaysia. Their financial backers included Metropolitan Life Insurance of New York, Prudential, ITMA, Northwest Mutual, manufacturers Hanover Trust, Bankers Trust, a backer of KinderCare, and state pension funds in Oregon, Washington, Utah, Minnesota, Michigan, New York, Wisconsin, Illinois, Iowa, Massachusetts, and Montana. I ask again, why would a company like this want to run a preschool operation? Put all this information together and there's a stench that defies fumigation. Here's George again. John W. DeCamp, a former state senator for Nebraska, wrote a book called The Franklin Cover-Up, Child Abuse, Satanism, and Murder in Nebraska, AWR Inc., Lincoln, Nebraska, 1992. In this, he details his knowledge of child abuse involving very famous names, including George Bush, Father George. He was investigating a massive savings and loans fraud at the Franklin Credit Union involving a prominent Republican called Lawrence King, who sang the national anthem at the Republican conventions of 1984 and 88. During these investigations, DeCamp discovered that King was also running a pedophile ring in Omaha, Nebraska, involving the chief of police, the owner of the local newspaper, and many other prominent people. In a video interview made in 1997, and now available through Hidden Mysteries at the David Icke website, he tells of a court case in which a young man was warned that if he told the truth about his abusers he would go to prison for 20 years. They had already done this with a young woman who was abused by the same prominent people. The man chose, hardly surprisingly, to keep quiet. DeCamp describes what happened when he approached the judge. "I said, you know, I am so depressed. I love our system so much. The judge was he just kept saying over and over, I'm just a man, I'm not a god. I'm just a man, I'm not a god. I can only do with the things I'm given, the evidence." He was right, I suppose. I said, everybody knows the truth. Everybody knows the truth. Every official, every judge, including you. He said, yeah. Then he said something else. He said, I can't change it, but I can help you understand it. If you want to understand Franklin, if you want to understand the Franklin cover-up, you want to understand what really happened, go read Billy Budd. If you want to understand what happened in Franklin, you won't agree, you won't like it, go read Billy Budd. I said, who the blazes is Billy Budd? He said, just go read it, you'll understand. DeCamp said the story of Billy Budd did help him to understand why a young abused woman went to prison, why 20 people he identified in his books were killed, and why things are as they are in Washington, D.C. Billy Budd was written by Herman Melville, the author of Moby Dick, and it is set in the great days of the British Navy when Britannia ruled the waves. Billy Budd is a teenage boy who finds himself in a squabble with a tough guy superior on a British ship. The superior dies in an accident, but Billy Budd is charged with his murder and faces a court-martial. A series of witnesses testify that Billy is innocent and that the dead superior was probably one of the most vile people on earth. But despite this evidence, the officers on the court-martial decide that they can't find him innocent because it would break down the system of absolute control they believed was necessary to prevent a mutiny. And there you have it. Innocent people go to jail, guilty people go free, and untold numbers of abused children go unheard to keep the system of control in place by protecting the famous political, economic, media, and military names who abuse, torture, and sacrifice children. They know that if the truth came out, the people would mutiny. I've got news for them, the truth is coming out. The experience of Zach has been suffered by millions of other children all over the world, and it continues today. The trauma compartmentalizes the minds of most of them so they can't remember until much later in life, or even not at all. Most of the rest are so terrified by the consequences of speaking about their experiences that they stay silent. That's why Zach is such a brave little boy. Those that do tell their story are faced with a system structured to suppress public exposure. The next time people want to close their minds to a child's fantastic story of ritual abuse, they should remember that. Chapter 16. Spiritual Satanism and Christian Conmen. Nothing is easier to manipulate than genuineness that isn't streetwise. David Icke. Christianity claims to oppose the force known as Satan, and yet there are many themes of satanic ritual within its beliefs and ceremonies. There are indications that the ritual of the Eucharist is a reflection of earlier rituals related to human sacrifice and blood drinking. There is the emphasis on symbolically eating the body of Jesus and drinking his blood as red wine. We might expect, therefore, that the Christian Church would be a front for Satanism and its blood and sacrifice rituals. That, it turns out, is precisely what it is. Today the religions of the world remain a major tool of the Illuminati agenda. They maintain the climate of unquestioning, unthinking ignorance, and their pseudo-morality provides a veil of hypocrisy, behind which the most sickening abuse of children can be hidden. Some of the most famous church leaders and evangelists on the planet are Illuminati operatives who use religion to manipulate and brainwash their followers while engaging in satanic rituals that beggar belief. That is not to say everyone is involved in these horrors, of course not. Most of the advocates of these religions would be as outraged as the rest of us if they realized what was going on. But religions are also compartmentalized pyramids that allow the knowing to manipulate the unknowing. Satanism and child abuse are an epidemic within religious institutions, and the wave of child abuse cases in the Roman Catholic Church and others are a tiny fraction of what is really happening. What better way to hide your satanic rituals and networks than within a Christian church that condemns the work of Satan? What better way to hide your child's sexual abuse than within a Christian church that worships gentle Jesus? And, with so many churches built on ancient pagan religious sites, energy vortexes, and ley lines, the Satanists desire access to those Christian buildings for their rituals. This they can do if they control the church. Dr. Lorda Fox is a Christian psychiatrist who has worked with many victims of Satanism and trauma-based mind control or multiple personality disorder. She wrote in The Spiritual and Clinical Dimensions of Multiple Personality Disorder, Books of Sanger de Christa, Salida, Colorado, 1992. Some Satanists have invaded the church as it is the perfect cover for them. They masquerade as angels of light and gravitate towards positions of leadership in order to have more influence. Because much of what they say is sound doctrinally, they are rarely detected. Most survivors whom I have worked with had Satanist parents who were in high positions in churches. Many were pastors. Billy Graham, the mind-controlled Satanist. Note that she did not say some or even many of those satanic parents were in high positions in the churches. She said most. The Illuminati deploys its agents, all of them under mind control of some variety, to lead their religious believers into the clutches of the Anunnaki agenda or New World Order. One such man is the most famous evangelist in the world, the American Billy Graham, who is a 33rd-degree Freemason and a practicing Satanist. He joined the Freemasons sometime around 1948. Graham is a friend of the shapeshifter, pedophile, and serial killer George Bush, and they famously prayed together. According to Bush, the night he ordered the genocide in Iraq in 1991, that same year, Billy Graham said on his U.S. radio show, Embrace America 2000, that the American people should support Bush's New World Order. Graham has also said that he thought UFOs could be the angels of God. Graham is close to Henry Kissinger, one of the most active manipulators for the Illuminati at operational level. Another friend was Allen Dulles, the Satanist director of the CIA. Dulles helped to fund Adolf Hitler and founded the Illuminati's World Council of Churches. Dulles was also, significantly, one of the main architects of the infamous MKUltra mind control project. Agents of the Illuminati, like Graham, are all subjected to multiple personality disorder programming. Through this, they are given cover personalities within a mind fractured into different compartments. The front compartment or altar, the one that normally interacts with the daily world, may be of a church leader, a top politician, a doctor, and generally people who would never be suspected of being involved with the Illuminati's satanic ritual network. Oh, he'd never do that is the response they are looking for if the truth ever threatens to come out. These programs can give someone like Billy Graham a word-perfect grasp of biblical doctrine, while his back altars or personalities take part in satanic sacrifice ritual. This is why we should not view many of these people harshly. They, too, are victims of the other dimensional entities, which inhabit their bodies and control their minds. David Berkowitz, the serial killer in New York known as the Son of Sam, said he was part of a satanic group that had orchestrated the murders. In letters to a church minister, he revealed the kind of people involved in ritual human sacrifice. Satanists, genuine ones, are peculiar people. They aren't ignorant peasants or semi-literate natives. Rather, their ranks are filled with doctors, lawyers, businessmen, and basically highly responsible citizens. They are not a careless group who are apt to make mistakes, but they are secretive and bonded together by a common need and desire to mete out havoc on society. It was Aleister Crowley who said, "I want blasphemy, murder, rape, revolution, anything bad." So, there is nothing contradictory about Billy Graham being a Satanist and the world's most famous evangelist. Researcher Alan Walton writes, these reptilian hybrids often lead a double life involving dual personalities. One which leads a normal life in the outer world, and one that is deeply involved with the underground alien society on a nocturnal basis. He says this is especially true of what he calls cocooned, hosted individuals and hybrids. Abductees. Graham's bloodline goes back to Jacob Frank, the leader of a Hebrew satanic cult called Sabbatianism, and this later became known as Frankism. The Rothschilds were involved with Frankism, and the truth shall set you free. Jacob Frank taught his followers to convert to another religion and to use that front to hide their Satanism. When Graham's ancestors first came over to America, they were from the Frank family. The American researcher Fritz Springmeier, himself a Christian, exposed Graham as a Satanist in his book Be Wise as Serpents in 1991. He expanded on this theme with the recovering mind control victim Cisco Wheeler in their book The Illuminati Formula to create an undetectable total mind-controlled slave. Springmeier, C. Clackamas Road, Clackamas, Oregon, 97-15199-6. Their sources included eyewitnesses and those who claimed to have been abused by Graham. Among other sources was a member of the Illuminati's Council on Foreign Relations who is secretly against the New World Order, an operative with the U.S. National Security Agency, who opposes the Illuminati, a high-level CIA administrator, Satanists and ex-Satanists, a former 33rd-degree Freemason, and various people who have worked with Billy Graham. On only 2 occasions, Springmeier and Wheeler say, were any of these people aware of what the others had told them? Philip Eugene de Rothschild, who claims to have been conceived and brought up by Baron Philippe de Rothschild in France, says that he was given a front altar personality as a pious Christian, which covered his satanic programming. He was programmed, dissociated, to infiltrate the Christian church for the Rothschilds and the Illuminati network. In an internet account of his life, he says, like the hundreds of thousands of this occult family's other biological children, I had my place and function within this clan's attempt to control the world. My efforts and my family's efforts strove to have a member of the European nobility of the Habsburg family assume the preeminent position over humanity, a position called the Antichrist by Christianity. While others were seated into government, academia, business, or entertainment, my place was within the body of Christ. I was to be a focus for spiritual power and controller of a cult within this church. In this church have lived people who I have known all my life to be the controllers and power centers of both the Rothschild family's false prophet and the Antichrist. Many dissociated Christians in the body of Christ hold similar corporate spiritual occult positions as part of the satanic New World Order. In my being I embodied the Luciferian morning star within the church. I represented the presence of all the other Satanists who were related to me in the morning star. Their spirits were present in me in the church, instructed through ritual but empowered by legions of spirits. I was a human and spiritual focus of corporate satanic energy into the body of Christ. For the Rothschilds, and for Satan himself I am sure, this was the ultimate sadistic irony in using Christians to bring in the Antichrist. But there is a certain demonic brilliance to it. By seeding the body of Christ with his occult followers, Satan has been able to generate the spiritual and sociological forces that are required to bring in the false prophets and the Antichrist's reign. Billy Graham is another such programmed front for Satanism in the Christian church. The trail to Graham was picked up in stages during general research into the Illuminati, and you only have to look at the people behind him to realize that he is a pawn of the bloodlines. The newspaper tycoon William Randolph Hearst, a high-degree Illuminati initiate, funded his early crusades. The Hearst Mansion in California is furnished with hundreds of ancient Egyptian and other Near and Middle Eastern artifacts. Most of them are original and were shipped to the United States by Hearst at enormous expense. It was Hearst's support for Franklin Delano Roosevelt that won FDR the Democratic nomination and the presidency in 1933. Roosevelt, the wartime president, was one of the great Illuminati frontmen of the 20th century. See, and the truth shall set you free. The Rockefellers, Whitneys, and Vanderbilts, all Illuminati bloodline families, have funded other Graham crusades. Ever wondered why Billy Graham has had such a close association with so many U.S. presidents? According to the research of Springmeyer and Wheeler, a high-ranking Scottish Rite Freemason and Mafia operative called David Hill lived for 2 years at Billy Graham's house. He was a friend of Graham's son, Franklin, they say. David Hill claims to have introduced Graham to the Mafia boss Joe Banana. Hill apparently turned against his former bosses and spent 18 hours over 2 days in a hotel room warning Graham about the Illuminati agenda. Springmeyer and Wheeler report, Billy Graham told David Hill at the end of their 2 days of talking in this eastern U.S. hotel room that he was a captive of that New World Order. They add, Billy Graham has the choice of continuing his job for them, or being destroyed. Since they created who he is, they can destroy him, and he knows it. David Hill was murdered when he had completed a manuscript exposing the Illuminati plans. They say, in March 2001, Springmeyer and his wife Patricia were raided by the FBI and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms, the agencies involved in the mass murder at Waco. Springmeyer's research was taken together with money and other items. A breathtakingly biased and distorted news story followed. Usual technique. Springmeyer and Wheeler say that when Graham's crusade went to Portland, Oregon, where they live, his staff was able to contact many recovering victims of trauma-based mind control and satanic ritual abuse. How could they do that? They were invited to a meeting with Graham. At this meeting, some of the victims say, Graham used a series of classic trigger words and phrases to re-establish their programming. Graham has surrounded himself with Freemasons, including William M. Watson, the director of Graham's Evangelistic Association and a chairman of the Illuminati's Occidental Petroleum Corporation, and David M. McConnell, another director of Graham's association, and U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. 1968-69. The latter is an important Illuminati post also held by the Illuminati's George Bush and Madeleine Albright. Graham has supported the ministries of Robert Schuller, Norman Vincent Peale, and Oral Roberts, all 33rd-degree Freemasons. According to Springmeyer and Wheeler, Philip Eugene de Rothschild told me the following about Oral Roberts and his son Richard Roberts from his own direct experience in the satanic network of the Illuminati. Oral Roberts succeeded in hijacking contemporary American Christianity to worship a different Jesus under the power of a different Holy Spirit. Oral has been, and still most probably is, despite his retirement, an occult priest of the old Sumero-Akkadian mystery religion, Satanism in its most pristine form. Mr. Roberts was my occult spiritual mentor and indoctrinator. He has been the closest of friends to my Rothschild family and to Prince Philip. Mr. Richard Roberts is a corrupt televangelist from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Richard is now actively enlarging the occult spiritual legacy of his father. Mr. Roberts is an occult sorcerer par excellence who is empowering the apostasy of contemporary American and Western Christianity. The evangelists Robert Schuller and Norman Vincent Peale offer a similar story. Schuller, like Graham, is sexually served by women from the Illuminati mind control programs. Peale, a good friend of Graham, is a sixth-degree Illuminati through the Pilgrim Society. Another strand in the web. By far the largest number of new converts from Graham's New York crusade have been handed to Peale's church. Oral Roberts has been seen by Springmeier and Wheeler sources taking part in Satanism and mind control. The charismatic movement is an Illuminati creation. Graham helped to launch the Oral Roberts University in Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Southern Baptists, of whom Graham is a member, are Illuminati-controlled through the Freemasons. Jesse Jackson, another Illuminati preacher and friend of Graham, is a Prince Hall Freemason, the Order for Black People. What a monumental fraud this guy Jackson is, but then he's not alone. The 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry is an honorary degree and can only be attained at the behest of those who control the 33rd degree from its supreme headquarters in the serpent-decorated temple in Washington. Jim Shaw, who was initiated there, said in The Deadly Deception that he saw some very famous faces at the ceremony. There were some extremely prominent men there that day, including a Scandinavian king, 2 former presidents of the United States, an internationally prominent evangelist, 2 other internationally prominent clergymen, and a very high official of the federal government, the one who actually presented me with the certificate of the 33rd degree. My emphasis: they hail from Yale. Another famous Illuminati face within the Christian movement is Pat Robertson, the American television evangelist and close friend of the Bush family. Robertson is yet another product of Yale University, the home of the infamous Skull and Bones Society. Bill and Hillary Clinton graduated from Yale in 1973. Gerald Ford, a Yale Law School graduate, became President of the United States in 1974 after the Watergate scandal removed Nixon. And George Bush Sr. and Jr. are both Yale men who were initiated into the Skull and Bones Society. Interestingly, according to a History Channel documentary in February 2001, son Bush's Skull and Bones name was temporary. In its windowless mausoleum across the road from the Yale campus, the Skull and Bones initiates take part in their blood rituals. These involve drinking from a human skull, and the truth shall set you free. And the biggest secret. Jim Shaw reveals that the initiation into the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry includes drinking wine from a human skull. The Knights Templar, out of which Freemasonry sprang to a large extent, were accused at the time of the Purge in 1307 of using skulls in their rituals. And indeed they used to fly the Skull and Bones flag on their ships. Pat Robertson's father, Senator A. Willis Robertson, helped to block the congressional investigation into the banking and currency practices of the Illuminati's Federal Reserve Bank. Pat Robertson wrote in his book, The New World Order, that his father was chairman of the House Banking and Currency Committee, and went on to chair its equivalent in the Senate. He said his father had the hearty support of the Banking Committee, and, as I write this I am looking at a lovely sterling silver tray given him by the American Bankers Association at their annual meeting in San Francisco, October 25, 1966. My father was also a colleague in the Senate of Prescott Bush, the father of George Bush. Robertson boasts in the book about his distinguished heritage that goes back from colonial days to the nobility of England. Oh, I am surprised. His father's buddy, Prescott Bush, Yale, Skull and Bones, was one of the funders of Adolf Hitler via the Harriman Empire. A Harriman Company, the United Banking Corporation, interfaced with the steel and banking network of Fritz Thyssen, who was acknowledged at the Nuremberg trials as a major financial supporter of the Nazi war machine. It was through the UBC, headed by Prescott Bush, that vast sums were channeled from the American Illuminati bloodlines to fund Hitler's military expansion. And the truth shall set you free. No wonder Robertson lent his support for the election of President George W. Bush, or Shrub, in 2000. Robertson claims to be a born-again evangelical Christian. He founded the Christian Broadcasting Network, CBN, in 1961 and is the host of its stunningly tedious daily talk show, The 700 Club. The Christian Broadcasting Network has received funding from Illuminati families and has their classic lighted torch symbol as its logo. The other major U.S. Christian channel, the Trinity Broadcasting Network, has a lion and a white horse on its logo, both ancient symbols for the sun, and the dove symbolic of the Illuminati goddess. If you are in America, give TBN a watch. It is an experience you will never forget, nor will your eyes believe what they are seeing. Robertson was a candidate for the Republican presidential nomination in 1988 and a year later founded the Christian Coalition Political Pressure Group. He was born in Lexington, Virginia in 1930, studied at the New York Theological Seminary, and was ordained into the Illuminati-controlled Southern Baptist Church in 1961. A Bible conservative, he says he believes in traditional values. In 1981 he started the Freedom Council to recruit evangelical Christians for political action. He supported the then-President George Bush in his re-election race in 1992, and Robertson's Christian Coalition or the religious right were massively involved in the Bush camp. Confidential documents obtained by CNN showed that Robertson handpicked more than 30 Bush campaign leaders, and the Bush campaign had advance information on the printing and distribution of 40 million Christian Coalition voter guides favorable to Bush. In turn, he raised money for the Christian Coalition. 10. How ironic this is when you consider that George Bush is a pedophile, child killer, drug runner, mass murderer, and Satanist. How does that square with the alleged Christian beliefs of Robertson and his gang? But then there is far more to the religious right than religion. If, indeed, at its top level, there is any religion at all that would pass for Christianity, it's all a scam, and I urge Christians to investigate who dictates their religion, just as I urge Jewish people to look at how they are manipulated mercilessly by their self-appointed leaders at B'nai B'rith, the Anti-Defamation League, the British Board of Jewish Deputies, and Bronfman fronts like the Canadian Jewish Congress and the World Jewish Congress. These organizations that control the Christian and Judaic con men are themselves controlled by the same force. As I was completing this book, George W. Bush nominated Senator John Ashcroft to be his top law officer as Attorney General. Ashcroft is another member of the religious right who appears to have emerged from the same do what I say not what I do mold that spawned Pat Robertson. He describes himself as a Christian conservative who doesn't smoke, drink, or dance. He is against abortion because it takes a human life created by God and yet supports the death penalty. Go work that one out. Ashcroft's big claim to fame is his war on drugs and addictive substances, and he demands the death penalty for some such offenses. At the same time, he has taken $44,500 from beer companies since 1993, including $20,000 from St. Louis-based Anheuser-Busch. He has also been lauded by the booze industry in a video tribute produced by the Beer Institute of America. When Mother Jones magazine questioned this contradiction, Ashcroft said, "It's a product that is in demand. And when it's used responsibly, it's like other products." Oh, right, and the fact that it makes you money makes no difference, of course. Ashcroft also accepted money from the tobacco industry for his 1994 Senate race and said of tobacco that people should be free to make bad choices, unless Ashcroft decides otherwise, that is. He is another Robertson-type clone who will typify the Bush administration. A far-right hypocrite with a selective morality that changes by the sentence to meet the needs of the moment. Support the poor and needy, Pat Robertson. Pat Robertson, this man of Christian compassion, uses the viewers of his television station to support his business interests. Or rather the poor and needy. He operates a massive media and business empire, and it mixes very nicely, thank you, with his Christian ministry. One of his notorious business arrangements was in the Congo, formerly Zaire, which is now being ravaged yet again by an Illuminati war. Robertson's business there involved his friend, the vicious and criminal dictator, the late Mobutu Seko. Mobutu raped his country's finances and placed billions of dollars in sequestered accounts in Switzerland and elsewhere. It was said that Mobutu could have solved Zaire's financial nightmare just by writing a personal check. Robertson tried to sell Mobutu as a bastion of Christian anti-communism who was maintaining the line against Marxist guerrillas in Africa in support of U.S. interests. The two were close friends, and on one occasion Mobutu wined and dined Robertson on his personal yacht during a business trip. Robertson set up the African Development Company to mine diamonds, and this was also given lumber concessions by the Zaire government. By Mobutu, in other words. This is where Robertson's 700 Club, operated by his Christian Broadcasting Network, came in so handy. The members and other viewers were told that they were contributing money to Operation Blessing to help the needy in Africa. The needy, it seems, being better known as Pat Robertson, if what employees of this operation say is correct. Pilots for Operation Blessing told reporters that apart from a limited number of flights to transport medical supplies, most of their time in the air was spent ferrying mining equipment and other materials required for Robertson's African Development Company. One airman, Robert Hinkle, told the Virginia Pilot newspaper, "We got over there and we had Operation Blessing painted on the tails of the airplanes, but we were doing no humanitarian relief at all. We were just supplying the miners and flying the dredges from Kinshasa out to Tishikapa, the operations base for the African Development Company. We hauled medical supplies one time," added Hinkle. "It might have been 500 pounds at the most." State officials in Virginia have refused to comment on the findings of an investigation into Robertson's charity and his diamond mine venture. The Virginia Office of Consumer Affairs has been investigating allegations of impropriety since June 1997, when a state senator first raised the issue of tax exemptions for Robertson and possible consumer fraud, according to the Virginia Pilot newspaper edition of October 1, 1998. State Attorney General Mark Earley refused to disclose any information or findings. Robertson contributed $35,000 to Earley's election campaign, the largest donation from a single individual. Would you take moral lectures from Pat Robertson? Would you buy a used Bible from him? No, nor even a new one. But millions do. Robertson has since condemned Mobutu in an attempt to distance himself from the scandal. Many people don't realize that the family television channel was created by Pat Robertson's International Family Entertainment. Robertson wanted, he said, a family values channel, which did not pander to the lower moral instincts of sex and violence. He then sold the family channel along with Icke to Rupert Murdoch's News Corporation for nearly $1.7 billion. It made multi-millions for Robertson. His Christian broadcasting network held 3.8 million shares of International Family Entertainment. Robertson said that $136.1 million from the stock sale would be used to fund a global evangelism program. CBN will also get an additional $109.3 million from a trust set up by Robertson using Icke stock. That money will become available in 2010. In addition, Robertson's Regent University sold its 4.2 million shares of Icke stock for $147 million. Robertson said the money would go into his school's endowment fund 12. These are just a few of the headlines exposing the background of the man who seeks to tell Americans how to live their lives and who should govern them. The leader of the moral majority. Bullshit. Christianity and religion in general were created to deceive at their very foundation, and they have been used for deception ever since. The guys who reach the top are those who know that the whole basis of the faith is nonsense. To them it is a money game and a means to support the agenda of their Illuminati masters. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Hybrids. Wherever you look at the top of these religions you find either con men or Satanists. Often both, and those who are simply too manipulated to see what is going on around them. The religious con men have a simple philosophy. I'll say what I need to say and be what I need to be to get what I want. In my experience so far, the most obvious satanic church is that of the Mormons. Or the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, based in Salt Lake City, Utah. Kathy O'Brien in Transformation of America says the Mormon operation in Salt Lake City is a major center for Illuminati trauma-based mind control. The Mormons were an Illuminati creation, as I mentioned earlier. And its founders were all high-level Freemasons and Merovingian bloodline. The Rothschilds supplied their funding. Joseph Smith founded the Mormons after an angel called Moroni appeared to him in 1823. As I outlined earlier, the Book of Mormon claims to be an account of how the lost tribes of Israel came to America. But there were no lost tribes, as the Samaritan people confirmed. Joseph Smith also claims in his fairy tale that Jesus visited America to see the civilization his chosen people had created. Smith became an entered apprentice Freemason on March 15, 1842. And the next day was made a Master Mason. According to Freemasonic rules there should be at least a 30-day gap, but the Grand Master of the Illinois Lodge, Abraham Jonas, waived this. In his work, History of the Church, Joseph Smith confirms he was a Freemason and notes that on March 15, 1842, I received the first degree in Freemasonry in the Novo Lodge, assembled in my general business office. The next day he records I was with the Masonic Lodge and rose to the sublime degree. Master Mason. Dr. Reed Durham, a president of the Mormon History Association, said, "There is absolutely no question in my mind that the Mormon ceremony which came to be known as the endowment, introduced by Joseph Smith to Mormon Masons, had an immediate inspiration from Masonry. It is also obvious that the Novo Temple architecture was in part, at least, Masonically influenced. Indeed, it appears that there was an intentional attempt to utilize Masonic symbols and motifs. If anyone is in any doubt that Mormonism is Freemasonry under another name, they should compare the Masonic oaths with those of the Mormons. Here is just one example. In the Mormon ceremony it says, "We and each of us do covenant and promise that we will not reveal the secrets of this, the second token of the Aaronic priesthood, with its accompanying name, sign, grip, or penalty. Should we do so, we agree to have our breasts cut open and our hearts and vitals torn from our bodies and given to the birds of the air and the beasts of the field." The Masonic ritual says, "I, most solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will not give the degree of a fellow craft mason to anyone of an inferior degree, nor to any other being in the known world, binding myself under no less penalty than to have my left breast torn open and my heart and vitals taken from thence, to become a prey to the wild beasts of the field and vulture of the air." Joseph Smith's Mormon endowment ceremony was simply rituals from Freemasonry's Blue Lodge degrees. Even their underwear is the same. On Mormon underwear a carpenter's square covers the right breast and over the left is a Freemasonic compass. There is an opening at the navel to symbolize the disemboweling penalty for disclosing Mormon secrets. They are told that their underwear will be their shield and protection, especially the Masonic symbols, and they can only use their worn-out underwear for other purposes if they cut or burn out the areas depicting the Masonic square and compass. These instructions are straight from occult or ritual magic. Jim Shaw, the former 33rd degree Freemason, describes yet another Freemasonic connection to the Mormons. A recommendation for acceptance is called a recommend in the lodge, as is the case with Mormons seeking admission to the secret rituals of the Mormon temple. Much of the Mormon temple ritual is the same as the Masonic ritual, having been borrowed from it by Smith. The Mormon buildings are adorned with Illuminati symbols. The inverted pentagram, the most obvious of satanic symbols, can be found on the temple at Salt Lake City, on the Mormon Museum nearby, and on other Mormon properties. The pentagram is used in rituals to summon demons in Satanism and, in its inverted form, is said to be the sign of Satan, the goat of men's, or Baphomet. This is the deity some of the Knights Templar were accused of worshipping when they were purged in France in 1307. Wherever you find an Illuminati satanic operation, the symbols of the sun and moon will be prominently displayed. The Mormon Nauvoo Temple included 32.5-ton stones depicting the radiant sun and 30 moonstones before the building was destroyed. Smith said the sunstones symbolized the Mormons' celestial kingdom, another steal from Freemasonry. Sunstones, moonstones, Saturn stones, star stones, earth stones, and a depiction of Ursa Major are all to be found on the Salt Lake Temple. So, too, is the Illuminati's all-seeing eye, one of their most obvious symbols. The Mormons use the symbol of the beehive, a symbol of the Merovingian bloodline. This is hardly surprising with the two Smiths and Brigham Young from that genetic stream. The beehive is further symbolic of the ancient goddess Artemis, also known as Diana. The Salt Lake Temple is built with granite, a rock that has been used throughout the ages for temples on Earth power centers and for esoteric initiation. When I spoke in Salt Lake City, near the temple, I came across the fascinating book by William J. Schnoebelen called Mormonism's Temple of Doom. Schnoebelen was initiated into the Wicca pagan religion, then into Freemasonry. Before going through the Mormon initiation in the Salt Lake Temple, he shows in great detail that all three initiations were the same. They have the same oaths, secret handshakes, and garb. We are looking at one face hidden by many masks. Joseph Smith even used the Freemasons' code for distress in his dying words. When a Freemason is in trouble, he says, "O Lord, my God, is there no help for the widow's son?" Smith's dying words included, "O Lord, my God, is there no help for the widow's son?" He also gave the Freemasonic sign of distress. Joseph Smith carried a dove medallion given to him by an English Masonic lodge, and the dove is Illuminati symbolism for Queen Semiramis, the female deity in their Babylonian trinity, and for the dragon queens. Today the Mormons, as an important branch of the Illuminati, have a strong influence in Washington. Congressman Orrin Hatch, an elder of the Mormon Church, is one of their representatives, but there are many others. The rank-and-file Mormons who knock on your door or stop you in the street with their scrubbed faces and their smart clothes have no idea about any of this. When I visited Salt Lake City in 1999, two lovely Mormon girls gave me a tour of the temple site. One was from Thailand, the other from Hong Kong. They had been working day and night back home to earn the money to pay for their flight to America and all their expenses for the privilege of serving the church in this way. They told me what the hierarchy told them to tell all the visitors, and they repeated their script without question. I told them a few facts about the Jesus story, and they said they had no idea this information existed. I asked them if there was any significance in the fact that the founders of the Mormon Church were Freemasons. They looked at each other in bewilderment, and eventually one said, "What are Freemasons?" This is the way the few control the many. Then there is the strange story of the toad, which Smith said appeared when he went to find the plates on which the Mormon religion was founded. Smith worked from time to time for the family of Benjamin Saunders. In an interview in September 1884, which is still in the Mormon Library archives, Saunders says that Smith described how he saw a toad-like amphibian transform into a man. Saunders said, "I heard Joe tell my mother and sister how he procured the plates. He said he was directed by an angel to where it was. He went in the night to get the plates. When he took the plates, there was something down near the box that looked something like a toad that rose up into a man, which forbid him to take the plates." He told his story just as earnestly as anyone could. He seemed to believe all he said. In 1833, Willard Chase corroborated the story in an affidavit. He saw in the box something like a toad, which soon assumed the appearance of a man, and struck him on the side of his head. Given the evidence available to expose the Mormon Church for what it really is, one may think that its followers must have also been struck on the side of the head by a blow of some considerable power. But so many people find blind faith a source of such comfort that they will defend their belief to the death, even though they, themselves, are victims of it. You can find more detail about the real Mormon Church in the religious archives at www.davicke.com and elsewhere on the internet. There is a Mormon Exposed site run by two former Mormons, Gerald and Sandra Tanner, at www.utlm.org. Sandra Tanner is the great-great-granddaughter of Brigham Young. Mormon Satanism. So the Mormon religion was founded by Freemasons, uses Freemasonic, Illuminati, and ancient rituals and symbols, and is big into blood atonement and terrible vengeance for revealing the secrets. It has all the signs of being a front for Satanism, and so it is. I have received many testimonies from the victims of Mormon Satanism and mind control, and the following story is indicative of all of them. It comes from a woman who was brought up in the Mormon faith in Utah. She told me that most of the early faithful were from the Merovingian bloodline, which is Illuminati, and that the abuse of children was handed down through the generations to create robotic slaves of trauma-based mind control. They helped each other by abusing each other's children and traumatizing them to split their minds. She said, "It is interesting how many faiths encourage, even demand, that people marry within their church. As researchers of trauma-based mind control have established, the Illuminati are looking for families with a history of child abuse and trauma because each new generation of these bloodlines becomes more open to mind control as their DNA is reprogrammed by the experiences. To have family networks of abused children is to have a breeding ground for those who are more open to mind control than the rest of the population. If you ensure that these family networks are of the Anunnaki bloodline, you have hit the jackpot. You have people who are both very open to mind control and, through their genetics, it is easier for the fourth dimension entities to possess their bodies." The Mormon Church, of course, is obsessed with genetics and bloodlines, and its massive genealogical data banks are used by the Illuminati to keep records of who has the reptilian bloodline and who does not. Researcher Alan Walton writes, "My genealogical line intersects with the ancestry of the English royal family. And from what I understand, many of the hybrid lines have ended up in the neo-Masonic lodge known as the Mormon LDS Church, which serves as a cover for many of the old reptilian bloodlines. Possibly the reason why LDS prefer large families, i.e., to breed out the normal human genetic lines to be replaced by reptilian, hybrid lines. I am familiar with many Mormon-cultured hybrid abductees who are also MPD. Multiple personality disorder. However, I have also found that there is tremendous pressure placed on these people, especially in Utah, one of the major underground nesting areas for both reptilians and hybrids, not to discuss their abductions, even though the Mormon Church officially does teach in the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations. There are, however, even more full-blooded reptilian and hybrid bloodlines who reside permanently in the underground society, and who are sold-out satanic worshipping, blood-festing shapeshifters. I will call my Mormon informant Jane, because, like most of the people who tell their stories, they are concerned for the consequences. This is especially true when they have seen at close hand what these guys will do." She said the first Mormon ritual she attended was in Bountiful, Utah, wearing the dress her mother had made for her 4th birthday. A woman beat her with branches from a tree and she was told, "See, Jesus doesn't love you and he is not going to save you." This is straight from the manual of trauma-based mind control. Jane said the beating was so intense that she left her body and was watching herself being hit. This often happens in these circumstances, and it is the mind dissociating, splitting, withdrawing and distancing itself from the trauma. People of certain bloodlines with family histories of child abuse dissociate easily, and each time they do so another compartment is created in their mind. The woman who beat her was the one who welcomed the children at the Sunday school. When Jane saw her the next Sunday, she did not recognize her because the trauma had been compartmentalized. But she reacted by kicking and screaming, although she did not know why at the time. Since her memories have begun to return, as they have for many such victims, she recalled vividly being placed in a cedar chest and the lid secured. She was left in there until she lost consciousness, and when she was revived she was told that Jesus didn't love her, and that Satan had come to save her. This happened several times and was designed, obviously, to turn her allegiance to Satanism. She also has memories of nearly drowning many times. She says she was belittled, beaten, and starved. Her father would eat in front of her and her brother while they went hungry. Her mother was treated the same. All this is classic mind control technique. When people go for long periods without food and are mentally, emotionally, and physically exhausted, they are more open to suggestion. After world wars, for example, the global population is most open to suggestion because they are mentally, emotionally, and, at least many, physically exhausted. When Jane's family moved to Murray, Utah, her school sent her to a social worker once a week and he sexually abused her. She was told she would be in big trouble if she revealed the secret. As we've seen, children are often told that they or their loved ones, including their animals, will be slaughtered if they ever tell anyone. They are also drugged and made to perform sacrifices on other children. This is videoed and played back to them in a non-drugged state. They are told that if they don't do as they are told, the police will be shown the video, and they will be locked in prison. Jane remembers at least 2 occasions when her parents held her down and gave her a shot of something from a syringe, and the sexual abuse of her and her brother was incessant. I was sodomized so badly during those years that I developed fissures in my rectum 3 different times. It never occurred to me to tell my mother because the programming to keep the secret was so in place. I just suffered in silence. I also remember this man using my mother for sex and she has no memory of it at all. She says she was taken to the most secret Mormon rites at the Salt Lake Temple at the age of 20. Instead of entering the temple through the front door, she was taken through a tunnel under the street. I was sent some material just after my visit to Salt Lake City, which was claimed to come from a military source. It described how the Mormon temple is on top of a reptilian underground base that could be accessed from the temple itself. Many ancient pyramids, temples, mounds, and other earthworks also had entrances to underground reptilian cities. Jane was taken through a tunnel to a place called the Pink Room. There she saw several of the Mormon leaders dressed in black worshiping Lucifer in a ritual called True Order of Prayer. This is a ritual form of the ceremony the regular Mormons go through with all the signs, tokens, and penalties. She said she saw one Mormon leader, a President Benson, tied to a chair and gagged when he refused to watch the sacrifice. When he still refused to participate, she says he was put in a white bag, like a laundry bag, and they all beat him. Jane also experienced the unexplainable disappearance of fetuses she was carrying. I would be fine and 3 or 5 months pregnant with not a sign of anything wrong, and then I would not be able to feel my baby by feeling my abdomen or feel it move, and I would not be pregnant. One time I was very far gone, but I don't know how far, maybe 7 months. And the baby disappeared and I was kept drugged for 6 weeks. When I came out of being drugged, I felt my stomach and there was no baby. A couple of years ago I remembered delivering that baby in a room. I was attended by 2 men that I don't know, and one said he was the father of the baby. After he was born, they held him up for me to see, and I never saw him again and have never known what happened to him. I also remember having 4 babies removed from my body and them being sacrificed while I was tied to a cross-shaped stone altar. Everyone had on black robes and hoods and we were underground in a cave or something. I also remember seeing 2 monsters fighting furiously, dripping blood and fighting about what they were eating. They were reptilian and looked something like the dinosaurs that a teacher at school used to show us. I don't know what they were eating. I keep thinking that my mind wants to heal and I have to face that they ate my baby. But for now I can't handle it, so I think of it as just a nightmare. I can't get the furiousness of them eating out of my mind. It is so horrific. I'm afraid that eating the baby is exactly what they were doing. The scene that Jane describes under the Salt Lake City Temple is the same as that described by Arizona Wilder at the rituals conducted for the British royal family at places like Balmoral Castle. When we read all those ancient stories of sacrifices to the gods, including the thousands sacrificed by the Aztecs of Central America alone, we are looking at literal sacrifices to literal gods. Jane said, "The blood that they crave is like a homeopathic formula for our feelings and thoughts to be transmitted to them." She said that she would see the grays and tall beings with black robes. Her children and daughter-in-law would also see them, she said. What was so weird is that we could feel them around, but not always see them. They seemed to delight in showing themselves to me separately when I was alone. Her daughter-in-law became pregnant with twins who disappeared before birth, and she became an alcoholic and committed suicide because of her experiences. Jane became pregnant again and, in May 1992, shortly after hearing strange, but familiar, whooshing noises in the house, she started to hemorrhage. She was rushed to hospital where only the placenta was found. The baby had gone and the cord was sheared off like somebody cut off a piece of liver. But that part had not bled, only where the placenta was tearing away from the uterus. The sac was entirely missing also. I was very upset and knew what had happened, but of course could not discuss it with the medical personnel. I now think that the first noises that I heard were beings coming to harvest the baby. But I was not asleep or controlled by the sound in the usual way. They must have gotten it later because when the placenta came out, the baby had been extracted earlier. In October 1992, the month her husband died of cancer, she says she was lying on her bed with only a robe on when a light came through the window and burned a hole in her abdomen about the size of a pencil all the way into the organs. It was probably the height of the uterus, but to the right side a little bit. This caused a serious infection, she said, and she has since had huge burns on her abdomen. She recalls that the doctor asked how she got the burn and she could only tell him that it was there when she woke up. I just told him he couldn't handle the rest of the story. He could not figure it out, but wanted me to have skin grafts and I told him no. He made the appointment and kept pestering me to go, which I refused. I got it healed up after several weeks and it is smooth, but still quite red. The second time that it happened, it was at least the size of a hand spread out. I have been told stories along the same lines by mind control and satanic ritual victims in many religions because they are ultimately one religion: the Illuminati. Staggeringly, in the circumstances, Jane has shown enormous determination to recover her compartmentalized mind and, as this continues, more memories of what happened flood back into her consciousness reality. She has been helped, she said, by a deep faith in Jesus. I find that many recovering mind slaves hold on to a strong belief in Jesus, and this appears to be part of their programming. It's the double bind. They use Jesus as the opposing polarity to Satan and play these off against each other in the victim's mind. So whichever aspect of the programming they access, they are connected to an Illuminati deity. Jehovah's Mind Control Cult. The Jehovah's Witnesses, or Watchtower Society, is another Illuminati religion used for mind control and a front for Satanism. It systematically disconnects its members from non-members in the way of all mind control cults. The Jehovah's Witnesses are a replica of the Mormons, even down to the Freemasonic founders. Like Charles Taze Russell, it's amazing how everything fits together in the world of the Illuminati if you are prepared to dig deep enough. The people and organizations that attack and abuse each other in public, or appear to be in competition, turn out over and over to be different masks on the same face. We are told the Mormons and the Jehovah's Witnesses are different organizations that stand for different beliefs, and the followers of both would be aghast at the thought that they could be connected in any way. But the massive unthinking followers in any religion are merely the fodder and the screen behind which the real business goes on. Charles Taze Russell was from the Illuminati's Russell bloodline, which also founded the infamous Skull and Bones Society at Yale University. Russell was a Satanist, a pedophile according to his wife, and a friend of the Rothschilds. Indeed, it was the Rothschilds who funded the Jehovah's Witness operation into existence. Along with other Illuminati bankers, they enjoyed contributions from organizations like the Rothschild-controlled B'nai B'rith, which also helped the Mormons. This was proved in a court of law in Switzerland in 1922. According to researcher Fritz Springmeier, one of the key people involved in these contributions was Frank Goldman, who later became president of B'nai B'rith. Why would an organization set up, in theory, to help Jewish people and promote the Jewish faith be funding the Jehovah's Witnesses? I think the name Rothschild answers the question. Charles Taze Russell was a high-degree Freemason and Knights Templar. He promoted Zionism, another Rothschild creation, on behalf of his friends and backers. Russell's family was formerly known as Rossel and went to Scotland from Germany. Both are massive occult centers. Germany is where the Rothschilds emerged, and Scotland is one of the key areas of the world for Illuminati bloodlines. From the start, Charles Russell used his new Watchtower Society, based at Bethel, Brooklyn, New York, as a front for black magic, or Enochian magic as his brand of Satanism was called. He put the flying sun disk on the front of his books, an ancient Illuminati symbol going back to Egypt and Babylon. The Watchtower magazine has always been a massive subliminal and less subliminal occult symbolism, and the very name, Watchtower, is part of Illuminati and Freemasonic legend and code. To them, watchtowers are areas of the magical universe, the unseen realms. Russell was buried under a pyramid in the United States after, according to some researchers, he was ritually killed on Halloween 1917. As I've said, these leading Satanists of the Illuminati are ritually killed when their time comes, so their occult power can be passed on. The Jehovah's Witness organization is named over and over by survivors of trauma-based mind control for being involved, like the Mormon Church, in unspeakable mind control projects. The Mormons and the Jehovah's Witnesses are the same organization at the top level, where the elders of the Mormons and the Watchtower Society operate a very different agenda to the one revealed to their followers. Jehovah's Witnesses are told to believe in and welcome Armageddon because that's the day the world will be destroyed and only they will avoid the Holocaust. We billions of non-believers will perish, but I am quite looking forward to that when I think of what the world would be like with Jehovah's Witnesses in charge. The Jehovah prophets have predicted this Armageddon over and over since their religion was created. But as each date has passed, another date has been announced to replace it. Witnesses and their children are separated from society, and only the minimum necessary contact with non-believers is encouraged. This isolates them from other information and visions of reality, and families are broken up by disconnecting witnesses from non-witnesses. While this isolation from mainstream society goes on, they attend meetings 3 times each week to be brainwashed with the religion's dogma, hatred, and fear. Look at these examples from their own publications. Is it proper for a Christian witness of Jehovah to have business relationships with one who has been disfellowshipped? Generally speaking, it would be desirable for us to have no contact with disfellowshipped persons, either in business or in social and spiritual ways. The Watchtower, December 1, 1952, page 735. In the case of the disfellowshipped relative who does not live in the same house, contact with him is also kept to what is absolutely necessary. As with secular employment, this contact is limited and even curtailed completely if at all possible. The Watchtower, July 15, 1963, page 443. In faithfulness to God, none in the congregation should greet such persons when meeting them in public, nor should they welcome these into their homes. Organization, 1972 ed. Page 172. As always with mind control cults, which all religions are in the end, there is the pressure not to think or question. Avoid independent thinking. How is such independent thinking manifested? A common way is by questioning the counsel that is provided by God's visible organization. The Watchtower, January 15, 1983, page 22. Fight against independent thinking. Yet there are some who point out that the organization has had to make adjustments before, and so they argue, that shows that we have to make up our own mind on what we believe. This is independent thinking. Why is it the danger? Such thinking is evidence of pride. The Watchtower, January 15, 1983, page 27. And then there is the call for witnesses to hate in the name of their God. Very appropriate given the hateful nature of the biblical Jehovah. In order to hate what is bad, a Christian must hate the person with whom the badness is inseparably linked. The Watchtower, July 15, 1961, page 420. We must hate in the truest sense, which is to regard extreme and active aversion, to consider as loathsome, odious, filthy, to detest. Surely any haters of God are not fit to live on his beautiful earth. What do you do with anything loathsome or repugnant that you detest and abhor? The answer is simple. You get away from it or remove from your presence. You do not want to have anything at all to do with it. This must be exactly our attitude toward the haters of Jehovah. The Watchtower, October 1, 1952, p. 599. I have met many people who have seen their families destroyed by the Jehovah's Witnesses and their mental dictatorship. Children will not talk to their parents, brothers and sisters, and vice versa, because they believe them to be evil for not worshiping Jehovah. When people leave the organization, no matter how much they may have served its cause, they are treated like lepers, and their children who remain in the religion are told to hate them and refuse to speak with them. The former witness who sent those Watchtower quotes to my website wrote, "I was a Jehovah Witness for 37 years. I disassociated myself from the organization due to the extreme control and manipulation of the people. Because I choose not to be a Jehovah Witness, I am ostracized and shunned. I am not allowed to see my relatives that are still trapped in a hard and cold and unforgiving religion. I am not allowed to see my nieces and nephews. The shunning laws are breaking up many families, causing many divorces, also driving people to suicide." But then what does the Watchtower leadership care? The organization is not there to serve the interests of its members. It is there, and always has been, to serve the Illuminati. Witnesses are discouraged from listening to popular music, celebrating festivals and holidays with non-witnesses, and urged to read the Bible every day. The way they should interpret that Bible, however, is laid down by the hierarchy in Brooklyn, New York, one of the Illuminati's global centers. They are told to take everything literally, and so when Acts 15:29 speaks of the need to abstain from blood, the Jehovah's Witnesses refuse blood transfusions even if it means their child will die. What greater level of mind control can you have than that? Hebrews 10:25 says, "Do not forsake the gathering of yourselves together," and this is used to pressure people to attend Kingdom Hall meetings 5 times a week. Not only the minds, but the clothing and hairstyles of the witnesses are monitored. Every area of their lives is dictated, including the movies and television programs they should and should not watch, celebrating birthdays, lotteries, relationships after divorce, interracial marriage, drinking tea and coffee, wearing cosmetics and jewelry, national anthems, contraception methods, oral sex in marriage, and masturbation. The latter is forbidden, but then just allowing yourself to take this crap would qualify you for the title of wanker. Surely, while all witnesses may not submit to all of these impositions to begin with, the repetition defeats them in the end with the power of the group submerging the individual. Serious rebellion is counseled and the threat made of disfellowship. Some have been thrown out for documenting the provable errors in Watchtower literature and history. No questioning or rebellion against the leadership is tolerated, and witnesses are pressured to inform on each other. This creates the nowhere to run, nowhere to hide mentality that is always used in mind control operations. The microchip and the explosion of spy cameras are designed to have the same effect on the collective mind. Doing anything wrong becomes so difficult to keep private, and the consequences of it become so harsh that in the end the most determined of rebels can be worn down and battered into conforming. Encouraging witnesses to confess their sins to an elder opens the way for unlimited blackmail. Nor is the privacy of these confessions maintained, as former witnesses have confirmed. They are kept in a constant state of fear and unworthiness. Another foundation of mind control programs. If you want to give your mind and your life away, join the Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses. In fact, join any religion. If you look through the religious archives on my website, you will see the scale of Satanism and child abuse in the churches of all denominations. Protestant, Catholic, Mormon, Jehovah's Witnesses, Pentecostal. All of them. And they are a fraction of the cases that are known, let alone the far greater number that go unreported. What is even more sickening is the way such crimes against children and others are covered up to protect the good name of the church. Not only are the stories on which the churches are founded a blatant fabrication, they do not even follow the more positive aspects of those faiths. The most senior Roman Catholic in Britain, the Archbishop of Westminster, has been exposed for allowing a known pedophile to continue working as a priest. The church secretly paid compensation to 2 of his victims to keep them quiet, and they never informed the police. The priest, Father Michael Hill, was sheltered from public exposure by Archbishop Murphy O'Connor and appointed as chaplain to Gatwick Airport. There he abused a youngster who missed his flight and went to the airport chapel for comfort. Hill was jailed for 5 years in 1997. One of his many victims, then age 9, told BBC Radio, "He used to come into me, kneel next to my bed and start reading me stories about Jesus. You know, the Lord, and he used to put his hand under the cover and down my pajama bottoms. I used to hate it, you know, my worst nightmare. Archbishop Murphy O'Connor, a man officially appointed by the Pope, was warned in 1983 that Hill was a child abuser, but continued to support him. The Archbishop says the Church takes child protection very seriously. Oh really? I think priest protection and own skin protection is a rather higher priority. The New Age, old age, religion. You would not think, on the face of it, that Christianity would have anything in common with the so-called New Age. But it has. The New Age claims to have rejected the official religions to pursue a personal and direct connection with what we call God. In fact, while I have much in common with the metaphysical basis of much New Age thought, that's where the connection ends. The New Age is just the latest Illuminati religion created to seize the minds of those who cannot be imprisoned by official religion or what we bravely call science. Understanding the metaphysical nature of multi-density, multi-dimensional life is far too close to the truth. Something must be done. So vast swaths of the New Age is populated by those in the ultimate illusion, those who are convinced they are thinking and feeling for themselves when they have simply given their minds away to another master. It could be a channeled entity from another density, Astral Command, an Illuminati-created myth of some extraterrestrial saviors, or the apparently endless stream of gurus and living gods on Earth. I have seen many over the years on videos and at conferences of various kinds. The audience are in awe of these people, and yet at least the majority are either multi-personality programmed operatives for the Illuminati or consciously conning their followers. There is no difference between these New Age heroes and the television Christian evangelists who fleece and mislead the watching millions. The times I have heard these New Age saviors saying that some entity or other had said this or that it happened or was happening when it was provably not true. One guy told his fawning audience that he and his team had changed the vibration of the vehicle pollution in Phoenix, Arizona, and so dramatically reduced the fumes. This claim was greeted with wild applause. So when I drove through Phoenix later that same day, the fume cloud hanging over city and the pollution I breathed in must have been a figment of my imagination. I can offer no greater example of the New Age conmen and the millions who hand over their minds to them than Sai Baba. This guy is a guru figure worshipped as a living god on earth by vast numbers of people worldwide and at all levels of society. He operates from his ashram in Puttaparthi, India. Thousands go there and just sit in vacant awe at this man in the long orange frock. I attended an event once in England in which the audience was asked to sing a song of worship to Sai Baba by a woman almost overcome with emotion for this god. But do you know who Sai Baba really is? A pedophile, con man, thief, and almost certainly worse. Don't take my word for it. Ask people who have worked closely with him for 20 years and more. Longtime Baba devotees, Faye and David Bailey, have massively exposed him as a colossal fraud from their own experiences and by collating evidence from countless others who have seen that Baba is a manufactured myth. The accounts of his sexual abuse of children, teenagers, and adult men are enormous, and he is described as a thoroughly vicious piece of work. He is famous for producing vibhuti, an ash substance, and valuable watches, rings, and trinkets out of nowhere by manifesting them from another dimension. The Baileys, and the stream of testimonies they have compiled, prove that the vibhuti was manufactured in tablets from roasted cow dung and kept hidden between Baba's third and fourth fingers until required to manifest. The valuable jewelry turned out to be worthless trinkets purchased in the local village and elsewhere. Baba materialized a ring for David Bailey, which, the living god told him, was of great commercial value. When he took it to a jeweler in southern India for repair, the man in the shop immediately recognized it as a Sai Baba ring. He said that the stone was a valueless zircon and underneath he would find a piece of silver paper to make the zircon glitter. When the stone was removed, there indeed was the silver paper, and the jeweler said that the rings were made especially for Baba to manifest. The Baileys also document how Baba has conned people and the local community out of tens of millions of dollars and how he is implicated in a number of murders. This is the man to whom millions have conceded their minds, left their families, and married others purely on Baba's say-so. For the full details of Baba's child abuse and con trickery, contact Faye and David Bailey, read their quarterly newsletter, The Findings, 24, and see the religious archives on my website. Religion and much of its New Age mirror is a cesspit of lies, corruption, hypocrisy, and iniquity. By that I don't mean everyone who goes to church, follows a faith, or operates within New Age circles. Hundreds of millions of genuine people are involved in the old religions and the New Age. I mean those who control these Illuminati fronts and use them as a veil for the very behavior and abuse they claim to oppose. But they say there is one born every minute and, with religion, it must be every 10 seconds. These guys can only manipulate religion so effortlessly because there seems to be an endless supply of people desperate to give their minds away. When the Baileys began to expose Sai Baba, a couple of his devotees phoned to say that they knew that what was being exposed was true. But, the couple said, he is God and God can do anything he likes. There are still Christians being injured and even killed who handle snakes. They do this because it says in Mark's Gospel, chapter 16, verse 17, "They shall take up serpents." Dewey Chaffin, quoted in the American People magazine, said, "See, I handle serpents because it's in the Bible, like a commandment, and I drink strychnine because the Bible says it won't hurt me." Now, either every word in that Bible is right or it's wrong, and a few people can't control the world. It's a dawdle. Chapter 17. Serving the Dragon, the Future. Tell a lie loud enough and long enough and people will believe it. Adolf Hitler. The Sumer Empire was the start, or rather restart, of the Anunnaki takeover of planet Earth. And the period we are living through today is designed to see its completion. If we take a deep breath and refocus our eyes, the human predicament could hardly be clearer. For the few to control the many, decisions affecting the many must be made by the few. This demands the constant centralization of power over all aspects of life. And if you wish to control the entire planet, as the Anunnaki Illuminati do, the major decisions must be made at a global level. Now look at what has been happening throughout these thousands of years since the last cataclysm. First there was Sumer, a centralized empire controlled by the same bloodlines. When that dismantled amid the squabbles of the gods, this empire collapsed into its individual parts and, for a time, decision-making was decentralized. But the Anunnaki covert empire, which then began, has manipulated the world once more to the brink global dictatorship. In fact, in most areas of our lives, that is already the case. As the bloodlines and their influence expanded, especially from the Near and Middle East, tribes have been brought together into nations. The nations are being brought together into power blocks like the European Union, and the final stage, which we are now seeing unfold, is to bring the power blocks together under a world government. Central bank, currency, and army, game, set, and match to the shape-shifters, unless we awake from our hypnotic state. All this is not by accident, but by coldly calculated design, and the structure they are planning to introduce can be seen in Figure 41. Without it, the centralized control of the world by the Anunnaki would not be possible. Try controlling from the center if the key decisions affecting countries and communities are being made by those who actually live there and care for the freedom of their fellow citizens. You would have such a potential diversity of decision-making and, therefore, decisions, that you could not guide the world in the direction that suits your agenda. The coordination would not be possible to make all the individual parts decide the same thing. But if you create a structure in which global policy and politics, business, finance, media, and military is decided by world bodies, all controlled by the same force, you can dictate to the entire human race while calling it democratic freedom. The more you centralize, the more power you have over people and events, and so the more you can centralize. This is one reason why the pace of the agenda has quickened, especially in the last 150 years, and is continuing to do so. Gathering the tribes together into nations took the longest time, but once that was achieved, everything became so much easier. The takeover of the Native American lands by the Europeans was a wonderful example of how a vast culture of diverse tribes and decision-making was fused into a centrally controlled nation, the United States. This was achieved in a relatively short time because by then the Illuminati had built a power base within the nations of Europe, particularly, in this example, Britain and France. Under the tribal system, it was impossible for the Illuminati to centrally control the Native Americans. But under the U.S. federal government, it is child's play to dictate centrally to a nation of some 260 million people today. I am not suggesting that we need to go back to living in teepees or caves, or operating in tribes. It is the level at which decisions are made that I am highlighting here. You can have a modern society and still have diversity of decision-making. The Illuminati are desperate for you to believe that this is impossible, and that the more we advance technologically, the more we must centralize everything. This is not true. They just want you to believe that so they can justify their agenda. The European fascist dictatorship. The Illuminati global web is now a maze of interconnected secret and semi-secret groups who are manipulating to the same end: the centralization of power in all areas of our lives. It is these groups that have been responsible for the emergence of the centralized fascist state called the European Union. Its structure is a mirror of the very symbol, the fasci, from which the word fascism came. The fasci is a symbol from the Roman Empire. It is a bundle of rods tied together with an axe head at the top, symbolizing the destruction of diversity and the imposition of top-down dictatorship. This symbol is used by many secret societies, like the Knights of Columbus in the United States, and can also be found in the U.S. Congress building and on the seal of the state of Colorado. The rods are the countries of Europe and the axe is the centralized dictatorship that now controls them. The European Union is classic fascism, and this is precisely the governing structure they want for the world. The EU is a 100% Illuminati creation, manipulated into being by covert operators and a network of organizations coordinated by a secret society called the Round Table. This was first headed by the infamous Illuminati operative Cecil Rhodes, who left money to fund so-called Rhodes Scholarships, which continue to finance the expenses and education of Illuminati-selected students from around the world to attend Oxford University. Here they are schooled to become Illuminati agents and, if they agree to serve their masters, they go back to their countries and later enter significant positions of power. Bill Clinton is an excellent example of a Rhodes Scholar, and so is the former Australian Prime Minister Bob Hawke. The Rhodes Scholarship Network connects with the Round Table and the rest of the web. And Oxford University is the center of the Illuminati manipulation of global education. It is no coincidence that an area near the present Oxford University was the site of one of the earliest Druid initiation schools founded in Britain. The Round Table Network. In And the Truth Shall Set You Free, I have documented in detail how the European Union was founded by Illuminati placemen like Jean Monnet, Count Richard and Coudenhove-Kalergi, Joseph Redinger, and others. They were the public face for the forces manipulating the creation of the centralized European dictatorship we see today. Redinger, a Polish socialist, was also involved with Prince Bernhard of the Netherlands in the formation of the Bilderberg Group. This is an Illuminati operation funded by the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds. It was officially named after the Bilderberg Hotel in the Netherlands, where its first official meeting took place in May 1954. But Bill can have many connotations. Bill, for instance, was another name for Thor, the first king of Sumer, according to the Edda, and Bill also relates to Bel, the ancient sun god. Bilderberg actually translates, apparently, as Bill or Bell of the Mountain. The Bilderberg Group is coordinated by lovers of humanity like David Rockefeller and Henry Kissinger. Prince Bernhard, a German Habsburg and former Nazi SS officer, married into the Dutch royal family, the Merovingian House of Orange. This is the same bloodline as William of Orange, who played such a pivotal role for the Illuminati when he sat on the British throne, signed the charter to create the Bank of England, and started conflicts in Ireland that continue to this day. The House of Orange connects into the Orange Order, a Protestant secret society involved in the conflict in Northern Ireland. The Orange Order, in turn, connects into the Freemasons, the Knights Templar, and so on. Bernhard is a close associate of Prince Philip, and they operate that Illuminati front, the Worldwide Fund for Nature, which is exposed at length in The Biggest Secret. What a coincidence that all the key players behind the formation and subsequent centralization of the European Union have been attendees of the Bilderberg Group, which has pursued a policy for the centralized control of Europe since it was officially created in 1954. The very official suggestion to form the Bilderberg Group came from Joseph Redinger, one of the founders of the European Community, now Union, and Prince Bernhard. The present chairman of the Bilderberg Group is the Viscount Etienne d'Avignon, another bloodline placeman with the perfect career record. He was vice chairman of the European Commission in the 1980s, and chairman of Société Générale de Belgique, the massive banking and utility conglomerate in Belgium. He is also chairman of the Illuminati Front, the European Round Table of Industrialists. This formulates policy for the European Commission, which then dictates to the European Union. D'Avignon is a founder member and president of AMUE, the Association for the Monetary Union of Europe, as well as being a member of David Rockefeller's Trilateral Commission, the European Institute in Washington, and a director of Anglo-American Mining. European Monetary Union is a progression to the world currency. In his position as industry commissioner in the 1980s, d'Avignon was instrumental in turning European institutions from supporting small business to supporting big business. He did this by getting European industrialists, through his European Round Table of Industrialists, to draft European policy. This anti-democratic practice continues to this day. No wonder the Bilderberg elite chose this guy to replace Lord Carrington, the Rothschild bloodline, who was the Secretary General of NATO before becoming Bilderberg chairman in 1991. The Bilderberg Group is part of a network of organizations, which are all masks on the same Illuminati face. They are controlled by the same people and have different roles to play in advancing the agenda of global centralization. The others are the Royal Institute of International Affairs in London, the Council on Foreign Relations in the United States, and the Trilateral Commission, which operates in the United States, Europe, and the Far East. From this point I will indicate members and attendees of these groups by using those abbreviations after their names. They are satellite organizations orbiting their central core, the secret society called the Round Table. It was elite members of the Round Table in Britain and the United States who manipulated the First World War and wrote the Balfour Declaration in 1917, in which the British government officially announced its support for a Jewish homeland in Palestine. See, and the truth shall set you free for the background detail. The Balfour Declaration was a letter sent by Lord Balfour, the Foreign Secretary and elite member of the Round Table, to Lord Lionel Walter Rothschild, who was funding the Round Table. The Rothschilds have controlled Israel since its foundation and funded the terrorist groups that bombed it into existence. This, by the way, is not a condemnation of Jewish people living in Israel. Just a comment on the merciless way they and others have been manipulated by forces they have no idea exist. The Bilderberg Group and the other strands of the Round Table network have among their number the top people in global politics, business, banking, media, military, education, almost every aspect of human life. It is their job to coordinate the same policy through apparently unconnected countries, political parties, military commands, newspapers and media, business and financial organizations. These people are compartmentalized, as with all Illuminati operations. And there are basically three levels. 1. The inner core who know the big picture. And these are Anunnaki shapeshifters. 2. The regular attendees who know most of the picture, and they will be Anunnaki shapeshifters lower down the hierarchy. 3. Those who are invited to a Bilderberg meeting because the Illuminati require a certain course of action from them at a particular time. Many of these will not be Anunnaki bloodlines, just manipulated stooges, who have their egos massaged and are made to think they have arrived on the world stage by such an invitation to rub shoulders with the big boys. These guys will know little, often nothing, of the Illuminati agenda. I have been talking and writing about the Bilderberg Group for more than 11 years, and older researchers have been doing so for a lot longer. Those few journalists who even bothered to listen have dismissed this information as a crazy conspiracy theory. But even some of those are now having to think again, purely by the weight of evidence. However, much as I welcome the increased attention focused on the Bilderberg Group and its network, I would stress that this is not the conspiracy, as many believe. It is merely one compartment of it. I have met Bilderberg researchers who have a padlocked mind to the wider conspiracy, of which that is only a small part. The Bilderberg Group is not even close to being the center of the conspiracy. It is an interface between the Illuminati and global politics, banking, business, etc. That's all. It is controlled by far more elite secret societies that dictate its actions and policy. Even the Round Table is not the top of the pyramid, only another strand in the web. Discovering the Bilderberg Group is to see one entrance to the labyrinth, not to locate its core. I can give you a feel for how the manipulation works by listing some of the Bilderberg attendees. The Secretary General of NATO, the head of the biggest military force in the world, is appointed by the Bilderberg Group, a private organization that 99.9999% of the human race has never heard of. Take the last 6 Secretary Generals alone: Joseph Luns, Lord Carrington, Willie Cleese, Manfred Wöhner, Javier Solana, and George Robertson. All are Bilderbergers. How many people know that? Exactly. And how many know that James Wolfensohn, the president of the World Bank, and heads of the World Trade Organization like Peter D. Sutherland and Renato Ruggiero, are Bilderbergers? Or US President Bill Clinton, UK Prime Minister Tony Blair, the German Chancellor Gerhard Schroeder and his predecessors, Kohl, Brandt, and Schmidt, or previous British Prime Ministers, Margaret Thatcher, James Callaghan, Harold Wilson, Ted Heath, and Sir Alec Douglas Hume, a former Bilderberg chairman. Hardly anyone knows this, including most members of their own parties. It was shapeshifter Ted Heath who signed the UK into the European Community in 1972, and government documents recently released under Britain's 30-year rule have shown that Heath knew from the start that this would lead to a centralized European state. It was Douglas Hurd, Heath's close associate, who signed us further into the web with the Maastricht Agreement in February 1992, which turned a free trade area into political union. Since then, the centralization of power has continued to advance with the single European currency, the euro, and now they are talking of a full-blown United States of Europe that will make nation-states mere administrators of European law. They virtually are now. That has been Illuminati policy going back almost 1,000 years to the founding of the Knights Templar. They wanted a United States of Europe even then. I said way back in the 1990s that the Labour Party's Tony Blair would be brought to power in Britain to take us further towards the single European currency and destroy British sovereignty. That is precisely what he is doing, and unless British people wake up, and fast, this is going to happen. Among the prominent opposition conservatives supporting Tony Blair and the policy of taking the UK into the euro are Ted Heath, Kenneth Clark, and Lord Howe. Because the Illuminati bloodlines are in the positions of power all over the world, they can activate apparently unconnected people in support of the Illuminati agenda. Thus we have the heads of Japanese corporations with factories in the UK threatening to close them if the UK does not join the single European currency. Tony Blair is delighted with these statements, of course, because they make his job easier. The manipulation of fear is the greatest weapon the reptilians have. Everything is based on this, and that's the idea behind the warnings from Japanese corporations. The Illuminati plan is to create American and Pacific unions based on the same structure we have in Europe. One would encompass the whole of the Americas and the other would control the Asia-Australia region. The Illuminati are preparing to use the same method they employed in Europe by evolving these political unions out of the free trade areas called the North American Free Trade Agreement or NAFTA and the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation or APEC. Presidents Father George, Bill Clinton, and now Boy George have all called for an America's-wide extension of NAFTA. I said years ago that the Canadian currency would be artificially depressed to encourage the Canadian public to replace their currency with the US dollar as part of this political and economic union of the Americas. That debate has now begun as the value of the Canadian dollar has collapsed. You don't have to be a prophet to predict the future. An understanding of the Illuminati and their plans is quite sufficient. The following are among the main foundations of their agenda. Some are already happening and others are in the process of being manipulated to happen. While I was writing this book in December 2000, it was agreed that the European Union would expand to include a dozen more countries and that many more decisions would be made by majority voting. In other words, countries would lose further rights to say no to a policy agreed by the European Union centralized state. Tony Blair made much of the fact that he refused to agree to majority voting on tax and social security decisions, and this allowed him to paint it as a victory for Britain's national sovereignty. In fact, that was a smokescreen behind which the Illuminati plan for a European dictatorship could advance still further. The world government. The United Nations was a vital achievement for the Illuminati. They tried and failed with their League of Nations after the First World War, and so they engineered the Second World War to batter nations into agreeing to a global forum to replace, in Winston Churchill's phrase, war with jaw. But as the Illuminati well knew, as did the Committee of the Council on Foreign Relations that wrote the Charter, the UN was only a stalking horse for a fully fledged world government. It is the same ruse played out to evolve the European Union out of the European Common Market. The plan has always been to create so many problems in the world that the only answer to them is perceived to be a global government to sort out the mess. Problem, reaction, solution. What the public has not been told, until now, is that those pressing for the world government are the same people who are creating the problems to justify it. Another scam is to persuade us that a world government would be the way to bring all people together as one humanity, caring and sharing, and recognizing we are all one family. Very nice sentiment on the face of it, but from the Illuminati point of view, that is their worst nightmare. They want humanity to be divided and ruled, not united and free. They use terms like the global village, global commons, global neighborhood and one world to manipulate people into missing the fundamental difference between one world, coming together in mutual support and cooperation, and a global centralized fascist dictatorship. Wasn't the United Nations supposed to achieve all the goals they are claiming for the world government? It's like the carrot and the donkey. They sell you a solution that involves centralization, and when that doesn't work, on purpose, they sell you another solution that involves more centralization. The Illuminati, as my other books document, controlled the people who created the United Nations, and they have controlled those who have administered its policy to this day. Even its headquarters in New York is built on land donated by the Rockefeller family, who also donated the land for the headquarters of the League of Nations. The UN building was previously the site of a slaughterhouse. With the Illuminati obsessed with blood sacrifice and symbolism, that is no coincidence. The world's central bank and currency, money, together with fear, are the main weapons of human control. When you follow the bloodlines through history, there are a number of themes that constantly recur: human sacrifice and blood rituals, war and conflict, and the system of lending people money that doesn't exist and charging interest on it. When you go into a bank and agree a loan, they don't print a single new note, mint a single new coin, or move an ounce of precious metal a single inch. They simply type into your account the amount they have agreed to loan. They have created money out of nothing, and it has cost them nothing to do it. But from that moment you start paying them interest on that money which has never and will never exist. They call this credit. The same force, the Illuminati, which created the banking system and controls all the banks, also created the political system and controls all the major governments. This has allowed these governments to pass banking laws that allow their banks to lend at least, and it is at least, 10 times what they have on deposit. In truth, it is far more than that. Every time you put a pound or dollar in a bank, you are giving them the right to lend 10 pounds or dollars they do not have. This system of so-called fiat money and fractional reserve lending means that banks can create money out of thin air whenever they choose. The deluge of debt, with which people, businesses, and governments constantly battle, is this same fresh air money. Personal debt, national debt, third world debt, all of it. None of this really exists, except as figures on a computer screen. Think about the suffering, poverty, and death that these crushing debts cause every day, and yet they are just figures on a screen written by a clerk in a bank. Nothing more. Imagine how the world would change if money was created interest-free. They tell you that this can't be done because that's what they want you to believe. Of course it can. Both President Kennedy and President Lincoln began to issue interest-free money. What else do these two men have in common? Governments could create their own interest-free money and remove instantly the need to pay fantastic sums in interest to the private banks. Isn't that simple common sense? Then why does no government or major opposition party ever suggest it? Answer: A. The Illuminati who control the banks control the governments and the hierarchies of the major political parties. And B. Most of the lower politicians in these parties are stunningly uninformed about the money system. I have even had to explain how money is created to professional economists before now. I kid you not. I met a retired bank manager in England some years ago, and it was only in the last months before his retirement that it dawned on him that all the money he had been lending for the bank throughout his career was just an illusion. It had never actually existed. In the United States, the trillions of dollars of government debt, serviced by the sweat and toil of the people, is owed to the U.S. Central Bank, the Federal Reserve. This was launched in 1913 by agents for the Rothschild, Rockefeller, and J.P. Morgan banking families, and, ever since, the U.S. government has borrowed its money from the Fed. The head of the Federal Reserve is currently the Illuminati Satanist Alan Greenspan, who took over from Paula Volcker. You get the picture. Greenspan attends the rituals at Bohemian Grove and, according to Philip Eugene de Rothschild, is high up in the Illuminati ritual hierarchy. The Fed decides the interest rates in the U.S., a fact that has a fundamental effect on the world economy because of the interdependency the Illuminati have built into their system. It makes centralized control so much easier if you have key power centers where the decisions have a global effect. And frontmen like Greenspan ensure that one individual holds such power. It is worth noting that the first policy change made by the UK government of Tony Blair was the announcement by his Chancellor of the Exchequer, Gordon Brown, that interest rates would no longer be set by the elected government, but by the Illuminati's Rothschild-controlled Bank of England, run by its governor, Eddie George. Americans believe that because the word federal appears in the title that the Federal Reserve is part of their federal government. This is not true. The Federal Reserve is neither federal nor has any reserve. It is a cartel of private banks controlled from Europe, i.e., the Rothschilds and the Illuminati. It has not produced audited accounts since it was formed in 1913, and yet this is the source of the national debt in the United States. This is how it works. When the government wants to borrow money, it issues a government bond or IOU to the bank, say for $1 billion. The bank then prints $1 billion or simply creates it on a screen, and this costs the Fed nothing because it pays the negligible cost of a few $1,000s with more fresh air money. From that moment, the U.S. taxpayer begins to pay the privately owned Fed interest on $1 billion. More than that, the government's IOU, now in the Fed's hands, is counted as an asset of the bank, and so it can now lend 10 times its value, in this case $10 billion, and charge interest on that, too. This is happening in every country in the world. When you go into a bank and sign over collateral for a loan, the same scam is played. Your house, land, or business is counted as an asset of the bank, and they can lend 10 times its estimated value to other customers. When you take out a loan, you are borrowing your own wealth and paying the bank for the privilege. Also, the banks have a system known as bank trades, which allows them infinite potential for loan capital. If, even by these ludicrous banking laws, a bank does not have enough on deposit to make a certain loan, it borrows money from another source. That source only has to put money on deposit at the bank for a short period, a month, even a few days, and during that time the bank can legally make a loan of 10 times the figure the outside source has deposited. Once the loan has been made, the source gets its money returned, plus a massive interest payment for its trouble. There is no need for anyone to be hungry or in poverty in this world. This is purposely engineered through the system of money and debt created by the Illuminati. The central banks are part of one network, the same as the oil companies, and they are all controlled by the Illuminati bloodlines. The Bank of International Settlements in Basel, Switzerland, and the International Banking Commission are the bodies that coordinate the policies of the apparently unconnected central banks. See, and the truth shall set you free. And the biggest secret for the fine detail and sources of what you are reading in this chapter. The public does not have a clue where money comes from. They just have some vague idea that the government prints it or something. In truth, all except a fraction of the money in the world comes into circulation through the private banks making loans of non-existent credit. So money comes into existence as a debt from the very start because money is brought into circulation by the banks issuing a loan or credit. In this way, the banks, ultimately controlled by the same people, have complete control over how much money is in circulation. And the money in circulation decides if we have an economic boom or depression. People suddenly deciding they don't want to work, buy things, or have a home is not the cause of economic depressions. They happen when there are not enough units of exchange in circulation to generate the economic activity that provides the necessary employment and income. Who controls how much money is in circulation? The Illuminati banks do. The following is a summary of how the economic cycle has been played out for centuries. First, you make lots of loans at low interest rates to encourage people to borrow money from you. This increases dramatically the amount of money in circulation and so makes more available for people to spend. This stimulates an increase in demand for and production of products, and that creates more jobs. We have a boom. It is an interesting fact that people tend to get into more debt during a boom because they are so confident financially that they borrow more money to buy a bigger car, bigger house, and better holidays. Companies borrow more from the banks to buy new machinery to meet the increased demand. The stock markets explode and people invest more of their money in this global casino, even taking out loans to do so. Then, when this boom reaches the optimum point for the sting to be most effective, the banks, under central coordination, begin to take money out of circulation. They push up interest rates through their Federal Reserve, Bank of England, and other central banks. Suddenly, a lot of money that had been circulating and buying products is withdrawn to pay the higher rates to the banks. And banks change their policy to ensure that they make fewer new loans. Eventually, more money is coming out of circulation than is going in, and there is not enough money in circulation to buy all the products and services available. People begin to lose their jobs. These job losses increase the rate of economic depression because those people no longer have the money to purchase what they did before. With no other jobs available, the unemployed lose their homes, their families go hungry, and businesses go bust. These homes and businesses were bought with loans of fresh air money from the banks. In doing so, the borrowers agreed that the banks were entitled to those homes and businesses if they did not keep up the payments. The depression, created by the banks, now gives the banks the right to confiscate all that real wealth, houses, land, business property and assets, in exchange for loaning nothing more than figures on a screen. In short, the banks make lots of loans in stage 1 and then withdraw so much money from circulation that there is not enough to pay them back. This ensures that they can legally steal the real wealth of the people. This is what smart-suited, and mostly thoroughly ignorant, economics correspondents on the television news call the natural economic cycle. There is nothing natural about it. The whole thing is a scam. The fishing line is cast in stage 1, the boom, and then reeled in during stage 2, the depression. This cycle of manipulation has been played out for hundreds and even thousands of years, back to the banking operation of the Knights Templar and to Babylon and beyond. This is the cycle that has sucked the real wealth of the world into the hands of the tiny few, and it still goes on. Now the Illuminati are planning to complete their financial control of the human race with a world central bank and one global electronic currency. This bank would make all the major financial decisions affecting every country. The currency would eventually bring an end to physical cash and all other currencies. While I was writing this book, a UK paper called Metro reported on December 20, 2000 that Singapore was moving to a cashless society by 2008. In an article beginning of End for Cash, the paper revealed that Singapore, a British-controlled Illuminati country, was phasing in e-money and would insist that everyone used it. Financial transactions would be made using money stored on computer chips, it said, and cash will be a thing of the past as money changed hands electronically using digital pulses transferred through mobile phones, handheld computers, and even watches. This is just the phase before they bring in microchip implants for everyone. Under the Singapore scheme, shoppers will be able to point a mobile phone at an item to register the price. The phone would check the shopper's bank balance on the internet and deduct the money from the account if it was told to buy the item. The Singapore's government said this will save a small fortune on labor, security and transportation costs involved in making and moving notes and coins. Lo Siang Kok, so have I, currency director at Singapore's Board of Commissioners of Currency, said, the physical notes and coins will be a thing of the past. There's no point in fighting technology. If you want to give your kids pocket money, you pass it to them by phone. They can use it for bus fares, in the school cafeteria, or whatever. He then listed all the merits of the cashless society that I have long predicted they would use to sell it to the people. Safer than cash and credit cards, etc., etc. Mayor Amschel Rothschild, the founder of the Rothschild banking dynasty, said, "Give me control of a nation's currency and I care not who makes the laws." This has been attributed to another Rothschild also. The fewer currencies there are, the more control you can have over the money system. This is why the euro has been introduced within the European Union and the pressure is mounting for Canada to take the US dollar. These are stepping stones to the world currency. Under the euro, for example, a group of unelected bankers at the European Central Bank in Frankfurt, where the Rothschild banking dynasty began, have control over the interest rates and financial policy for the whole of Europe. anyone ever questioned that, or even bothered to find out in the first place. The next stage is to create the world central bank in which Illuminati bankers would set interest rates and financial policy for every country on the planet. The world currency will be electronic because this will make control of the people so easy. At the moment, if you hand over electronic money, a credit card, and the computer will not accept it, you can still pay with cash. What happens when there is no cash and that computer says no to your credit card or your microchip, which is designed to replace it? You will have no other way of purchasing, and whoever programs that computer to accept or not accept your card or chip will control what, where, and whether you purchase anything. Also, whenever you buy a product of any kind, the place, time, item, and cost will be recorded. That's the idea, and the amount of physical money in circulation is already a fraction compared with electronic pulses on computer screens. Even this ratio is falling all the time. Money tree policy. One other point on money. The Illuminati control the banks, big business, and governments, and, therefore, they take pretty much all the money we spend or save. Some 80% of the cost of fuel in the UK is government taxation, and the oil companies say we can't blame them for the cost because they only take a small part of the pump price. Well, actually, this is not true. The Illuminati own all the oil companies and take an enormous profit from their slice of the price. As I was writing this book, BP Amoco announced it was making around £3,306 a second in profits. But, of course, it could never get away with charging for itself what the governments take in tax. So government taxation allows the Illuminati to rob the population of far more money, and, as they control government policy through their placemen and agents, that taxation is overwhelmingly used to advance their agenda, according to Phil Schneider, who helped to build underground bases in the United States. The black budget for Illuminati projects takes 25% of the gross national product of the United States, and, speaking in 1995, he revealed that it consumed $1.25 trillion every 2 years. The same situation applies to the tax on alcohol. The Illuminati, through bloodline families like the Bronfmans in Canada, control liquor producers and distributors. Liquor is also heavily taxed, and the same applies here as with fuel. In the UK we have a sales tax called VAT, or value-added tax. People buy products from Illuminati businesses and pay extra in taxation for the privilege. This tax goes to the government to fund the agenda. Okay, don't buy so much and keep your money in the bank. If you do, you will be giving the Illuminati the right to lend and charge interest on 10 times and more what you put on deposit. Give your money to cancer research and you will be giving it to the Illuminati drug cartel that has no intention of finding a cure for cancer. Give it to the Worldwide Fund for Nature and you will be giving it to another Illuminati front that is using environmental concerns for its own ends. Has humanity been stitched up or what? As Henry Ford said, it is well enough that the people of the nation do not understand our banking and monetary system. For if they did, I believe there would be a revolution before tomorrow morning. Free trade is stealing the planet. The Anunnaki Illuminati have worked ceaselessly to make all countries dependent on the world financial and trade system, which they created and control. Once again, it is far more difficult for the few to dictate to the many if the many operate in economic units, countries, that can decide their own financial and trade policy. So the Illuminati first created the GATT Free Trade Agreement to stop nation-states from defending their economies from the importation of goods that are destroying local jobs. Their placemen in government signed the agreements, which were negotiated by Illuminati agents like Peter D. Sutherland of Ireland, the Bilderberger head of GATT. He later became head of the World Trade Organization in the Illuminati's stronghold of Switzerland. This replaced GATT and now has extensive powers to impose enormous fines on nations who do not follow its rules. By the way, Switzerland is never attacked in wars because that's the country through which the Illuminati finance the wars. History is so simple when you can see behind the veil. Sutherland was replaced at the World Trade Organization by the Italian, Renato Ruggiero, another Bilderberger, and went on to become joint head of one of the major Illuminati companies, British Petroleum or BP Amoco. He took over from the previous BP chief, Sir David Simon, who joined Tony Blair's government as his Minister for Trade and Competitiveness in Europe with the brief of taking the UK into the Euro and the United States of Europe. The end of trade borders in Europe under the common market removed more control by individual countries over their economy. And the same with the North American Free Trade Agreement between the US, Canada, and Mexico, negotiated by the pedophile George Bush, and that rapist of mind-controlled women, Brian Mulroney, who was then the Canadian Prime Minister. I am sure they thought free trade was for the good of humanity. The powers of the World Trade Organization ensure that poor third world countries cannot use their land to feed their people first, nor keep out imports that are causing hunger and poverty by destroying local employment. If you have ever traveled in Africa, you will know that the idea that this continent cannot feed itself is utterly ludicrous. It could feed much of the world. People are hungry because food-growing land is not being used to fill empty bellies, but to grow cash crops for the Illuminati-owned transnational corporations or to fight Illuminati-engineered wars. A book I wrote many years ago, It Doesn't Have to Be Like This, documents examples of this cash crop scandal. The transnationals pay little or no tax to these countries, and by owning the land at the expense of the people, they can pay poverty wages to the workers who have no other form of employment and no chance of self-sufficiency. The Illuminati transnationals are leeches sucking these countries dry of money, opportunity, and resources. They are, in short, purveyors of genocide. But then they are owned by the Illuminati bloodlines who think nothing of sacrificing a child and drinking its blood. So what are they going to care about the plight of the people they abuse economically? The Anunnaki view humans in the same way that most humans view cattle. When the European countries withdrew from their colonies across the world and granted them independence, they only did so on the surface. As one outlined earlier, physical occupation by foreign armies was replaced by financial occupation by the banks. And the plan is to go back to physical occupation through the transnationals and the United Nations. The Illuminati bloodlines and secret societies continue to control most of the independent African, Asian, and South and Central American leaders. Indeed, by controlling the system, the Illuminati have controlled them all, even the few who are not directly in their pocket. It was these leaders who made the agreements to hand over the food-growing land to the transnationals. They told their people they would be able to import food they could be growing themselves with the money the country received for exporting resources and commodities. But the price of those commodities is decided in the commodity markets in Europe and America, with the Illuminati dictating the price of commodities sold by third-world countries. They could bring them to their knees whenever they chose, the puppet leaders' knees. You know, when newsreaders say that the OPEC countries are discussing the price of oil, well, actually, they're not. The Illuminati are deciding the price of oil because they control the OPEC leaders and all the oil companies. With these unimaginable amounts of money flowing from the Arab dictators into their banks, the Illuminati threw their next card. They went to all the third-world countries and offered them enormous loans at low interest rates to boost their economies and industrialize. The spin was that the Illuminati banks didn't want these loans repaid for reasons I will come to. They knew that the money would largely be wasted by their placemen and, anyway, they had insured against repayment by their next move. Enter Margaret Thatcher, the Iron Lady, who was, in fact, one of the most controlled and manipulated leaders of the 20th century. The strings around her were pulled by her Foreign Secretary and Rothschild bloodline, Lord Carrington. He is Henry Kissinger's close associate, a former chairman of the Bilderberg Group, and the UK Foreign Secretary who engineered the Falklands War and handed power to the dictator Robert Mugabe in the former Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe. And these are the least of this man's crimes against humanity. If that's not true, Lord Carrington, then do please sue me and let's get the truth about you and your mates exposed in a public court. Margaret Thatcher introduced her vicious economic policy known as Thatcherism after her election in 1979. Her victory was ensured by the demolition of the previous Labour government caused by the Illuminati-created winter of discontent in which they activated their agents within the British trades union movement to call an explosion of strikes. At one point rubbish was piled up in the streets and even the dead could not be buried. The Illuminati were also behind the squabbles, scandals, and strife within the Conservative government just before the election in 1995, which brought the Labour leader Tony Blair to power with a landslide victory. A year after Thatcherism was launched in the UK, exactly the same policies were introduced in the United States under the name Reaganomics with the election of the puppet President Ronald Reagan and his controller, the Vice President George Bush. Thatcherism and Reaganomics imposed economic conditions that brought tremendous rises in interest rates. Now we complete the circle. The third world countries, which accepted those enormous loans at low interest rates, were now faced with such an increase in their repayments that they would never be able to repay the interest, let alone the principal. The term third world debt was born. The cost in human misery defies belief, and in came those Illuminati creations, the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, currently headed by the Rothschild partner and Bilderberger, James Wolfensohn. They told these debt-ridden, poverty-stricken countries that they had to cut subsidies for food and health care and restructure their economies in line with the instructions of the IMF and World Bank. If they did not, they would get no further help. By now these countries could not revert to self-sufficiency because the Illuminati transnationals controlled much of the food-growing land and they were faced with both world trade restrictions and debt repayments. What happened? People starved and are still starving, and any leader who seeks to challenge the Illuminati immediately finds his country involved in a war. But the Illuminati were still not finished. Why would they not want these countries to repay their loans? For the same reason they don't want many people in the industrial countries to repay their loans. They want their land and resources and the control that debt ensures. Now debt relief policies are being implemented in which these poor countries hand over rights to their land and resources forever in return for the forgiveness of debt. a debt that only exists as figures on a computer disk. You may note that governments are forgiving third world debt without demanding a return because they are lending taxpayers money. No problem, there'll be more. But the banks are selling the debt for land and resources. In other words, the Illuminati bloodlines are. The same technique is involved in the debt for nature swaps, in which poor countries are forgiven debt if they hand over large tracts of their land to the United Nations and environmental agencies to save the planet. How ironic that the greatest destroyers of the ecology are the very policies of the IMF, World Bank, and Illuminati banks that devastate third world countries and force the people to destroy their own environment, including the rainforests, just to survive. And how strange that while Illuminati banks and transnational pursue policies that are devastating the environment, it is the same Illuminati families, like the Rockefellers, who finance and front reports saying that the planet is dying and we must save her. Strange, too, that many environmental pressure groups are Illuminati agencies, not least the Worldwide Fund for Nature. This is headed by Prince Philip and longtime Bilderberg chairman, Prince Bernhard of the Netherlands. It was Bernhard who chaired the meeting in Sweden that agreed to hike the price of oil with its catastrophic environmental consequences. But, in fact, none of this is strange at all. Saving the environment suits the Illuminati perfectly because it involves the imposition of centralized global laws and the acquisition of land on a stupendous scale by the United Nations and other agencies of the Illuminati in the name of environmental protection. Look at how many invading armies that cause genocide in places like Rwanda and Burundi are sheltered in the nature and wildlife parks along the borders and invade through those lands. The biggest secret has the detailed background. The system has been set up so that he who controls the money controls the world, and the Illuminati bloodlines control the money. But there is so much good news here, too. It means that all these so-called unsolvable problems like poverty, debt, and war are not a natural occurrence. They are made to happen because it makes humanity easier to control and manipulate. There is enough on this planet to give abundance to everyone. Don't let them kid you otherwise. For some to be well-fed, it is not necessary for others to go hungry. So why is there so much poverty amid such potential abundance? By controlling the creation and flow of money, the land, and resources, the Illuminati limit choice and create dependency on them. Their world central bank and currency are designed to impose that control even more fiercely. Their equation is simple. Scarcity equals dependency equals control. Abundance equals choice equals freedom. The World Army. I have been writing for many years, along with other researchers, about the plan for a world army. In earlier books, I said there would eventually be an amalgamation of the United Nations peacekeeping force and NATO, with NATO the senior partner. I also wrote that we should expect more conflicts to be engineered in which NATO was used to intervene and save the people. This would set the precedent and change the status quo until NATO became, step by step, a world police force. This process is now well underway in the wars in the Gulf. Bosnia and Kosovo are all part of that. An organization called Kissinger Associates is always heavily involved in manipulating such conflicts. Henry Kissinger, the Illuminati's roving manipulator, controls the company, of course. One of the founding directors was his buddy, Lord Carrington, chairman of the Bilderberg Group for nearly 10 years and as Secretary General of NATO. There is no better example of the hidden hand than the common connections between the major peace negotiators during the war in Bosnia. The peace negotiators appointed by the European Union in Bosnia were Lord Carrington, he was followed by Lord David Owen, and then came the former Swedish Prime Minister, Carl Bildt. The United Nations appointed peace negotiators were Cyrus Vance and Thorvald Stoltenberg of Norway. Stoltenberg's son became Prime Minister of Norway. When they failed to achieve peace, along came an independent peace negotiator, Jimmy Carter. By now the public and political clamor for something must be done had been focused by the horrendous television pictures coming out of Bosnia, and the Illuminati could play their sting in this classic problem-reaction-solution scenario. Along came Bill Clinton's special envoy, Richard Holbrooke, to negotiate the Dayton Agreement that installed a 60,000-strong NATO World Army in Bosnia. This was the biggest multinational force assembled since the Second World War. Holbrooke answered to U.S. Secretary of State Warren Christopher and Defense Secretary William Perry. Their boss, at least officially, was President Bill Clinton. The first head of the NATO World Army in Bosnia was Admiral Leighton Smith, and the head of the civilian operation was Carl Bildt. The media won't tell you any of this because most journalists think investigative reporting is reading the morning papers and the official press releases, and the Illuminati control the newspapers through subordinates like the owner of the Washington Post, Katharine Graham, and the Canadian, Conrad Black, an inner core member of the Bilderberg Group, who heads the Hollinger media empire. This includes the London Daily Telegraph, the Jerusalem Post, and has owned some 70% of newspapers in Canada. Members of these organizations control all 3 television networks in the United States: NBC, ABC, and CBS. They also control the Los Angeles Times, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, and the empires of Rupert Murdoch, Time Warner, including CNN, and the major media operations throughout the world. Even 4 out of 5 local newspapers in the UK are now owned by the big media cartels. The main aim of the Bosnian War was to advance the NATO role of world police force. When the conflict began, the peacekeepers were always sent to such trouble spots. But the Illuminati wanted to change that, and while those terrible pictures of death and suffering were bombarding the public mind around the world, a media campaign was waged to condemn the operation in Bosnia as ineffective and next to useless. This was the excuse to bring in NATO forces, and in doing so the Illuminati agenda moved forward significantly. When the Kosovo conflict was manipulated, there was no talk of sending on soldiers because the status quo had been flipped by what happened in Bosnia. From the start, the world looked to NATO to intervene in Kosovo, and, as a result of their grotesque bombing campaign, they extended their control of that region. People have said to me that they could not understand the need for a world army because there would be no one to fight. Yes, there would. The people, the world government, would control the world army. Its job would be to implement the laws and decisions of the world government. Should any country rebel and refuse to comply, we are talking global fascism here, and the structures are being introduced before our eyes to impose that. The Illuminati know there is a chance that if U.S. troops were asked to abuse and murder U.S. citizens, that many would rebel and perhaps mutiny. So they are covertly locating foreign troops in the United States under the guise of the United Nations while sending vast numbers of American troops abroad. The same with other countries, too. The mental, emotional, and physical onslaught. If you want to control a population, you must suppress their desire or ability to think for themselves and see what is going on around them. This is done through the manipulation of the mind and emotions, and with drugs, vaccines, and food additives. It is vital that we realize that those who control the drug companies are the same as those who control the food giants and the health agencies, media, governments, banks, corporations, and all the rest. Millions of people are dying every year of diseases like cancer and AIDS who could be returned to health if they were allowed to choose from all the treatments available and not be confined to the primitive scalpel and drug. I have sat in treatment rooms, for example, and watched people cured, sometimes in 15 minutes, of complaints for which their doctors have either offered major and expensive surgery or no hope at all. This includes a woman who was so ill with lung cancer she had to be driven to the treatment center because she did not have the strength to drive a car. After one treatment, she was driving herself. Eventually, as her treatment and improvement continued, she went back to the doctors, who had said there was nothing they could do. Their new tests showed that she was cancer-free. This treatment is no miracle because there are no miracles, only the natural laws and forces of creation at work. It is our knowledge of how to harness these forces that has been suppressed, and people ignorantly follow what the experts tell them is possible. One healer I know used to be a conventional surgeon until he saw the truth of what was going on and how knowledge was being kept from us all. This includes doctors. The Illuminati has structured the training of the medical profession to turn out people who advance their version of truth. You only pass your medical exams if you conform to this official truth, and you only keep your job if you continue to do so throughout your career. It is the same with scientists, teachers, government officials, the whole lot. The manipulation of medicine. There is far more to the human entity than a physical body. That is the least of what we are. It is the genetic spacesuit through which our eternal consciousness, the thinking, feeling us, experiences this frequency range we call the physical world. The brain is the computer, the switching station, which connects our immortal mind to our mortal body. We don't think from the brain, we think through the brain. People with brain damage do not have damaged minds, they have a damaged computer, which cannot transmit the messages of the mind to the physical level of experience. The mind is an energy field working through the brain, not the brain itself. Our emotions are another energy field, and these different levels of being are connected through a series of vortexes known as chakras, a Sanskrit word meaning wheels of light. In this way, stress in our emotional energy field, which manifests as an imbalanced vibration, is passed down the levels through the chakras. What is the first thing that happens when we get stressed and emotional? We stop thinking straight. This is the imbalanced emotional vibration disrupting the clarity and balance of the mental energy field. If the stress is serious enough and goes on for long enough, the imbalanced vibration begins to affect the physical body. This vibrational imbalance interacts with the body cells to cause chemical changes, and this is what we call disease, or dis-ease as it really is. It is only at this point that the medical profession gets interested. When the vibrational imbalance affects the physical, they either prescribe a drug to try to reverse the chemical changes or take the person for surgery to cut away the result of the chemical changes. This is what we call advanced medicine. They treat the symptom and not the cause because they do not understand what the human entity really is. They see, and therefore treat, only the physical body. That is what the Illuminati system trains them to do and insists they do not deviate from. True healers treat and remove the energy imbalances that are causing the physical effect. They do this by using their own bodies to channel energy from the infinite supply all around them through their hands to the patient. There are many other forms of vibrational and energy healing, also. Acupuncture needles balance the energy flows around the body, while crystal therapy and homeopathy are using the vibrations of crystals and plants to balance the patient's energy field. Of course, there are charlatans in these alternative methods, too, but on nowhere near the scale of those in the drug cartels and medical authorities. When the cause is removed, its physical consequences disappear, and this is reported as a miracle cure. But, like I say, it is nothing of the kind. I have experienced some of these miracles myself. The physical body has an energy blueprint known to healers as the etheric body, and when this is damaged or imbalanced, it manifests as physical dis-ease. You might imagine the etheric body standing by a pool, and its reflection in the water is the physical body. When the etheric changes its state or form in any way, the same happens to the physical. So if you keep the etheric level in good shape, the physical will do the same. While I was writing this book, I bashed my toe, and after 10 days it was getting worse, not better. It was extremely painful to walk. A healer did some hands-on healing, channeling energy to repair the damage to the etheric level. Within half an hour my toe was feeling better, and within 2 days it was back to normal. I have met healers who have worked on some famous people in the Far East, and these are the healing methods the Illuminati use. They don't want us to know about such treatments, and so they ridicule them, call them quackery, or condemn them as evil, while secretly using them for their own benefit. Most of the quackery goes on every day in the official hospitals and doctors' surgeries, and the evil is in the billions of people who suffer and die when they could be cured if these suppressed healing methods were in widespread use. This is not to condemn all doctors, only the system which imprisons them. Why do you think so many of the most prominent Illuminati like David Rockefeller and Henry Kissinger are able to jet around the world like 40-year-olds when they are both in their 70 seconds? By using the drugs that the Rockefeller pharmaceutical empire turns out for the rest of us. You must be joking. These people know they are causing the death and suffering of billions by their actions. But they don't give a shit, just as most humans don't give a shit about the plight of cattle. Their medicine is not designed to make us well in the true sense. Its prime aim is to suppress and dim our thinking processes, and make us subservient to authority. It's like sedating a cow or a sheep so they can be controlled more easily and won't run away when they see the slaughterhouse. Most of the medical profession have no idea this is so. They are just the fodder. They have to use the methods dictated from above if they wish to keep their jobs. When Ghislaine Langtot, a wonderful lady and professional doctor in Canada, began to expose the manipulation of the drug cartel and its agents in medical administration, she was struck off. See her excellent book, The Medical Mafia, Here's the Key, Inc., Canada, 1995, available through Bridge of Love and my website. She also shows why the suppressed and ridiculed alternatives are more effective than the treatments she was trained to administer. We are multidimensional beings and exist on all frequencies and dimensions of creation. We can access the infinite ocean of consciousness or stay imprisoned in our little droplet, disconnected from the true enormity of who and what we are. If you were the Anunnaki Illuminati, where would you want humanity to be? Stuck in the droplet or sailing on the ocean? One way they do this is by feeding us drugs and chemicals that suppress brain function, clarity of thought, and the ability to connect powerfully with our higher levels of being, or sixth sense of psychic awareness and intuition. This is the real reason behind all the drugs, vaccines, and food additives we daily consume. I will give you some examples of this war on the human brain and immune system, but really the list is simply endless. Aspartame. One of the weapons is aspartame, an Illuminati creation that suppresses the intellect. It is now used in thousands of foodstuffs and almost every soft drink. And who are the biggest consumers of soft drinks? Children. They want to get the kids as early as possible and turn them into unthinking, unquestioning clones for life. Aspartame is an artificial sweetener and marketed as an alternative to the negative effects of sugar, which the Illuminati also control. It is known under trade names like NutraSweet, Equal, and Spoonful. Aspartame, which is 200 times sweeter than sugar, was introduced in 1981 and has been the subject of 75% of the complaints reported to the Adverse Reaction Monitoring System of the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. These complaints have included headaches, dizziness, attention difficulties, memory loss, slurred speech, and vision problems. Such symptoms are now known as aspartame disease, just as the effects of the preservative monosodium glutamate are called the glutamate syndrome. John W. Olney, MD of the Washington University Medical School in St. Louis, believes there may be a link between aspartame and brain tumors. In an article published in the Journal of Neuropathology and Experimental Neurology, he says that animal studies reveal high levels of brain tumors in aspartame-fed rats. Dr. Olney adds that aspartame has mutagenic, cancer-causing potential according to studies, and a sharp rise in malignant brain tumors coincides with the increased use of aspartame. Even the U.S. Navy and Air Force published articles in Navy Physiology and Flying Safety warning that Several researchers have found aspartame can increase the frequency of seizures, or lower the stimulation necessary to induce them. This means a pilot who drinks diet sodas is more susceptible to flicker vertigo, or to flicker-induced epileptic activity. It also means that all pilots are potential victims of sudden memory loss, dizziness during instrument flight, and gradual loss of vision. And aspartame is no longer confined to diet drinks. It changes brain chemistry and lowers the threshold for seizures, causes mood disorders and other problems of the nervous system. It is also addictive, hence people often find it difficult to stop consuming the soft drinks that contain aspartame. Symptoms of multiple sclerosis, chronic fatigue, rheumatoid arthritis, depression and other mood disorders have vanished in many patients after they stopped aspartame consumption. 10% of this legalized poison breaks down after ingestion into methanol, a nervous system toxin also known as free methyl alcohol or wood alcohol. This is extremely harmful to the optic nerve. It is the main ingredient of moonshine liquor made during Prohibition, and this was notorious for causing blindness. Methanol is rapidly released into the bloodstream, where it can become the neurotoxin and cancer-causing formaldehyde and formic acid. The poison in ant stings, fancy a soda. The Food and Drug Administration in America, like its equivalent in other countries, is an Illuminati front to block products that are good for humanity and to push through, without proper testing, those that suit the agenda. This happened with aspartame. First, the FDA approved its use on the basis of ridiculous data and then had to withdraw that permission in the face of studies showing that it caused seizures and brain tumors in animals. But the FDA restored approval in 1981, despite the unanimous opposition of a public board of inquiry, which had reviewed the scientific data and recommended a delay. Dr. Ralph G. Walton, a professor of psychiatry at Northeastern Ohio University College of Medicine, reviewed all the studies on aspartame and found 166 with relevance for human safety. All of the 74 studies funded by the aspartame industry gave it the all clear, but 92% of those independently funded revealed safety problems. Which ones would you believe? The reason this poison was approved against all the evidence is simple corruption. The commissioner of the Food and Drug Administration, an acting commissioner, 6 other operatives, and 2 attorneys assigned to prosecute NutraSweet for submitting fraudulent tests, left the organization to work for NutraSweet, a trade name for aspartame. One genuine scientist working for the FDA wrote to a U.S. senator, "It's like a script for Abbott and Costello. It works like this: approve our poison, and when you stop being a bureaucrat, we'll make you a plutocrat. After it's licensed, we'll pay off the American Dietetics, the American Diabetes Association, the American Medical Association, and anyone we need who's for sale." Coca-Cola knew of the dangers of aspartame because, as a member of the National Soft Drink Association, it opposed the approval by the Food and Drug Administration. Its objections were published in the Congressional Record of July 5, 1985. It said that aspartame was inherently unstable and breaks down in the can, decomposing into formaldehyde, methyl alcohol, formic acid, dictypiperazine, and other toxins. So what is aspartame now doing in Diet Coke, the sales of which soared when it was added because it is so addictive? And Diet Coke is not diet at all. People who drink it get fatter, as with all aspartame products, because it increases the craving for carbohydrates by suppressing the production of serotonin. We are living amid a gigantic confidence trick. By the way, the Monsanto Corporation of St. Louis, Missouri, owned NutraSweet and another aspartame product, Icke. This is an Illuminati company to its fingertips and the promoter of genetically modified food. Another part of the Illuminati assault on the human mind and body. It is using the same methods to win approval for genetically modified food as it did for aspartame. Members of the Working Group on Biosafety connected to the Convention on Biological Diversity in Cartagena, Colombia, make recommendations on the use of genetically modified food. The members include Linda J. Fisher, Vice President of Government and Public Affairs for Monsanto and formerly with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency; Dr. Michael A. Friedman, Senior Vice President for Clinical Affairs at GD Searle & Co., a pharmaceutical division of Monsanto, formerly with the U.S. Food and Drug Administration; Marcia Hale, Director of International Government Affairs for Monsanto, formerly Assistant to the President of the United States; Michael Cantor, Director of Monsanto, former Secretary of the U.S. Department of Commerce; Josh King, Director of Global Communication in the Washington, D.C. office of Monsanto, former Director of Production for White House Events; William D. Ruckelshaus, Director of Monsanto, former Chief Administrator of the United States Environmental Protection Agency; Michael Taylor, Head of the Washington, D.C. office of Monsanto Corporation, former Legal Advisor to the Food and Drug Administration; Lydia Watrud, former Microbial Biotechnology Researcher at Monsanto, now with the United States Environmental Protection Agency's Environmental Effects Laboratory. Jack Watson, staff lawyer with Monsanto in Washington, former chief of staff to the President of the United States. Jimmy Carter. Others include representatives from DuPont, major Illuminati bloodline, and Dow Chemicals, Illuminati. Their representative is Clayton K. Uter, former Secretary of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, former U.S. Trade Representative, who led the U.S. team in negotiating the U.S.-Canada Free Trade Agreement and helped to launch the Uruguay round of the GATT negotiations. He is now a director of Icke Corporation, whose majority owner is Dow AgroSciences, a wholly owned subsidiary of the Dow Chemical Company. I am sure their recommendations will be devoid of any bias whatsoever. Or my name isn't Charlie Shufflebottom. Prozac. The story of Prozac, produced by the George Bush Drug Company, Eli Lilly, is the same tale of Illuminati corruption to impose a mind suppressant on the population. In 1982, David Dunner of the University of Washington began to accept more than $1.4 million from Lilly for research and seminars. Some of this research was for conducting a clinical trial with 100 people for Prozac. At the same time, he was a member of the Food and Drug Administration's Psychopharmacologic Drugs Advisory Committee, responsible for reviewing new drug applications for the FDA. Dunner was asked if he had any conflict of interest with Eli Lilly when he began to assess Prozac for the FDA. But he replied, "No pending commitments at the present time." The FDA accepted this, and yet Dunner had already given 5 seminars sponsored by Prozac producer Eli Lilly before this date. The seminars were about depressive disorders, the target market for Prozac. Dunner also failed to disclose that he had agreed to 2 further seminars for Lilly arranged to take place after Prozac was approved. According to the public record, Lilly's test on Prozac showed it was little more effective than a useless placebo, and an FDA statistician suggested to Lilly that the test results be evaluated differently to indicate a more favorable result. This they did. An FDA safety review established that Lilly failed to report psychotic episodes during Prozac's testing, but there was no reprimand. By 1987, 2 months before the FDA approved Prozac, 27 people had died in controlled clinical trials. 15 were suicides, 6 by overdose, 4 by gunshot and 2 by drowning. Prozac was directly connected to all of them. 12 other people in the trials died, but the cause was not directly related to Prozac. In 1991, the FDA executive, Paul Leber, said he noted the large number of reports of all kinds on Prozac, more than 15,000. But Leber pressured personnel in charge of the agency's adverse reporting system to discount these reports as of limited value. The number had reached 28,600 by 1992, with another 1,700 deaths. Yet the commissioner of the FDA, David Kessler, has said that, although the FDA receives many adverse event reports, these probably represent only a fraction of the serious adverse events encountered by providers. Only about 1% of the serious events are reported to the FDA. According to one study, on that basis there were really around 2,860,000 adverse reactions to Prozac by 1992 alone. What will it be by now? The number is almost unimaginable, but they are introducing a form of Prozac for children, and it is widely used among victims of mind control. I understand that Thomas Hamilton, the killer of the children at Dunblane in Scotland, was taking Prozac, and Eric Harris, one of the teenagers in the Columbine High School shooting, was reported to be taking the drug Luvox, which is given the same classification as Prozac. The main active ingredient in Prozac was found in the blood of Henry Paul, the driver of the car when Princess Diana was murdered. Prozac is just one of a long list of drugs designed to have the same effect. Ritalin. Ritalin is another mind-altering drug that is targeted at children and can seriously affect their behavior. It has been connected to many acts of violence. A 1995 report by the Drug Enforcement Agency warned that Ritalin shares many of the pharmacological effects of cocaine. In fact, the U.S. government classifies Ritalin in the same category as cocaine and heroin. Dennis H. Clark, the chairman of the Executive Advisory Board, Citizens Commission on Human Rights International, said, "The use of Ritalin on children has no purpose other than to slow them down, shut them up, and make it more difficult for them to move around." He says it is an easy way out for parents and teachers to give them a drug. Clark highlights the findings of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 3rd revised edition, published by the American Psychiatric Association. He says this supports his claims of the dangers of Ritalin for children. He says that all the critical information about Ritalin has been removed in the more recent edition, and this confirms, he says, that the industry is involved in a cover-up. The industry says the removal was simply an error. Clark suggests that children who take Ritalin in elementary school are often switched to Prozac and other drugs as they get older. The effects of Ritalin can continue long after the prescription is stopped, Clark warns. Dr. Ann Blake Tracy, director of the International Coalition for Drug Awareness, supports this view. She points out that adults who use these drugs are far more likely to commit violent crimes. Dr. Tracy comes from Utah, home of the Mormon Church, where the use of Ritalin and Prozac is reported to be 3 times greater than the rest of the country per head of population. She said Utah's rate of murders and suicides has increased by a similar amount. Dennis H. Clark says that the high number of incidents involving violent children and the increase in child suicide can be attributed to an ever-increasing number of children who are given drugs to control their behavior. Clark gave an example of a youngster involved in the Jonesboro killings in Arkansas. We do know, for example, that the 13-year-old in Jonesboro was being treated. Apparently, they were saying he had been sexually abused as a child. They were saying he was now a sexual abuser. He had a hyperactivity type label put on him as well, or attention deficit disorder. So we had several different things working with him. There is no chance under the sun, moon, or stars that this kid was not on drugs. Clark says that when a violent event happens, the pharmaceutical crash teams go to work to keep things quiet. Teams of psychiatrists are sent to the locations and quickly ensure that medical records are kept sealed. Doctors are convinced to keep quiet. And victims are bought off to stop the case going to court. It's all being covered up, and it's deliberate. There are billions and billions of dollars at stake here, he said. David M. Bresnahan, a contributing editor for WorldNetDaily.com, says he was told by an elementary school teacher in Utah that she routinely makes recommendations for children in her classes to be given Ritalin. She said 11 of the 29 children in her first grade class are now taking the drug in school each day. Dennis Clark predicts that the future will see even more violent children, unless the connection between Ritalin and violent acts is openly accepted. Clark says that the general public, health officials, and parents are not recognizing the extent of a pandemic that is already sweeping the nation. Even the Ciba pharmaceutical company says in a product information release. Warning: sufficient data on the safety and efficacy of long-term use of Ritalin in children are not yet available. Unbelievable. They are handing out Ritalin like sweets to ever-gathering numbers of children, and they admit they have no idea of the long-term effects. This warning is only there to head off lawsuits later when the long and short-term effects are accepted. Herbert S. Okun, a member of the International Drug Control Board for the United Nations, told a news conference that his board is very concerned that methylphenidate is massively overprescribed in the United States. He said there are 330 million doses of Ritalin taken each day in the U.S., compared with 65 million for the rest of the world. Our children are being systematically drugged, and the teachers and parents are watching it happen, often encouraging it. The main targets are the kids with active minds and those who act differently to the norm. Fluoride. Come on, drink up. Fluoride is another major intellect suppressant that is being added to drinking water supplies and toothpaste. Sodium fluoride is a common ingredient in rat and cockroach poisons, anesthetics, hypnotics, psychiatric drugs, and military nerve gas. It is one of the basic ingredients in Prozac and the sarin nerve gas used in the attack in the Japanese subway system. Independent scientific evidence has claimed that fluoride causes various mental disturbances and makes people stupid, docile, and subservient. This is besides shortening lifespans and damaging bone structure. The first use of fluoridated drinking water was in the Nazi prison camps in Germany, thanks to the Illuminati's notorious pharmaceutical giant, IG Farben. This was the company that ran camps like Auschwitz, and it still exists as its constituent parts like Bayer. Does anyone think the Nazis did this because they were concerned for the teeth of the inmates? This mass medication of water supplies with sodium fluoride was to sterilize the prisoners and force them into quiet submission. Charles Perkins, a chemist, wrote the following to the Lee Foundation for Nutritional Research, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, on October 2, 1954. In the 1930s, Hitler and the German Nazis envisioned a world to be dominated and controlled by a Nazi philosophy of pan-Germanism. The German chemists worked out a very ingenious and far-reaching plan of mass control, which was submitted to and adopted by the German General Staff. This plan was to control the population in any given area through mass medication of drinking water supplies. By this method, they could control the population in whole areas, reduce population by water medication that would produce sterility in women, and so on. In this scheme of mass control, sodium fluoride occupied a prominent place. Charles Perkins said that repeated doses of infinitesimal amounts of fluoride will in time reduce an individual's power to resist domination by slowly poisoning and narcotizing a certain area of the brain, thus making him submissive to the will of those who wish to govern him. He called it a convenient light lobotomy. The real reason behind water fluoridation is not to benefit children's teeth, he said. If this was the real reason, there are many ways in which it could be done that are much easier, cheaper, and far more effective, he points out. The real purpose behind water fluoridation was to reduce the resistance of the masses to domination and control and loss of liberty. Perkins said that when the Nazis under Hitler decided to go into Poland, Both the German General Staff and the Russian General Staff exchanged scientific and military ideas, plans, and personnel, and the scheme of mass control through water medication was seized upon by the Russian communists because it fitted ideally into their plan to communize the world. I was told of this entire scheme by a German chemist who was an official of the great Icke Farben chemical industries and was also prominent in the Nazi movement at the time. I say this with all the earnestness and sincerity of a scientist who has spent nearly 20 years research into the chemistry, biochemistry, physiology and pathology of fluorine. Any person who drinks artificially fluorinated water for a period of 1 year or more will never again be the same person mentally or physically. That is the very reason the Illuminati has been expanding the consumption of fluoride ever since, and what better way to suppress the minds of the population than through the public drinking water supplies. When we drink anything made from fluoridated water, including beer and soft drinks, we are being slowly and consistently drugged. Fluoride is a byproduct of the aluminium industry, and the scam to add it to public drinking water came from the Mellon family in the United States, which controls the aluminium cartel called Alcoa. The Mellons are big-time bloodline, close friends of the British royal family, and dictators of U.S. policy through the Illuminati network. Industrial fluorines are major polluters of rivers and streams, poisoning land, fish, and animals. It was costing the aluminium industry a fortune to deal with them, but the Mellon family manipulated a situation in which this poisonous waste product became an enormous source of income and human control. In 1944, Oscar Ewing was employed by Alcoa at an annual salary of $750,000. Imagine what that would be today. But within months he left to become head of the U.S. government's Federal Security Agency and began a campaign to add sodium fluoride to public drinking water. The Mellons now sell it for use in drinking water and toothpaste at a 20,000% markup. Fluoride goes into drinking water at approximately 1 part per million, but we only drink half of 1% of the water supply. The rest goes down the drain as a free hazardous waste disposal for the chemical industry, and we pay for that. But the main reason, as always, is not money. It is control. A former mind controller with the Illuminati told me of the Mellons' deep involvement with the Illuminati and Satanism. She said that to her knowledge the Mellon National Bank in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania is an Illuminati operation that launders money for them. Would you trust such a family to put chemicals in drinking water and toothpaste because they want to keep your teeth healthy? Not that fluoride does. We have a member of parliament here on the Isle of Wight where I live in England called Peter Brand, who is pressing for fluoride to be added to our drinking water because it is good for children's teeth. This man is a professional doctor and the health spokesman for the Liberal Democratic Party. In fact, he doesn't know his arse from his elbow and provides yet another example of how doctors are so deeply uninformed. But because they are doctors, many people think that they must know it all. Dr. Hardy Lineback, BSc, PhD in biochemistry, head of the Department of Preventive Dentistry for the University of Toronto, and president of the Canadian Association for Dental Research, was once Canada's leading promoter of fluoride in water supplies. But then suddenly he announced he had changed his mind. He said, children under 3 should never use fluoridated toothpaste or drink fluoridated water, and baby formula must never be made up using Toronto tap water. Never. A study at the University of Toronto revealed that people in cities that fluoridate their water have double the fluoride in their hip bones compared with non-fluoridated areas, and they discovered that fluoride was changing the basic architecture of human bones. There is a debilitating condition called skeletal fluorosis caused by the accumulation of fluoride in the bones, making them weak and brittle. The earliest symptoms are mottled and brittle teeth, and Dr. Lineback said that in Canada they were spending more money treating dental fluorosis than treating cavities. But hold on, at least putting this poison in the water and toothpaste is keeping teeth healthy and preventing cavities. Yes, no. As Lineback points out, they have been putting fluoride in the Toronto drinking water for 36 years while Vancouver has never been fluoridated. Get this, the population of Vancouver has lower cavity rates than Toronto. He said that cavity rates are low all across the industrialized world, including Europe, which is so far 98% fluoride-free. This was due, he said, to improved standards of living, less refined sugar, regular dental checkups, flossing and frequent brushing. There were now fewer than 2 cavities per child in Canada. He said that those who continue to promote fluoride are working with data that is 50 years old and questionable at best. The dentists have absolutely no training in toxicity, he said. Your well-intentioned dentist is simply following 50 years of misinformation from Public Health and the Dental Association. Me, too. Unfortunately, we were wrong. And not only are we drinking the poisonous sodium fluoride, we are getting all the other crap from the aluminium industry, too, Lineback said. But certainly the crowning blow was the realization that we have been dumping contaminated fluoride into water reservoirs for half a century. The vast majority of all fluoride additives come from Tampa Bay, Florida, smokestack scrubbers. The additives are a toxic byproduct of the superphosphate fertilizer industry. Tragically, that means we're not just dumping toxic fluoride into our drinking water. We're also exposing innocent, unsuspecting people to deadly elements of lead, arsenic, and radium, all of them carcinogenic. Because of the cumulative properties of toxins, the detrimental effects on human health are catastrophic. Alzheimer's disease has been linked to aluminium and to aspartame. In an address to students at the University of Toronto Department of Dentistry, Dr. Limbach told them that he had unintentionally misled his colleagues and students. For the past 15 years, he had refused to study the toxicology information that is readily available to anyone. Poisoning our children was the furthest thing from my mind, he said. The truth was a bitter pill to swallow, but swallow it I did. Yet even though the biggest supporter of fluoride has now condemned its use, the Illuminati-controlled Canadian and American dental associations and public health agencies, together with those in the UK and worldwide, continue to tell the people that fluoridation is good for them. This is just one example of the bigger the lie, the more we'll believe it. Illuminati placemen in the positions of medical administration and scientific research tell the doctors and dentists what is truth and what they should believe. They tell this to their patients and the media, who simply take the official line and repeat it like parrots. Because hardly anyone does any research of their own, dentists, doctors, journalists, or public, it becomes an accepted fact that fluoride in drinking water and toothpaste is good for teeth and not harmful. That same scenario is repeated in relation to every subject every day and, as a result, the human population lives in its own little fairyland. This manufactured illusion is so entrenched in the human psyche that when the truth does come out, most people laugh in its face. There need to be massive class action lawsuits against the authorities by those who have already had their health devastated by fluoride, Prozac, and aspartame. This is already happening in Canada over the use of mercury, another poison and intellect suppressant, in tooth fillings. And there you have that phrase again, which is constantly repeated when the adverse effects of drugs, food additives, and other chemicals in our diet are listed, intellect suppressant. With the truth about fluoride now being more widely circulated, suddenly new research has conveniently revealed that it is good for stopping brittle bones and reduces the risks of fractures. This has been used to apply yet more pressure for the expansion of fluoride in drinking water. Fluoride is not there to protect teeth. That's just an excuse. It is there to suppress the intellect of the population so they don't think, question, or rebel. Vaccinations. It is the same story with vaccines. This is a highly efficient way of pumping mind-suppressing drugs and immune system destroyers into billions of people while they think you are trying to help them. Whole generations of children worldwide are contaminated in this way every year, while the figures show that the claims made for the benefits of vaccination are utter baloney. Dr. Ghislaine Langtot exposes the reality of vaccinations in her book, The Medical Mafia. She says that repeated vaccination exhausts the immune system and opens people to all sorts of diseases the body's defenses would normally repel. As so many studies have shown, the diseases the vaccines were supposed to protect us against were in free fall before the vaccine was introduced. Ian Sinclair, an Australian researcher, has documented the lies behind vaccination in a series of books and articles, including Health, The Only Immunity. He says that he discovered the following graphical and statistical evidence showing that more than 90% of the decline in death rates from infectious disease occurred before vaccination commenced. All medical journals acknowledge this decline was caused by improved sanitation, hygiene, better nutrition, and living standards. In other words, vaccination was not responsible for wiping out infectious disease as medical authorities claim. A tuberculosis vaccine trial in India involving more than 260,000 Indians resulted in more cases of TB among the vaccinated than the unvaccinated. But this vaccine is still being given to Australian children and others around the world. The cost of the whooping cough vaccine leaped from 11 cents in 1982 to $11.40 in 1987 because of the $8 a shot the company was putting aside to pay for legal and damages costs for the brain damaged and dead victims of the vaccine. Millions of children in third world countries were still dying from measles, tuberculosis, diphtheria, tetanus, polio, etc., despite being fully vaccinated. The consequences of vaccines for health, both short and long term, are appalling. But they serve the Illuminati perfectly in both the health and mental effects for the population they wish to control and the profits they accumulate. Again, think pyramid. Those at the top, the Anunnaki bloodlines, created and control the World Health Organization at the United Nations. This supports in its statements the agenda of the Illuminati and their drug companies. The World Health Organization announces there is going to be an epidemic of something or other, and the Illuminati agents and government start a mass vaccination against this alleged danger via the medical profession. The Illuminati drug companies then sell them the vaccines. This happened with measles vaccinations in the UK in the 1990s. The mass vaccination programs in the Third World are funded and administered through the Illuminati's World Bank, World Health Organization, and other agencies. This allows them to target certain peoples in their campaign of genocide. Dr. Langtot writes in The Medical Mafia, vaccination decimates populations, drastically in third world countries, chronically in industrialized countries. In this regard, Robert McNamara, the former president of the World Bank, former Secretary of State in the United States, who ordered massive bombing of Vietnam, and a member of the expanded program on immunization, made some very interesting remarks, as reported by a French publication, Jaitout Compris. He was quoted as stating, "One must take draconian measures of demographic reduction against the will of the populations. Reducing the birth rate has proved to be impossible or insufficient. One must therefore increase the mortality rate. How? By natural means. Famine and sickness." Translation from French. Draconian methods equals methods employed by the Draco. Dr. Langtot says that vaccination enables the selected populations to be decimated. It allows targeted genocide and permits the killing of people from a certain race, group, or country, while leaving others untouched. All can be done in the name of health and well-being, she says. Diseases have been dispersed among third world populations through vaccination and water supplies. Dr. Gottlieb, a cancerologist, told a hearing investigating the CIA that he dispersed a large quantity of viruses into the Congo River in Zaire in 1960 to contaminate the water used for drinking by local people. Dr. Gottlieb went on to become head of the National Cancer Institute to further his campaign to fight disease. Cancer research organizations, to which people give millions of pounds through charity fundraising worldwide, are more Illuminati fronts to stop the discovery of a cure those on the inside already know exists. If you give money to them, you are giving it to the Illuminati. Although the genuine people shaking their collection tins in the street are not aware of this. The AIDS scam. AIDS is another of the diseases causing untold misery and suffering, which the Illuminati artificially introduced through vaccination. The biggest smokescreen to this is the claim that HIV causes AIDS. Doctors, media, and public accept this as unquestioned truth. Nonsense. The fact that large numbers of AIDS victims are not HIV positive is proof alone that all AIDS cases are not HIV related. HIV is actually a weak virus, and it has been labeled the all-encompassing villain to hide the real causes of shattered immune systems. What a coincidence that wonder drugs to treat people with HIV, like the Rockefeller cartel's infamous AZT, have a rather significant side effect. They destroy the immune system. No, it's true. AZT was a chemotherapy drug for cancer and was found to be so toxic it had to be withdrawn. When you see the effects of chemotherapy drugs that are still in use, how toxic must AZT really be? Chemotherapy drugs have a simple role. They kill cells, not just cancer cells, all cells. The question is, will they kill all the cancer cells before they kill enough healthy cells to kill the patient? This is why chemotherapy patients get so ill, and even if the cancer is eliminated, they have a permanently damaged immune system because the drug also kills the white cells that protect us against disease. When Illuminati agents whipped up the anger of homosexuals to demand that a treatment be found for HIV, a Rockefeller company took AZT back off the shelf as a wonder drug. Its wonder was that it increased the creation of white blood cells, the body's immune system that HIV is supposed to destroy. What they didn't tell you is that this initial increase in white cells was because AZT was so poisonous. The body's defense mechanism jumped into action when it was administered and produced all the white cells it could to ward off the invader. However, AZT then went to war on these white blood cells, thus destroying the immune system. And the patients die of AIDS. No, they don't. They die of the treatment. Also, when you die of the so-called AIDS diseases and you are HIV positive, the diagnosis is recorded as AIDS. If someone dies of those same diseases and they are not HIV positive, the cause of death is recorded as whatever the disease was that killed them. In this way, it is built into the very death records that only those with HIV die of AIDS. This is a lie, but it suits the Illuminati. For the truth about AIDS and HIV, see the brilliant book by Christine Magyar, What If Everything You Thought You Knew About AIDS Was Wrong? Health Education AIDS Liaison, Los Angeles Chapter, 1996. It is available through my website and Bridge of Love. Christine was alerted to the lies and deceit when she had a positive HIV test, followed by negative ones, followed by positive ones. The whole AIDS network, the drug companies and the AIDS charities, are Illuminati-controlled or manipulated, and it has created a multi-billion-dollar industry through which both drug companies and charities massively benefit. Christine Magyar realized how much the charities care about what is really happening when she took her documented and extensive research to them and was quickly shown the door. So where did AIDS come from? A disease very similar to AIDS, called the Kala-Azar, killed 60,000 in the south of Sudan. It destroys the immune system and the victims die of other diseases. Africa has been a major target of disease by injection because the Illuminati want complete control of that continent with its fantastic natural wealth, and it has long embarked on a campaign of genocide against the black African peoples. In 1988, the ambassador of Senegal announced that AIDS had ravaged his country and whole villages were being decimated. A few years earlier, scientific and medical teams arranged through the World Health Organization had come to vaccinate the people against hepatitis B. A vaccine for hepatitis B was also tested on homosexuals in New York in 1978. And 2 years later in San Francisco, Los Angeles, Denver, Chicago, and St. Louis, in a program by the World Health Organization and the National Institute of Health. The AIDS epidemic began among the homosexual communities of those very cities in 1981. Dr. Langtot reveals, there are reports of collaboration between these two organizations in 1970 to study the consequences of certain viruses and bacteria introduced to children during vaccination campaigns. In 1972, they focused on the viruses which provoked a drop in the immune mechanism. Wolf Schmunnis directed the anti-hepatitis B experiments undertaken in New York. He had very close links with the blood center where he had his laboratory. The National Institute of Health, the National Cancer Institute, the Food and Drug Administration, the World Health Organization, and the Schools of Public Health of Cornell, Yale, and Harvard, all Illuminati-controlled. In 1994, a vast vaccination campaign against hepatitis B was undertaken in Canada. It is useless, dangerous, and costly. And what for? Is there a hidden agenda? I was there in 1993. It troubled me to see that it was aimed at a whole generation, 1 to 20 years. In only one province, Quebec. Since when do viruses respect borders, and especially provincial ones at that? Dr. Langtot established that there was no hepatitis B epidemic, nor any risk of one. She said that 3 different vaccines were administered, each in a designated area. Certain nurses were selected and trained to administer a special vaccine. All children were entered into a computerized data bank. The pressure to vaccinate the children was enormous and schools were turned into clinics. Those who did not want to be vaccinated were pointed out and treated as social outcasts. Exactly the same happened in the UK with the measles vaccine program in the 1990s. Nurses chased down parents at home who did not want their children vaccinated. Ditto. Dr. Langtot knew one mother who did not want her child vaccinated. A nurse came to the house and made her think it was compulsory. The mother gave in and the child is now physically and mentally handicapped. In 1986, without explanation or permission from the parents, the hepatitis B vaccine was given to Native American children in Alaska. Several died and many became ill because of what appears to have been a virus called RSV, Rheus sarcoma virus, in the vaccine. Native North American tribes have been the targets for many vaccination programs because the Illuminati want their lands and resources and to complete the genocide they began when the Europeans came. To this end, as I know from my own research, they have infiltrated the tribal elders and control the agencies responsible for Indian affairs which answer to the federal government. Dr. Langtot tells how she met a group of Native women to talk about health and the subject of vaccinations came up. The group's nurse told her that the federal government had given her complete freedom in the management of their health, but with one strict condition. Every vaccination had to be scrupulously applied to all. The silence was deafening. We all understood, Dr. Langtot recalls. Death by doctor. Doctors in the United States are now statistically more dangerous than guns. Every year there are around 120,000 deaths caused by doctor errors, an average of 0.171 per doctor. There are 1,500 deaths by guns, an average of 0.000181 per gun owner. We have an outcry from many people for guns to be banned, fueled by Illuminati propaganda. And yet a doctor is, according to these figures, 9,000 times more likely to kill you. Hundreds of thousands of people are in hospitals right now because of the effects of the drugs that were supposed to make them well. The UK National Audit Office also highlighted the astonishing dangers presented by modern medicine. They show that some 100,000 patients acquire infections in UK hospitals every year, resulting in 5,000 deaths and making a substantial contribution to another 15,000 fatalities. These figures also confirm a report in the London Daily Express, which claimed a massive cover-up by hospitals of the dangers patients face in their care and the scale of the annual death toll. The fact that the cause of death is a hospital-acquired infection is being hidden from patients' families and not mentioned on the death certificate. One of the other problems highlighted is that of the so-called superbugs, which have mutated in immunity to many antibiotics because doctors have been prescribing them like confetti for so long. Another Illuminati plan to destroy the effectiveness of the human immune system. As a result, they no longer kill the bugs. Such an outcome has long been predicted by alternative healers and others who could see the obvious. It is staggering to consider the attacks by the medical profession on alternative healing methods when figures prove that the dangers of being treated by the Illuminati-controlled medical establishment are infinitely greater. These alternatives to the drug cartel and the medical establishment have to fight for their very existence against Illuminati-initiated laws to legislate them into oblivion. Even our right to take food supplements and natural alternatives to drugs is being threatened by the Codex Committee, an offshoot of the World Health Organization. Public campaigns are already being fought to protect the basic human right of deciding what does or does not go into our bodies. If we don't have control of our own bodies, what freedoms are left? But that's where we are going. In the UK, we pay multi-billions in our taxation to fund the National Heath Service, or the Human Debris Processing Unit, as I call it. But even though it is funded with the public's money, the public cannot decide on the methods of treatment they have. Alternative methods are suppressed in favor of the scalpel and the drug. Food supplements are being taken to overcome the loss of nutrients we once used to get from our food. The emergence of chemical farming after the Second World War, which is destroying the soil and adding lethal poisons to the food, was another Illuminati operation. When this change in food production methods was being introduced in the UK, the man behind it was Lord Victor Rothschild, friend and advisor, dictator, to shapeshifter Ted Heath. As the head of the Heath's policy unit, the Central Policy Review Staff, Victor Rothschild was one of the great Illuminati manipulators of the 20th century. See, and the truth shall set you free. The Illuminati own the transnationals that make the poisons sprayed on our food, and most of the farming land on which it is grown. They are now destroying the natural crop varieties and patenting their own replacements. These only grow if farmers use their fertilizers and the poisons they manufacture. It is against the law for poor farmers to use patented seeds unless they are bought from the transnationals. Illuminati, at the prices they demand. Destroying the natural varieties is being done to ensure that these farmers have no alternative. But to do so, this is all coordinated in line with the agenda for the mental, emotional, and physical control of the human race by the Anunnaki bloodlines. All these manipulations are part of one manipulation, the Illuminati agenda. Microchipped population. The most important goal of the Illuminati is a microchipped population. Their aim is to have every person on the planet microchipped and every child microchipped at birth. This is no science fiction fantasy. It is already happening. Of course, they won't come out and be honest about it because they know that many people will resist. Well, some, anyway. They are doing it by stepping stones to obscure what the real game is. They began with the microchipping of animals, first voluntarily and now often by law. And the same method is being used on humans. In 1997, a friend introduced me to a man in America. He had asked to meet me because he was a scientist working against his will on CIA secret projects that the run-of-the-mill politicians have no idea are going on. When I asked him why he used his genius to advance the agenda, he opened his shirt and on his chest was a see-through sachet, similar to those used for shampoo. The CIA calls them patches. Inside I could see an orangey golden liquid. He said that he joined the CIA in the belief that he was serving his country. But he soon realized that they did not want his knowledge to help humanity. The idea was to control them. When he began to rebel against the misuse of his work, he left home one morning and remembers nothing else until he woke up on a medical-type table. When he began to focus, he noticed the patch on his chest. They have manipulated his body to need the drug the patch contains, and it has to be replaced every 72 hours. If he doesn't do what he is told, they don't replace the patch and he begins to die a long and painful death. Large numbers of brilliant scientists, who could be setting the world free from poverty and hunger, are in the same situation. This man told me about the microchipping agenda and much else besides. He arranged to meet me to expose what was being planned for the human race because he had no idea how long they would allow him to live. When these scientists have served their purpose, the patch is no longer replaced and they die painfully, taking with them the knowledge of what is going on. First, he said that the cure for cancer has been known for decades, but they would not release this to the public because they did not want people to survive and were making far more money drugging the dying and treating the symptoms than they ever would curing the disease. He said the technology existed to create abundant growth in deserts without water by stimulating the energy fields of the plants. At its optimum, it was like watching a time-lapse photograph. So fast did they grow, he said. This would eliminate hunger by itself if it were made available. But this same technology was, instead, used to kill thousands of people in a mass murder that he witnessed. The CIA, an Illuminati agency, had gathered a vast multitude together in Ethiopia during the famine. He was in a plane that he thought was flying over the area to cast a vibrational field across the land to stimulate plant growth. When he came to the front of the plane to see what was happening, he saw thousands of people lying dead. They had been killed by the power of the magnetic field because the CIA was testing his technology as a weapon that could kill people, but not damage property. He also said that the technology to give us all the power and warmth we need without pollution or utility bills, free energy, has been known for decades. I know this from people I have met who are producing these systems, but they can't get them into production because the Illuminati control the patent offices, the money, and the major companies required to mass produce them. Imagine a piece of kit in your home giving you warmth and power every day forever without cost. Again, this technology uses the pool of unseen vibrating energy all around us and turns it into usable power. All this technology would be ours today if it were not suppressed by the Illuminati. But it was when he turned to microchips that the CIA scientist became most animated. He confirmed that the Illuminati plan was to microchip everybody. On one level, it was to tag us and keep a constant track of where we are and what we are doing, he said. But the main reason was to manipulate at will our mental and emotional processes. He said that people should not only think about the messages going from the chip to the computer. Far more important were the messages from the computer to the embodied chip. He said people had no comprehension of the level of technology in the Illuminati's secret projects. Once people were chipped, he said, the computer could make them docile or aggressive, sexually aroused or sexually suppressed, and close down their minds to a point where they were like zombies. From where I am looking, I think it's already begun. He asked me to urge people to resist the microchip at all costs because once we concede to that, we would be nothing more than machines controlled by the aliens he confirmed were behind the whole thing. We need a global campaign of say no to the chip, and we need it now. The chip is in almost every piece of technology and is embedded in newer cars. This can externally immobilize the engine from satellite, as well as tracking every journey. As I predicted in my books of many years ago, it is already being suggested that people should be chipped to make the world more efficient. Professor Kevin Warwick of Reading University in England has been used to promote the use of the human microchip. He was implanted with a chip amid enormous publicity and has introduced us all to the benefits of controlling electronic devices at a distance. Wow. The latest I heard was that he and his wife, Irina, were going to be implanted with another chip which would connect their nervous systems to data processors, batteries, and radio transmitters. Apparently their teenage daughter, Madeline, was asked to join the exercise, but said no way. There is at least one thinking member of the family, then. This is the next step of merging man and machine, said Professor Warwick. We will be able to have communications between two nervous systems across the net. Well, glory be. He is being funded, according to the London Daily Mail, to the tune of some £500,000 by major US internet firms. Professor Warwick admits that he and his wife could suffer permanent physical damage to their arms, but added that he hoped there will be no mental damage. One wonders how they would tell. We are now seeing people chipped with their medical records and other personal details. The plan is to sell the chip as a way to stop people being mugged for their money because their financial details would be on a chip under their skin. Preventing credit card fraud is another excuse. They will also promote the microchipping of children by claiming that they could never be lost again because the chip could always locate them. The more children that go missing or are murdered and the more they promote the danger of pedophiles in the community, the more likely parents are to be frightened into microchipping their kids. Of course, the greatest abusers and murderers of children are the very Illuminati who are promoting the chip. Problem Reaction Solution. A guy called David Adair, who has worked on high-tech projects with NASA, has been on the New Age lecture circuit in America for years extolling the benefits of microchipping our children. I cannot believe that someone with his insider knowledge of secret technology would be unaware of what that would really mean in terms of tagging and mind control. Implants have been found in people who claim to have been abducted by aliens. And how many people are already microchipped without their knowledge? The CIA scientist told me in 1997 that microchips in the secret projects were now so small they could be injected through a hypodermic needle during mass vaccination programs. Some years later, a picture appeared in a British newspaper of an ant holding a microchip in its pincers, and that's only the size they allow us to see. You will find that shot in the picture section. Chipping people so they can talk to their personal computers and the internet is another approach. The London Sunday Times reported, the next computer you buy may be the last one you will need. In future, scientists want to insert electronic chips into our heads so we can plug directly into the information superhighway. British researchers are among international teams working on an implant to translate human thought into computer language. In a generation, one group says, people with a peppercorn-sized chip in the back of the neck will be able to talk to machines. What they don't tell you is that the machines will be able to talk to them, too. In And the Truth Shall Set You Free, I tell the story of Dr. Carl W. Sanders, a highly acclaimed electronics engineer in the UK, who was developing a microchip implant to help spinal injury patients. He said that his project was hijacked by the One World Brigade and he attended 17 meetings with them in places like Brussels and Luxembourg. He told Nexus magazine, I was at one meeting where it was discussed, how can you control a people if you can't identify them? People like Henry Kissinger and CIA folk attended these meetings. It was discussed, how do you make people aware of the need for something like this chip? All of a sudden the idea came, let's make them aware of lost children, etc. This was discussed in meetings almost like people were cattle. The CIA came up with the idea of putting pictures of lost children on milk cartons, which they did. Since the chip is now accepted, you don't see those pictures anymore, do you? It served its purpose. Dr. Sanders said they want the chip to contain the name and picture of the person. An international, world government, social security number, fingerprint identification, physical description, family and medical history, address, occupation, income tax information, and criminal record. People will be told that if they are chipped, they will have no need for passports or any other personal paperwork, and enough apparent benefits will be thrown in to persuade a comatose population unaware of the game to agree to. Literally, give their minds away, or their brain function. Anyway, microchipping will begin as a voluntary program, with people encouraged to enjoy the convenience of being the clone of a computer. Then it will be made compulsory. The more missing children, terrorist bombs, mass shootings, and other horrors the Illuminati can engineer, the more the compulsory microchip will be justified and accepted by the sheeple. Those refusing the chip will be said to have something to hide, the old trick, or not care about the missing children or those killed and maimed in the bombings and shootings. The threat of terrorists with nuclear devices and suitcases will also get a mention. It usually does. The global computer network to which these chips will answer is already in place underground at many locations. One is in Brussels, Belgium, a major Illuminati center, and the location of NATO and the European Union. Another is at Cheyenne Mountain in the United States. While I was writing this chapter, a company called Applied Digital Solutions announced the launch of a human microchip it calls Digital Angel. Angel equals reptilians. It is a human implant designed to monitor the wearer's physiology, like pulse and body temperature, and their location. The company claims it is the first operational human chip that can be linked to the global positioning satellite tracking systems. It will allow your every move anywhere on the planet to be tracked from satellite. It is also designed to connect with the internet and to become a user identity device for the web. It is described as a dime-sized implant, inserted just under the skin. The chip will be powered electromechanically through the movement of muscles, and it can be activated by the wearer or the monitoring technology. It has, according to the official statements, been developed by Dr. Peter Zhu and his research team and has progressed ahead of schedule. The Illuminati agenda is not dependent on the necessary technology becoming available by accident. It is developed well in advance and is introduced in line with the planned timescale. At that point we are told the technology has just been discovered when in fact it has been waiting in the wings for years. The tax-exempt foundations, like the Rockefeller Foundation, give vast sums to scientific research, but as a U.S. congressional committee established in the 1950s, they do not lose control of how the money is spent and insist that the research serves the needs of the global agenda. The Illuminati-controlled Princeton University was involved in the development of this microchip along with the New Jersey Institute of Technology. Dr. Peter Zhu is the chief scientist at DigitiAngel.net Inc., a wholly owned subsidiary of Applied Digital. He stresses, of course, the benefits for people becoming human robots connected to a satellite. He said he was excited about his chip's ability to save lives by monitoring medical conditions and giving an exact location to rescue services. I predicted many years ago that this would be one of the ways they would sell the chip to the people when the time came for its introduction. He said that the implant would become as popular as cell phones and vaccines, one of which fries your brain and the other suppresses your intellect and undermines your immune system. Dr. Zhu then delivered some of the most chilling sentences I have ever read. Digital Angel will be a connection from yourself to the electronic world. It will be your guardian, protector. It will bring good things to you. We will be a hybrid of electronic intelligence and our own soul. Just read those words again, especially the last sentence. This is what we conspiracy theorists have been predicting for all these years, and now it is here. I heard that the introduction of this particular chip design may now be in some doubt, but it gives you an excellent idea of what is planned. And it is not only the chip. Just look around you today and see all the methods of control and surveillance. You cannot walk through a town or city without moving from one camera to another, go into a shop or take money from a wall machine, drive a car, catch a train or plane, and you are being watched. This unbelievable scale of surveillance has been introduced little by the Illuminati until you wake up one morning and realize that George Orwell's Big Brother is not just coming, he's here. All the examples I have given in this chapter, and they are only a tiny few, are each part of the same agenda. I cannot stress that enough. Seeing how all these strands are connected is the key to lifting the veil. There are pressure groups fighting and uncovering the facts about environmental destruction, poison food, vaccinations, the drug cartel, oil cartel, transnational corporations of every kind, corruption in government, the banking scam, third world debt, manipulation of wars, poverty, cancer, AIDS, child abuse, satanic ritual sacrifice, media suppression, assassinations, erosion of freedoms, high taxation, and a whole list of others. But what we need to see for the mist to clear is that these are all part of one agenda working to one aim. All the scams are one scam. We can go on opposing these individual strands for 100 lifetimes, but we will never make any fundamental change until we stop focusing on the symptoms and start homing in on the cause of them all. The Anunnaki bloodlines and their plan for a global fascist state, whenever something that has remained hidden is close to becoming physical reality. There must always be a time when it hits the surface and can be seen. This is the period we are now living in. We are seeing massive global groups and empires fusing with other massive global groups and empires in banking, business, and media, while the concentration of political power continues apace through the European Union, free trade areas, the United Nations. The same people have long controlled all these aspects of our society. But now we can see they do as they move the final pieces into place for the global fascist state or New World Order, losing their cover. One theme of many insiders and former insiders who have talked to me is that the reptilian shapeshifters are finding it more and more difficult to hold their human form. Maybe this is why so many more people seem to be seeing the shapeshifters these days. The explanation I am given is that the vibrational frequency of the planet is changing as it completes a vast cycle and enters a new one. Some have called this new cycle the Age of Aquarius as the Earth moves through the area of the heavens dubbed Pisces, which it entered around 2,000 years ago, and into a new age of Aquarius. It is almost like passing through a curriculum at a school with the different energy combinations affecting the Earth, offering different eras and experiences for those who choose to be here at the time. The Maya peoples in the Yucatan, Mexico, left records of their measurement of time and their small, medium, and great cycles of the Earth's evolution. One of their great cycles, which apparently began in 3113 BC, is due to be completed in 2012. Other researchers of these ancient measurements of time suggest that much longer cycles than this are also ending in this same period. The base resonant frequency of the planet, known as Schumann cavity resonance, was discovered in 1899 and remained pretty constant until the mid-1980s when it began to quicken rapidly. This has continued to increase, and one effect of these higher vibrations is that time appears to be passing much faster. Some researchers, psychics, and mystics suggest that our frequency is getting closer every day to the fourth dimensional range. This would be another explanation for why people are seeing shapeshifters more often and why the reptilians know that the day is fast approaching when they will not be able to hide their real nature any longer. I am told that the sacrificial rituals and blood drinking increased dramatically from the mid-1980s as the vibrational change forced them to work harder to hold human form. It is no coincidence that this period coincides with the completion of their centralized global state with its world army, microchipped population, and fierce structure of globally centralized top-down control of all weapons, finance, media, and government. They know that we are going to see them in the next few years as they really are. Another role of the microchip could well be to close down that area of the brain that would allow us to see them. We are clearly being prepared for the great unveiling, especially the children, by the explosion of reptilian imagery and themes in the mass media. The movies and television are awash with dinosaurs and good guy reptilian characters in children's cartoons. The US television series called V in the 1980s, now a Warner Video, produced a most accurate potential scenario. I believe it told the story of a world controlled by reptilian extraterrestrials, which hid their true nature within an apparently human form. These extraterrestrials were called the Visitors and were given control of all the positions of power by appearing to have humanity's interests at heart. They would announce that they were making available to humans this or that serum to cure this or that incurable disease. They also worked with compliant humans who were well rewarded for doing what they were told. One resistance group had realized that the Visitors were not human, but reptilian, and the movie shows how a few human rebels, helped by some sympathetic reptilians, exposed the truth and killed the Visitors by releasing a disease that only affected them. There was, naturally, poetic license in the movie, but the basic theme was extremely accurate, and whoever came up with the plot must know what is going on. I emphasize again here that not all reptilians wish to control the planet and treat humans like cattle. I am talking of one significant faction. But if we don't focus on that faction and its agenda, we are going to deeply regret not doing so. One victim of Illuminati mind control, who claims to have seen the reptilians in underground bases and other locations, said, considering that the Dracos and Greys, in general, lack any sense of spiritual integrity, and are rather controlled for the most part by their predatory instincts, all efforts to negotiate with them are forever doomed to fail, just as if one were to try to negotiate with a cancer tumor. For in every single case that I am aware of, the Dracos and Greys have historically, and without exception, violated every one of their so-called treaties with the human race, and in fact have consistently used these treaties as weapons of infiltration and conquest. It is a widely held view in the UFO research community that leading world governments, particularly the United States, have entered into treaties of mutual benefit with the reptilians and Greys in return for technological knowledge. But these agreements have been used to further establish their control. If these reports of such treaties are correct, they only tell part of the story. It depends which level in the hierarchy you are dealing with. For thousands of years, the top Anunnaki bloodlines have been knowingly working to the reptilian agenda. These guys did not just arrive in the 1950s and start doing secret deals with governments. They have been here all along. If there were treaties agreed around that time, it was with those levels of government that do not have the big picture of what is happening. I have heard it suggested many times, also, that an alien invasion force is heading for this planet, but we should be very careful here. I think, what better way to justify a global fascist state, or giving power to the reptilians, than to sell the idea that we must join forces to meet a threat from beyond. A Swiss delegate apparently wrote down the words of Henry Kissinger at the 1992 Bilderberg meeting in Evian-les-Bains in France. Today, America would be outraged if troops entered Los Angeles to restore order. Tomorrow they will be grateful. This is especially true if they were told that there was an outside threat from beyond, whether real or promulgated, that threatened our very existence. It is then that all peoples of the world will plead with world leaders to deliver them from this evil. The one thing every man fears is the unknown. When presented with this scenario, individual rights will be willingly relinquished for the guarantee of their well-being granted to them by their world government. What an irony it would be if the reptilians that have been here for hundreds of thousands of years were wheeled out as our saviors from an alien invasion. But anything is possible given the stunning compliance of the human mind, even without the microchip. Many of the most important elements of the reptilian agenda are very close, and if we are going to restore true freedom to this planet and dismantle the Anunnaki web, a vast number of people have got to wake up and grow up very quickly. Chapter 18. The Matrix. The Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us, even now, in this very room. You can see it when you look out your window or when you turn on your television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Morpheus in the movie, The Matrix. We think we live in a world. In fact, we live in a frequency range. That's all it is. We are trapped in a frequency range and therefore trapped in an illusion. This is what the well-known movie calls the Matrix. The world we see around us is merely the tiny fraction of multidimensional infinity that our physical senses of sight, hearing, touch, smell, and taste can access. The physical world we perceive is like a radio station, and our physical senses are tuned to its frequency, so that is all we see. But all around us are the other frequencies or densities of infinite creation, the ones that science has denied exist. They are all around us on frequencies beyond the range of our physical senses. These are the frequencies that can be seen and heard by animals, like cats, when they react to apparently empty space, and dogs when they hear sounds far higher than we can. Newborn babies also react to empty space until their senses are imprisoned by conditioning. These are the frequencies accessed by true psychics, the oracles of the ancient world, who can raise their vibration to tune into these unseen realms. The Italian physicist Giuliana Conforto, in her brilliant book LUH, Man's Cosmic Game, Et Asiani Gnosis, 1998, puts it like this: a good 90% of total calculated mass is in fact dark and unobservable, while only 10% is observable by means of the infinite rainbow, which is light. The visible universe we do observe, with its billions of stars and galaxies, is in turn only a narrow perspective of this already scanty 10%. Inside every physical body there is an invisible, but far more massive reality, 90%, a non-observable substance, that can be felt and experienced as emotions, intuitions, and feelings. It is within the realms of this unseen dark matter that other dimensional entities like the reptilians operate. Giuliana Conforto also points out that in some galaxies, this dark matter, unseen by the human eye, is 100 times the mass we can observe. We can see from our frequency range just 7% of what exists in such galaxies. When we open our minds and expand our own frequency range of perception, so we will discover more planets and stars. The atom is said to be the foundation of physical matter, and yet all but a fraction of the space within an atom is, to the human eye, empty. A physical atom, from which all physical forms are made, consists of a nucleus with electrons orbiting around it like a mini solar system. Dr. Douglas Baker said in his book, The Opening of the Third Eye, Aquarian Press, Wellingborough, England, 1977, if we expanded the hydrogen atom to the size of a cathedral, its electron would perhaps be the size of a nickel. The overwhelming majority of the space within an atom is dark matter operating on frequencies we can't see, and it is the same with our solar system and the entire dense physical universe. If only science were led by Giuliana Conforto's way of thinking, instead of the concrete minds of academia, we would already live in a world of infinitely greater awareness of who we are and the nature of life. But look at her figures there and apply them to the scientific denials of intelligent life beyond this planet. We are asked to believe that life as we know it has only evolved on this one physical planet among the billions of planets and stars in this visible universe, which is, itself, only a fraction of visible light. which is in turn only 10% of total mass. What a joke. God save us from official science. And, of course, all this is only by current calculations. That fraction of 10% of total mass that we can see might turn out to be an extremely optimistic view. The kingdom of heaven is within you, all around you now, and sharing the same space as your body are all the radio and television frequencies broadcasting to your area. You can't see them and they are not aware of each other because they are vibrating to such different frequencies that they pass through each other and your body without anyone noticing. The only time they interfere with each other is when they are very close on the frequency band. When you turn on your radio, the frequency you have accessed is passing through the windows and walls of your house to reach the radio receiver because the walls and broadcast frequencies are so far apart on the density scale. This is how ghosts and extraterrestrials can apparently walk through walls and why some people see them and others don't. It depends whether your mind is tuning to their frequency or not. These other dimensional entities, including the reptilians, are all around us sharing the same space. You can sometimes feel them when the vibes in a room change and you sense an icy chill or, with positive entities, a feeling of great love in the atmosphere around you. They are so close to our frequency range, but just outside it. Credo Mutwa talks of the vibrational blind spot that people have which prevents them from seeing these entities, and I think this is manufactured externally in some way, probably through a frequency broadcast from below ground that shuts off part of our DNA's multidimensional potential. The DNA is a transmitter and receiver of vibrational information and can therefore be reprogrammed by vibrational and electromagnetic fields. Nikola Tesla, whose genius was responsible for much of today's electrical system, understood that other frequencies existed, but the most profound parts of his work were suppressed. He once said, "We cannot even with positive assurance assert that some of them might not be present here in our world in the very midst of us. For their constitution and life manifestations may be such that we are unable to perceive them." As I said earlier, when you move the radio dial and tune to another station, you can no longer hear the first station because you have moved the dial out of its range, and so now you are hearing another. But the first station has not disappeared, it goes on broadcasting. It's just that you can't hear it anymore. If you choose to retune your dial again, there it will be. It is the same with creation. We are like droplets of water in an ocean of infinite energy taking infinite forms. This ocean of energy manifests as different densities or frequencies, and at this moment we are tuned to this one, the physical world. But all the other frequencies are around us and interpenetrating us while we perceive only the density that our physical senses can see, touch, hear, smell, and taste, the matrix. As physicist Giuliana Conforto put it, the fact that we are not able to observe doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Rather, that human perception is severely limited. The late and great Bill Hicks, the brilliant and highly intelligent American comedian, encapsulated these truths magnificently. He said, "Matter is merely energy condensed to a slow vibration. We are all one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. There's no such thing as death, life is just a dream, and we are the imagination of ourselves." Look at the findings of Albert Einstein, the most famous scientist of the 20th century. His E equals mc2 shows that matter is just a form of energy and that energy cannot be destroyed, only transformed into another state. It's official, our consciousness, which is energy, is indestructible. We live forever. The truth is in front of our eyes. Purely by changing the temperature, frequency, ice becomes water and water becomes steam and steam disappears. That simple temperature change turns solid ice into invisible vapor because different temperatures represent different frequencies. It is all the same energy, but in a very different state. Our bodies consist of many different sub-frequencies within the dense physical range. Look at X-rays. They are tuned to frequencies that match our bone structure, and so they do not portray the outer flesh, which is vibrating to a different frequency. X-rays don't show the walls of buildings, just the rods of iron within them for the same reason. Look at the world from the X-ray frequency and it looks very different than it does from ours. How an object or person appears depends purely on the frequency from which you are observing. The human aura, as technology has shown, is a mass of different colors, frequencies, that change as our thoughts and emotions, frequencies, change. The X-ray is just one example of frequencies that science has confirmed exist, but we can't see. Ultraviolet, gamma rays, infrared, radio waves, etc. are some of the others. What had you suggested to a conventional scientist that any of those existed before they were officially discovered, and he would almost certainly have called you ridiculous or dangerous. Every scientific norm since the dawn of the scientific age has been proved with time to be either flawed, not the full picture, or, often, unbelievably inaccurate and patently ludicrous. Yet generation after generation society clings to the scientific norms of its day until its knuckles turn white and its hair turns gray. Science goes on judging possibility by the apparent laws of this frequency range, and yet scientists know that 90% of the mass of existence, what they call dark matter, is not subject to these laws like gravity and those of the electromagnetic field. If we take the laws of physics as they may apply to one frequency and judge what is possible in other frequencies on the same basis, we will be in ignorance forever. What applies to one does not apply to another. There is no spoon. The key point in Bill Hicks' superb encapsulation of hidden truth is, we are the imagination of ourselves. Our lives, our physical experience, are a manifestation of our thoughts. We are what we think we are. Our imagination of self and the world around us becomes our physical experience. You think you are ordinary, you will be ordinary. You think you are powerless, you will be powerless. You think the best things in life happen to others, so they will. Everything is created by thought, our thoughts. In this dense, treacle-like frequency range we live in, the time between the thought and its physical manifestation can appear to take a long time. But thought is still the creator. For instance, look around you now wherever you are. The buildings, furniture, and all the trinkets and utensils are provably created by thought. Unless someone had thought to design them and thought to make them, they could not exist. Without the thought there can be no physical creation. In other realms, where the energy is far less dense, the thought and its manifestation are simultaneous. The thought becomes manifest in an instant. All this means that we live in a world of illusion because the world is a reflection, a mirror of human thought. What we think the world is, it will be. Or at least that will be our perception of what it is. In the movie, The Matrix, a little boy is bending spoons at will. But he says that the real truth is, there is no spoon. It is not the spoon that bends. It is only yourself. What is real? Real is merely what you believe is real. As the Morpheus character in The Matrix says, real is just electrical signals interpreted by your brain. For goodness sake, we don't even see objects, only the light they are reflecting. Close the curtains and turn off the light. What can you see? Nothing. And if you can see anything, it is only because some light source is reflecting from whatever you can see. The term dark matter refers to that which does not reflect light in our frequency range, and therefore we cannot see it. We don't see anything except reflected light. Even then the object enters our eyes upside down and has to be flipped over by the brain so we perceive it the right way up. And we don't even hear sound as such. Our ears convert pressure passing through the atmosphere into a series of waves, and our brain transforms these waves into a perceived sound. This is what televisions and radios do. The broadcasts don't travel through the air as pictures and sounds. Can you imagine episodes of Friends or Frasier flying over the rooftops, or hearing all the radio shows on every station simultaneously wherever we went? Of course not. It doesn't work that way. The programs are sent as broadcast waves, and television and radio technology decodes them into pictures and sound. Welcome to my world. We each live in our own personal universe, and when people come into our space, they are entering our unique world of reality. There are areas where our universes agree and connect. Most people, for example, agree that the road outside your door and the cars driving past really exist. But apart from these basics, our universes can be very different. In my universe, to chase a fox with horses and hounds and tear it to pieces is an abomination. But to other universes, it's fine to do that. In my universe, a few people are controlling the planet through a network of secret societies working through all sides. But in most other human universes, these sides are completely unconnected, and the world has an infinite diversity of decision-making and ownership. In my universe, some of the most famous people on the planet are torturing and sacrificing children. But most other human universes cannot conceive that such horrors could be taking place, and so in their universes, they don't. Our minds observe the visible, physical world, and what we make of it becomes our reality. Our personal universe. Because I see the world and events in very different terms to most people, there are far fewer points of agreement and connection between my universe and those of the mass of the people. For this reason, I am considered strange, extreme, or a nutter. But that is only those people's perception of me from the perspective of their own universe. It's not what really is, only what they believe it is. It's a self-generated illusion. You can prove over and over that the physical world is controlled by the non-physical mind. A stage illusionist can convince millions of minds that he has performed a miracle when it is just sleight of hand. There is one trick in which a girl is tied up and placed in a large box. The lid is shut tight, and, after a roll of drums, the magician opens the box to find that the woman has disappeared. What she has done is hide in the box's false bottom, giving the appearance that it is empty. The magician then moves to an identical box on the other side of the stage. When he opens it, the woman miraculously reappears to wild applause. The minds of the audience have been convinced that somehow the woman has been transported from one box to the other. This, therefore, becomes their reality, part of their universe. But you know what really happens. The magician uses identical twins wearing identical clothes. It's that simple to delude the mind. I sat next to a guy on a television program who ripped up the front page of the morning paper, crumpled the pieces together in his hands, and then opened it out in its original state. I was no more than 2 feet away. He ripped that paper to pieces. I saw him, but of course he didn't. He just convinced everyone that he did, and once a mind is convinced of something, it becomes that person's physical reality. A stage hypnotist can manipulate a member of the audience into believing that dog poo is a prime piece of steak, or that the woman next to him is naked, or that he is anything from a donkey to a racing driver. The Illuminati are simply applying these techniques on a mass scale because they know how it all works. That's the knowledge they have worked so incessantly to keep from us, creating our own reality. We are not our physical bodies. That is merely one level of us for a short time while we experience this frequency range. The body is a holographic projection that allows our consciousness to interact with the dense physical realm. Plato said, quite rightly, that all bodies are only the shadows of true reality. Every particle of a hologram contains a picture of the entire image. This is why every cell of the body contains the information needed to create an entire body. A hologram is an illusion. It is not 3D, but it looks 3D. Same with the body. Conventional medicine concentrates purely on the holographic image and ignores the multi-frequency forces like thought and emotion that can harmonize or destabilize that image. Thus, official medicine has its entire focus on the symptom and not the cause of physical disease. Disharmony. We are certainly more than our bodies. We are, in truth, all that exists, has existed, and ever will exist. I am you are me, I am everything, and everything is me. We are not only part of that infinite energy from which everything manifests. We are that energy, all of it, all of us. In the end, there is no me or we, just one infinite I. Look out at the world. Look at the explosion of planets and stars in the night sky. All of it is you, and that's only the fraction of you that your physical senses can see. We are all one energy, all each other. The divisions between us are an illusion, and conflicts between us are conflicts and illusions within ourselves. The outer conflict is the expression of the inner conflict, and those who come into our space, positive or negative, are outer projections of our own inner state of being. In this way, those who hate themselves and have no self-esteem attract, vibrationally, into their lives, their universe, people who will punish them. They don't know they are doing this, it's all played out in the subconscious mind. Look at how many women who are beaten violently by their partner end up with a new partner who also beats them violently. I have known women who changed partners 4 or 5 times and everyone knocked the living shit out of them. Until the inner self changes, its outer manifestation cannot change. All the answers are within, not without. That's why the Illuminati encourage and manipulate us to look outside of ourselves for answers. They know that this way we will never find them. They want us to believe that the answers lie in the physical world, the mirror, when that is just a reflection of what we are projecting from within. Thus, we see solutions and new laws and new powers for the police and authority when that is only papering over the cracks and diverting us from the real problem. The state and attitudes of the inner self, our consciousness. The Illuminati are delighted with this because they know that nothing fundamental will ever change until we go to the source of all experience, inside ourselves. They want us to believe that we can change the movie by focusing on the screen, when the only way to change the movie is to change what is being projected on the screen. One simple example: if we loved each other, there would be no conflict in the world. Because we don't, there is. It's just a choice, and those choices become manifest on the news and in our lives every day. The reptilian brain. The more you understand about the reptilian mind, the easier it is to see the Anunnaki Illuminati at work in our society across the centuries. They have distinct character traits, and they are seeking to make humans the same. These reptilian characteristics and their connection to the human brain are fundamental to the perpetuation of the illusions I call the Matrix. For those who, understandably, find even the idea of a reptilian race to be unimaginable. Never mind the shape-shifting. I repeat the words of cosmologist Carl Sagan: there are more potential combinations of DNA, physical forms, than there are atoms in the universe. Far from it being impossible for such a race to emerge, it would be more surprising if it had not. Studies have suggested that if the dinosaurs had survived, and some may have done so within the Earth, they would have evolved a reptilian humanoid form by now. Dale Russell, the senior paleontologist at North Carolina University, was asked by the U.S. Space Agency NASA to produce a report on what extraterrestrial life might look like. He evolved the Troodon dinosaur in line with genetic changes over millions of years and created a model of a being he called a dinosauroid. It was a reptilian humanoid and identical to those that abductees and others have claimed to see. There is so much more to know about the dinosaurs. After all, their existence was only discovered by scientists in the 1880s. Credo Mutwa and others say that reptilians originated on this planet and were driven off before returning to claim what they believe is rightfully theirs. Maybe, maybe not. We only have their word for that, and their word does not seem to be worth a lot. But this planet certainly has an enormous reptilian history. While I was writing this book, it was revealed that the fossil of a reptile that walked on 2 legs had been found in a German quarry in rock estimated to be at least 300 million years old. The find demolished previous scientific belief on reptilian evolution. Dinosaurs were not, as believed, the first reptiles to run on 2 legs. This newly discovered biped, Eudobennus cursorus, was a reptile unrelated to the later dinosaurs. The Utabemus skeletal structure suggests that it could run swiftly, probably standing up on its toes, with its forelimbs swinging in a pendulum fashion. This is similar to the posture adopted by running humans, say the US, Canadian and German scientists. Researcher Alan Walton has compiled a large amount of background to the reptilian presence on Earth. He says, aside from reports and even photos of human footprints found fossilized inside of dinosaurian prints, suggesting a common existence, I discovered some interesting biological facts concerning reptilians. It seems that biologists agree that snakes ultimately mutated from lizards, and lizards from the larger thunder lizards or dinosaurs of ancient times. And what was the earliest dinosaur discovered? Well, the two contenders are the Aoraptor and a similar saurian biped which walked upright like a man, about the size of a human being, and with hands that were ideal for grabbing and ripping flesh. The Herosaurus, both were meat-eaters. However, there are enough differences and similarities between Aoraptor and Herosaurus to suggest that they had a common ancestor a few branches down the saurian tree. The most ancient part of the brain is known by scientists as the R-complex or reptilian brain. It is the most obvious remnant of our reptilian genetic history, apart from those who are still born with tails. This reptilian brain or R-complex is vital to understanding the ways that the Illuminati manipulate human thinking and perception. Most people have no idea of the reptilian heritage of the human body and its influence on our behavior. Scientists say that the R-complex represents a core of the nervous system and originates from a mammal-like reptile that was once found all over the world in the Triassic period, 205 to 240 million years ago. It is believed this was an evolutionary link between the dinosaurs and the mammals. There may be other explanations, too. All mammals have this reptilian part of the brain. Now look at the character traits of the reptilian brain as agreed by scientists. I quote here from a fascinating internet article by Skip Largent. At least 5 human behaviors originate in the reptilian brain. Without defining them, I shall simply say that in human activities they find expression in obsessive-compulsive behavior, personal day-to-day rituals and superstitious acts, slavish conformance to old ways of doing things, ceremonial reenactments, obeisance to precedent, as in legal, religious, cultural, and other matters, and all manner of deceptions. Add other traits of the R-complex such as territoriality, this is mine, get out, aggression, and the idea that might is right, winner takes all. Put that little lot together and you have the very attitudes of the Illuminati. Racism comes from the reptilian brain also, and aggressive, violent sex, which the Illuminati bloodlines indulge in big time. Ask U.S. Presidents Father George Bush and Gerald Ford, Vice President Dick Cheney, and the list of other famous Illuminati names I expose in my books. Can it really be a coincidence that the Illuminati manifest the classic traits of the reptilian brain while, at the same time, the evidence suggests that they are reptilian bloodlines? Cosmologist Carl Sagan, who knew far more than he was telling, wrote a book, The Dragons of Eden, Ballantine Books, New York, 1977, to highlight the reptilian influences on humanity. He said, "It does no good whatsoever to ignore the reptilian component of human nature, particularly our ritualistic and hierarchical behavior. On the contrary, the model may help us understand what human beings are all about." Other areas of the human brain balance the extremes of the reptilian characteristics in most people, but they can still be seen, for example, in those who live their lives as a daily ritual, such as going to the same supermarket at the same time every week and having the same meals on the same days. Those with the most dominant reptilian traits, the Illuminati bloodlines, would, it seems obvious, express more of those characteristics associated with the reptilian brain, and so you have the reptilian bloodlines of the Illuminati utterly obsessed with ritual. Equally obviously, the reptilians understand the R-complex better than anyone and how it can be manipulated. Predictably, therefore, it is through the reptilian part of the brain that humanity is most controlled and directed. The human brain is in 2 parts or hemispheres, the right brain and the left brain, connected by a mass of nerve fibers. The left side is the rational, logical, and intellectual. It works closely with the physical senses and can be summed up by can I touch it, see it, hear it, smell it, or taste it? Okay, it must exist. It communicates through spoken words and written language. The right brain is where we manifest imagination, intuition, instincts, dream states. The subconscious, it is the artist, musician, creative inspiration. It communicates through images and symbols, not words. This right side is closely related to the R-complex. Reptilians communicate through imagery and symbols, just like the Illuminati secret society network is widely detailed in The Biggest Secret and on my website. They have an entire secret language based on symbols. This brings us to the most effective form of human conditioning by the Illuminati: movies and television. As Skip Largent says, all movies and television are a projection of the reptilian brain. How so? Movies and television, video games, etc. are all undeniably dreamlike. not only in their presentation of symbolic reality, but also in that humans experiencing movies, etc., have the same brainwave patterns as when they are dreaming. And guess where dreaming originates in your head? In the reptilian brain, although other parts of our brain are involved. The language of the reptilian brain is visual imagery. All communications transferred by reptiles are done so by visual symbolic representations, each having specific meaning. 8. And this is precisely what the Illuminati do. So how does this relate to human control? The movie and television industries are not only owned and directed by the Illuminati. They created them. They understand how visual images can be used to condition the population. In normal circumstances, the reptilian-dominated right brain receives images through the eyes or the imagination, and the left brain decodes those images into thoughts, words, and conclusions. The Illuminati Anunnaki have intervened in this process, however, to control the human mind. Their aim is to disconnect the functions of these two distinct parts of the brain so we can be manipulated through the right brain while only being conscious of the left. They plant images into the right brain, the dream state, the non-conscious, using symbolism, subliminal imagery, and pictures, while often telling the left brain how it should interpret those images. This is done through education, science, and the media. The television news is a classic. The right brain is shown pictures of thousands of refugees pouring across the border out of Kosovo while the reporter's voiceover tells the left brain how to interpret those pictures. i.e., the refugees were fleeing Serbian atrocities. This explanation increased public support for NATO bombing of the Serbs. What later emerged, of course, is that many of those refugees were actually fleeing the effects of the NATO bombing. Same images, but a very different story or interpretation. It is the same with newspaper pictures in which the caption interprets the image for the reader's left brain. Often what the caption says is not the true background to what the reader is seeing. What is happening all the time is that the left brain is being told by external sources how to decode right brain images. What we need to do urgently is regain control of our left brains and decide for ourselves what our right brain images mean. That requires breaking away from the herd, thinking for ourselves, and questioning all that we see and hear. That includes what you are reading in this book. If it doesn't make sense, walk away. You will find that words like imagination, imagine, dream, and such like are used constantly in advertising. They know that if they can use trigger words that encourage a right brain, non-conscious, daydream state, they can access your mind with imagery and then tell your left brain how to decode it into conscious language. I want that car. I think the police should be given more powers to stop crime. I need to take Viagra to be a proper man again. We need a world government to solve our problems. Television and movies are producing a fantasy world of make-believe to open up the unconscious right brain and allow the Illuminati a secret access through that to the conscious mind. Children are most at risk from this and they are being bombarded with fantasy images to this end. In early childhood, the mental state is controlled almost exclusively by the reptilian brain, and the purveyors of children's entertainment like Disney exploit this knowledge. Disney is a major Illuminati operation. Music is used in the same way. There is nothing wrong with music in itself, and the same with fantasy and dream states, so long as we are doing our own decoding. As with everything, it is the way this is manipulated that I am talking about. And who controls the music industry? The same people who control Hollywood and the global media in general. The Illuminati. The biggest music operation in the world, for instance, is Universal Music, controlled by the Bronfmans of Canada, which also controls Universal Studios. The Bronfmans were a gangster family during Prohibition and later owners of one of the biggest liquor operations on the planet, Seagram's. The Bronfmans control a stream of other media organizations including such deeply intellectual, mind-expanding programs as The Jerry Springer Show. Universal Music is the force behind the satanic shock rocker Marilyn Manson. The Illuminati control the music industry and it is widely used for subconscious and vibrational conditioning. A former employee of the Music Corporation, EMI, told me how they had supervisors who ensured that only the right artists, the right music were signed and promoted. The Bronfmans are a reptilian bloodline and very close to the Rothschilds. It is the Bronfmans, through various front organizations and stooges, particularly operating out of their headquarters in eastern Canada, who are seeking to stop me speaking all over the world. In accordance with the Illuminati method of controlling all sides in a debate or conflict, two of the most vociferous critics of Edgar Bronfman Jr., the head of Universal Pictures, are former Bush and Reagan cabinet minister, Bill Bennett, the shape-shifting child abuser exposed by Kathy O'Brien, and Joseph Lieberman, the vice presidential running mate of blood drinker and shapeshifter Al Gore. This pair say that Universal Studios encourage people to be immoral. Is there no shame? Manufacturing illusions. Through the reptilian brain, the Anunnaki Illuminati manipulate our perception of reality. This frequency range or physical world is controlled and manipulated from outside, from another frequency range or density, which I have called the fourth dimension. As in the movie, The Matrix, the agents of this force come into this world to delude and manipulate us. Like the other dimensional men in black, they do it through direct manifestation, aided by the satanic rituals, or by occupying and possessing the bloodlines that most resonate with them. The Illuminati bloodlines. Some of these agents appear to be capable of miraculous feats, but they are not miraculous at all. It is just that they are using a knowledge of physics and energy that is systematically kept from us. They know that this world is not solid, only that it appears to be. Everything from a breath of air to a drop of rain, to a mountain or a 10-ton truck is vibrating energy. Look at anything under a microscope, no matter how dense and solid it may seem to be, and you will see that it is just vibrating energy. The slower it vibrates, the more solid it looks. The faster it vibrates, the more ethereal and transparent it appears until its speed moves beyond our physical senses and it disappears. Look at a simple spoked cartwheel. When it is turning slowly, the spokes looks very solid. But when it is traveling at speed, the spokes are just a blur and no longer solid at all. In fact, they can even give the illusion of going backwards while the cart is going forwards. Optical illusions are just simple expressions of the great illusion. I have been writing for 10 years that the speed of light, 186,000 miles per second, is not the fastest speed possible. It is only an outer limit of our frequency range, after which anything traveling above that speed enters another range, another density, and we cease to perceive it. This is how UFOs and extraterrestrials appear and disappear, and how demonic entities manifest and demanifest at satanic rituals. They switch frequencies. As John Icke points out, the color changes seen in interdimensional materializations are often described in UFO sightings as the objects scan the electromagnetic spectrum. UFOs often appear as a purplish blob and then descend the visible scale until they turn red. He wrote, at which point they sometimes solidify into seemingly material objects. We exist on all dimensions and densities in the great infinity. At our core we are pure love, what some people call the spark or flame of God within all of us. At that level of our infinite self, we are vibrating at incredible speed. There is no form. We are pure energy. We just are. Everything just is. We are all one. We are consciously everything that has ever, does, or will ever exist. These is no time, no location. We are all time, all places, all thought and feeling. We interpenetrate all existence. We are the infinite and the ultimate. And that is everybody, no matter what you may be doing at the moment in this great illusion. But to experience all the densities on our endless journey of experience, that spark, that pure love, has to surround itself with an outer shell that resonates with the frequency range it wishes to experience. Without that, it could not interact with that world because it would be too far away on the dial. If my consciousness did not surround itself with a physical body on the same frequency range as this world, I could not tap the keys of this computer. My consciousness would pass straight through them. For this reason, our inner spark of pure love has taken on a vast number of outer bodies to interact with and experience all densities down the scale. We are, therefore, like a series of Russian dolls, one inside the other, all vibrating at different speeds, and all, except that spark of love that interpenetrates all existence, are illusions of varying degrees. The dense physical body, the outer of all the shells, is therefore part of the greatest illusion because it not only has its own personal illusions, it encompasses all the others, too. The nearest bodies to the dense physical are the etheric, astral, mental and emotional. They are all vibrating at higher speeds than our physical senses, and so we can't see them. Although psychic people can when they access those frequencies. We feel them, however, as good and bad vibes. The etheric is a mirror image of the physical, but less dense. And the lower levels of the astral frequency range, lower fourth dimension, appear to be the realms from which the Illuminati demons, reptilians, and other malevolent extraterrestrials largely operate. The lower astral is the traditional home of malevolent entities in esoteric thought. Abductees have reported that when they looked at their bodies during an extraterrestrial experience, they looked different to normal. As we saw earlier, the American, Jim Walden, said that his body looked like those of the aliens who abducted him. Walden felt that this was another dimension of him, which inhabited his human form. He believed from his experiences that the aliens could transcend time, transform matter, manipulate human thought and behavior, and create distracting illusions to satisfy the needs of our simple human minds. He concluded that they could move between dimensions and that they were less extraterrestrial and more interdimensional. I think that is correct. The demonic entities and the malevolent faction of the reptilians are overwhelmingly astral beings that can move between densities, thus appearing human 1 minute and then shape-shifting into something else the next. They are like those agents in the Matrix movie. But, also like those agents, they are still stuck in an illusion themselves. It might be less of an illusion than humans because they know of other dimensions and so on, but they are still stuck in their astral illusion as humans are stuck in the physical one. The Matrix character, Morpheus, says of the agents, "I have seen an agent punch through a concrete wall. Men have emptied entire clips. of bullets on them and hit nothing but air. Yet their strength and their speed are still based on rules. Because of that, they will never be as strong or as fast as you can be. That is why the Illuminati and their other density masters have worked so hard to suppress our minds. They know that we are potentially far more powerful than they are if only we can free ourselves of their mind control. Their aim, in effect, is to keep us in a bigger illusion than their own. It is like the short-sighted manipulating the blind. Within every human is a genius waiting to manifest. I never cease to be amazed at the levels of excellence that humans achieve in the whole range of professions and talents. Find someone at the top of his or her craft and you will be in awe at their brilliance. And this is despite all the manipulation and suppression of our potential. Just think what we could achieve when this control is dismantled. The climax in the Matrix movie is when the initiate, Neo, ceases to see the world as a series of solid people and buildings and instead sees everything and everyone as a flow of fast-moving numbers and codes, vibrational frequencies. Once he reaches this point of awareness and multidimensional connection, he is able to brush aside the previously unbeatable agents of human servitude because he can operate outside of their rules and limitations. Symbolically, he has expanded the point of his awareness beyond the astral realms to much higher levels of himself, higher levels than his controllers can access. Once he achieved that, he becomes as powerful to the agents as they were to him when he was still in the physical illusion and they were in the astral one. How do we get out of this mess? We open up to who we really are and let go of who the system tells us we are. The whole Illuminati plan has been designed to keep us trapped in the physical illusion and therefore ensure that we can be controlled and manipulated by their astral illusion. This is why, among so many other things, they have done the following. Systematically destroyed or kept hidden as much ancient knowledge as possible because it contained the understanding of who we are and the true nature of life. Hijacked all the major investigations and searches for ancient hidden knowledge and artifacts across the world to ensure that nothing is found that tells the truth of our nature and origins, and if anything significant is found, it is never made public nor its true importance understood. Created religions to seize the minds of the populace, fill them with a sense of limitation and inferiority, and portray esoteric knowledge as evil. Established science to recognize only the physical, deny the existence of other frequencies of life, and suppress the knowledge of our multidimensional selves. This is done by rewarding those who repeat the party line and destroying the reputations of those who do not introduce the media to assault our minds with the reality the Illuminati wish us to have, and to attack, ridicule, condemn, and destroy anyone who threatens to expose the scam and the illusion on which it depends. Bombarded us with an orgy of physical stimuli and materialism in which success is judged by what you own rather than what you are. Focus the world and communication on all that is physical: money, winning the lottery, possessions, and promoting an obsession with sex as a physical rather than a spiritual experience. Sex based on lust alone holds down our frequency because it is a purely physical act. Sex based on love increases our frequency because it reconnects us with our spark of pure love. Isolated male and female energy, so creating the duality and preventing the fusion of male and female energy within us all that would create a third, potentially high vibrational force, and set us free of this vibrational prison. The Matrix filled our food, drink, medicines, vaccines, water, air, and electromagnetic environment with chemicals and frequencies designed to suppress our ability to experience our multidimensional self and to block the channels through which our higher levels can communicate with the physical, manipulated our DNA directly and through other means to dim this higher dimensional connection. The genetic code agenda that is sold to us so positively as a way of preventing disease has a far more sinister background and motivation. Held highly malevolent satanic rituals at the planet's major vortex points to hold down the frequency of the entire global energy field, the field that we operate within. In this way, our own energy field can be vibrationally suppressed by living within such a low vibrational environment. Created wars and conflicts at all levels of global society and ensured financial dependency and insolvency to keep us in low vibrational emotional states like fear, guilt, anger, resentment, and frustration. The vibrational prison. This manipulation, together with the physical illusion, means that we access only a fraction of our potential consciousness. We are literally in a vibrational prison, disconnected by all these methods from the multidimensional ocean that we really are. These astral entities work to maintain and expand this situation and thus maintain and expand their control of the billions entrapped in the illusion. At the same time, the low vibration emotional energy that the illusion causes us to generate is vibrating to the lower astral frequency range. This means that a cycle is created in which the astral manipulators use their energy to set up physical events. These events cause emotional reactions that generate emotional energy. This pours into the astral dimension, and the astral entities recycle it back to continue and increase the cycle still further. In the Matrix, it is said that we live in a computer-generated dream world built to keep us under control and to use humans like a battery. Symbolically, that is correct. The only ones who can break the cycle are ourselves by ceasing to fall for the illusion and so generating the emotional energy the reptilians and others demand. Morpheus tells his initiate, Neo, in the Matrix, "You are a slave, Neo. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison that you cannot smell or taste or touch. A prison for your mind. Unfortunately, no one can be told what the Matrix is, you have to see it for yourself. I'm trying to free your mind, Neo, but I can only show you the door. You're the one that has to walk through it." Or, as the aerospace scientist Dr. Gordon Allen said in his book, Enigma Fantastique, after a lifetime of study, the purpose today is identical to the purpose in the times of the magician scientists of ancient times. The purpose of the controlling priesthood of the Egyptians, the Caesars, the Roman Catholic Church, the Inquisition, the ecclesiastic control of the various ruling families had for its purpose the rule of the people in their material bodies on this earth plane. A nation is said by Eastern philosophers to lie under certain occult, or secret, controls. Nations who go to war on the earth plane reflect certain wars in heaven. I think there is validity in the myths and legends that consciousness became trapped in this dense physical frequency range and, as its own frequency fell, it could not get out. We are talking maybe of millions, even billions, of years ago when this began. The fall of man was a vibrational fall. Perhaps, I certainly would not rule out for a moment that at least the early stages of what is known as Lemuria, Atlantis, were fourth-dimensional, not third-dimensional phenomena, and they might still exist in fourth-dimensional reality. The fourth-dimensional range is very close to this one, and it could well be that events unfolded in which these far ancient societies, or aspects of them, became denser and denser until they fell vibrationally into three-dimensional reality. Once here, the temptations and limitations of such dense vibrations with all the physical sensations available became like an addiction to the consciousness that experienced it. The Italian physicist Giuliano Conforto writes in LUH, Man's Cosmic Game, "The human body is made of physical matter, the solid state of the substance, that is cosmic thought, information. The many parallel universes are therefore different modes of thinking or software, either rigid, dual, typical of the solid state, or more fluid and thus tuned to cosmic oneness. Falling in temperature from a hotter parallel universe, the human body underwent a phase transition that solidified the substance and stiffened its modes of thinking. If it is so, we can understand why it may be possible for the human body to rise again. As many Hermetic traditions suggest too, there are those who believe that when our physical body dies, our consciousness returns to some wonderful heavenly realm. Personally, I don't accept that this happens as a matter of course. Death is no cure for ignorance, and when we leave this world as the physical body dies, we gravitate to where our consciousness is focused. It's our vibrational state that decides where we can go. In other words, we do. If we are the embodiment of pure love, we will peel off our outer shells, the Russian dolls, and our consciousness becomes that spark of pure love that permeates all existence. If we are still seriously stuck in the illusion, which the vast majority of people are, we will perhaps get no higher than the astral realms because our vibrational state will hold us there. When Satanists do deals with demonic entities and sign contracts in blood with them, it is a vibrational contract. In return for demonic manipulation to give them power and all that they want in this world, the Satanist agrees that their demons should own them when they leave this physical realm. When they leave the body, Satanists move the tiny vibrational distance into the lower astral or fourth dimension. That's all. The more souls, energy, of that malevolent nature these demonic entities can pack into their frequency range, the more powerful the vibrational prison that surrounds or interpenetrates the third dimension. Those who are not Satanists, but still firmly controlled by the illusion, will leave the physical and move to higher levels of the astral frequency range and experience another illusion. I am personally convinced that most people on Earth are trapped in a cycle of reincarnating between the astral illusion and the physical illusion and back again. In the end, people can become so detached vibrationally from their higher dimensions that they are virtually operating as a completely separate fragment or lost soul. That's the situation the lower fourth dimensional entities have worked so vociferously to create. Consciousness incarnates from higher realms to try to expose the scam and the illusion that underpins it. But many of these people also get trapped in the illusion and forget why they came. It's a tough school, this one, because the vibrations are slow and therefore the energy is dense. But when we can focus our consciousness and reality in the higher realms while occupying a physical body, we ground that higher dimensional consciousness, energy, in this density and raise both awareness of the illusion and the frequency of the Earth's vibrational field. When we have reached that higher state, we are in this world, but not of it. So what does all this mean? We are in a low vibrational prison, the Matrix, and living a daily illusion. It is the illusion that holds the whole show together. And the Illuminati have set up the media, science, education, religion, medicine, finance, and business. The whole grotesque system, to assault our conscious and subconscious minds with messages designed to program the illusion deeper and deeper into our sense of reality. If we buy that, and all but a few people do, we will never get out and break free. The bottom line of all bottom lines of the Illuminati agenda is the manipulation of humanity's imagination of itself. Without that, the rest of their agenda becomes impossible. I will make some suggestions in the final 2 chapters about how we can get the hell out of here. But our choice is very clear: to exist in the great illusion or to live in the great infinity. Put another way, do we want the prison or the paradise? If it's the paradise, we have some work to do. Chapter 19. Gatekeepers. The Matrix is a system, Neo, and that system is our enemy. When you are inside, you look around, what do you see? Businessmen, teachers, lawyers, carpenters. The very minds of the people we are trying to save. But until we do, these people are part of that system, and that makes them our enemies. You have to understand most of these people are not ready to be unplugged, and many are so, hopelessly dependent on the system that they will fight to protect it. Morpheus in the Matrix. That is a profound quote and a brilliant summary of the dilemma we face. I don't see Matrix-plugged people as my personal enemies, because once we see this as a conflict or war between us and them, we are confirming just how plugged we are. Us versus them is Matrix thinking, a Matrix perception. This should not be viewed as some kind of fight, because what you fight, you become. But Matrix-minded people are the enemies of freedom, that's for sure. Enemies of their own freedom and the freedom of all who exist in the great illusion. They are the gatekeepers of the Matrix, daily suppressing the thoughts, desires, people, and information that could set us and them free. Of course, the conscious agents of the Illuminati are placed in the positions of economic, business, media, political, legal, and military power to hold this mental and emotional sheep pen together. But they could not do this alone. They have to manipulate humanity to suppress itself. Humanity is like the security guard. He often doesn't know what he is guarding or why he is doing it. He is an automaton, just doing whatever he is told to the letter, and never for a moment considering the possibility that he should think for himself and interpret a situation on its merits. It is black and white, no shades of gray. Rules is rules, mate. Every plugged person is an enemy, or potential enemy, of freedom, but some are more arrogantly enthusiastic about it, or, in other words, more profoundly entrapped by the illusion than others. If we are going to break out of this vibrational prison cell, we all need to resign immediately from our role as agents of the thought police. For us to be free, we must set everyone else free. To cease to be a sheep, we must cease to be a sheepdog. How simple that is, yet how difficult it seems to be for humans in their present hypnotic state. But we can only stop being a sheepdog when we realize that we are a sheepdog, and we are so blind to our own desire for control over other people's lives and thoughts. Ask anyone if they believe in freedom, and all except a tiny minority will say yes. It's not something that people like to be seen to be against. Not good street cred. So we all believe in freedom by reflex action. But do we live it by everyday action? You have got to be kidding. If we did, this book, and all my others, would have no reason to be published. We would already be free and reconnected to multidimensional paradise. Who are the gatekeepers of the Matrix? Who are the prison warders, the border guards of the great illusion? We are the gatekeeper parents, partners, and priests. We want our children to live in a free world, right? Then why don't we even allow them to live in a free home? Intergenerational conditioning by parents of their children is one of the greatest of all gatekeeping activities. If the parent is a Christian, Muslim, voter for this political party or that, a racist, a sexist, working class, middle class, upper class, whatever, that is the conditioning they overwhelmingly insist on imposing upon their offspring. The child is conditioned to be a reflection of the parent, and the pressure to be like them can be enormous. The very idea that a vehement Christian or Muslim, or Jew, or Hindu would respect their child's right from birth to reach their own conclusions without pressure to conform to their parents' beliefs would be utterly abhorrent to such people. Indeed, most could not begin to comprehend such a level of mental and emotional respect for their child's uniqueness and freedom of thought and expression. As I said at the start of the book, I debated at the Oxford Union with the former chief rabbi of Great Britain, and he could not see the difference between information and indoctrination. "How can I do the best for my children," he said, or words to that effect, "if I do not bring them up to believe what is right?" No, Rabbi, what you believe is right. That's not informing them of your view, it is indoctrinating your beliefs while suppressing and discrediting all alternative versions of reality. It's mind control. Priests, rabbis, bishops, popes, and all the rest of the long frock brigade are professional gatekeepers working for those who control the Matrix. Yet most of them are so mesmerized by the Matrix themselves, they have no idea that this is so. It is the same with the vast majority of parents. It goes further. Parents, conditioned by their parents, who were conditioned by theirs, and so on, often decide what is best for their children even after they leave the nest. I met a guy once in his 60 seconds who was still being destroyed inside by the guilt that he did not achieve what his father wanted for him. Well, bollocks to the father, I say. If he is such a parental dictator and emotional manipulator, he deserves to be friggin' disappointed. Do him good. But how many of us don't do what we really want to do in our lives because we fear what our parents will say or because we don't want to disappoint them? Stuff that. They either respect our right to be who we are and express who we are, or they can go on their way. Their choice. This is so important to breaking free of the web of fear, guilt, and the need for approval that dominates so many child-parent relationships and continues long after the child becomes an adult. They are not our parents, in truth, anyway, except according to Matrix reality. They are the ones who seeded our physical form and with whom we spent our formative years. They are close by genetics in this physical realm, but they may not be at all close when it comes to vibrational connection. Many are, but they don't have to be. An obsession with doing nothing to upset our parents or the people around us is the Matrix mentality. A key part of the prison that keeps us in line. It is the same with our wives or husbands, partners, and children. Observe your own situation. How many people around you, people you love and care for, are suppressing what you want to do with your life because you are concerned by the way it will make them feel? It is a mental and emotional Alcatraz. It can turn a relationship into a prison sentence, and a marriage and family into a prison cell. Don't get me wrong here. I am not talking about being violent because you fancy it, or making their lives miserable for the sake of it. No. I mean to express what you are, say what you think, live your uniqueness, without suppressing yourself because those around you will not like or understand the real you. It means to stop living what they think you should be, the blueprint for what they want you to be, and start being the you that you really are. If they can't handle that, that's their problem and they should find someone else who will suit them better. And if they can't, and insist that you suppress the real you to suit them, they are unpaid, unaware gatekeepers for the Matrix. But it goes both ways this. Everyone, or almost everyone, is concerned about their own freedom, but what about the freedom of others? How many times a day do you impose your will, your reality, on those around you? I spoke at some financial conferences that were designed to promote freedom. All you had to do was stand on the stage and talk about freedom and you were sure of wild applause. But most of those clapping their hands, and the organizations that promoted the conferences, did not want freedom at all. It's the last thing they wanted. They couldn't handle freedom. Most didn't know what it was, and those who had some idea were horrified at its implications. The organizers were terrified that I would use the E word, extraterrestrials. Even the F word would have been less life-threatening to them. They couldn't care less if the extraterrestrial information was true or not. They couldn't care less if anything I said was true or not, so long as it didn't upset the audience, which the organizations were using and manipulating mercilessly to make their fortune. That was okay, so long as the people liked what they heard. Who gave a shit if it was true? Once I began to question in my books the existence of Jesus, sections of the audience who had previously given me a standing ovation for exposing the conspiracy began to demand that I be removed from the speakers list. My crime, expressing a different view to theirs. I am sure many of them are still attending, still being manipulated, and still giving standing ovations to the kind of freedom they really want. The freedom to hear someone support their own beliefs and the freedom to suppress anyone else who has a different view. In fact, that is the freedom that most people want. I observed another financial group based in Arizona, and heard them talk about freedom from the system, freedom of expression, and all the usual stuff they think will pull people into their web. They said the organization was created to promote freedom when it was merely created to make as much money as possible. Fine, if that's your thing, but be honest about it and don't bullshit me with tearful, carefully rehearsed garbage about how you are doing it to free the people. Free your overdraft, more like. Funnily enough, it turned out to be one of the most dictatorial, vicious, unscrupulous, manipulating organizations you could ever see, in awash with monumental purveyors of bullshit. Both of these financial operations and most of their audience are gatekeepers masquerading as promoters of freedom, and that, perhaps, makes them the most deluded of all. The greatest gift we can give our children is the freedom to think for themselves. Even if, outrage of outrage, we don't agree with what they believe, to encourage them to question, read, and come to their own conclusions, to respect their right to be different without feeling the need to impose our beliefs because we know best. Of course, it has to be pointed out when their behavior is unfairly and unpleasantly affecting others. But that's not what I mean here. I mean to encourage them to free their minds and be open to all possibilities. Far too many parents are more concerned with what their neighbors, friends, and the teachers will think of their children, rather than what the children think of themselves and the world. We need to set the children free to think the officially unthinkable and question at every turn the officially unquestionable. If we can't set our children free, we fall on our arses at the very first step on the road to global freedom. In our personal relationships, we need to set each other free of the blueprints for what a relationship must be. We are imprisoned by blueprints and expectations, and who creates the blueprints? The system, the Matrix, does. Once we have an expectation and a mental design for what constitutes love, a relationship, or anything at all, we are imprisoned by that thought form. It becomes the focus from which everything is judged. If the relationship takes another expression, we are disappointed. It might be perfect for our personal growth and evolution, but it is outside the blueprint, so it can't be right. You don't kiss me and hold my hand like the couple across the street. Well, that's probably because I am not the couple across the street. I am me. Ironically, blueprint relationships are usually the most fragile and superficial because they are often based on image and posturing rather than substance. Relationships are everything. The relationships between planets and stars, water and air, hot and cold, thought and energy, are constantly creating and changing the world around us. Relationships are literally what makes creation possible, and human relationships are an expression of this. It is the main way that we learn and grow. But if blueprint rules are laid down on how relationships should be and the direction they must go, we are immediately building barriers to all other potential experience and, therefore, greater understanding. The flow of life leads us to what we need to experience and who with. And the flow comes from within ourselves. Once we lay down the way it must be, or else, we are challenging that flow, which may have other plans for us. This creates a battle between the inner flow and the outer, conscious, blueprint demands, and there is always only one winner in such conflicts. I love to be hugged and held and operating in harmonious situations, but there is so much more for relationships to offer than the classic blueprints, and often the experiences they present to us are not very nice. But if the love is truly there between two people, they can survive and grow enormously from those challenges, because whatever happens, nothing will break that bond. True love is not conscious, it is beyond the bounds of the conscious mind. It is also beyond words. I think we have lost touch with what love really is. Instead, we often create an illusion of love and confuse it with purely third-dimensional blueprinting. Among the New Age mentality, hugging people is part of the persona, the blueprint, the mental and emotional uniform to show that you are a loving person. But I have seen many in the New Age hugging people as a public show while saying how much they hate their guts once they have gone. I have known many relationships of the kissy, my little cherub variety, which, on the surface, have been perfect matches. Oh, what a wonderful couple, they are so in love, it's obvious, isn't it? Yet at the first sign of a problem between them, the relationship falls apart because it is built on sand. They can't handle it once the blueprint is breached, and you also find, talking to them after the breakup, that their lovey-dovey go through the motions relationship was a cover for the lack of a deep inner connection that nothing could destroy. I have heard that two people in a relationship should never say goodbye on any occasion without saying I love you. Really, just say it now, I love you. See how easy it is. You don't have to mean it, you don't have to feel it, you just have to say it. How many people say those words every day, just to get what they want? And how many don't follow that blueprint, yet feel an enormous love for another person and show it in other ways? I saw a quote once that said, "Just because I don't love you the way you want me to doesn't mean that I don't love you with everything I have." The need to hear I love you all the time or experience constant public shows of affection can say more about that person's own insecurity than a statement about another's love for them. If you had to make a choice, would you rather have a blueprint relationship that collapses when the going gets tough, or one of real substance in which you know your partner will be in the trench with you, no matter what, even if they don't say I love you every 5 minutes? Sometimes you can have both, and that's great if that's what you want, but there are other infinite expressions of love that don't come with a set of rules and regulations. I was married to Linda for 29 years, and although we are no longer husband and wife, we are still very close on a deep level. Far beyond the nonsensical idea that to be officially together you have to sign a piece of headed notepaper. We will remain so forever because our mutual and deeply painful experiences since 1991 have exploded all blueprints and expectations into tiny fragments. She knows I will always be there when needed, no matter what, no matter where. And vice versa. If it had been a blueprint relationship, it would have been over in an instant 10 years ago. But it wasn't, and it isn't, and that is why it has endured and grown, even though the form it takes may have changed. The experiences we have endured, shared, and overcome have made us stronger, wiser, more enlightened people, and, most importantly, more individual people, expressing a far greater inner strength and sense of confidence and respect for who we are. This has been the whole evolutionary reason for what we have experienced, to make us emotionally stronger and free as our own unique selves without the need to have anyone alongside as an emotional crutch. I leaned on Linda emotionally for a long time. I don't now. She leaned on me. She doesn't now. We are all being challenged to become whole people, and we attract the relationships that help us to do that. Such relationships rarely follow the conditioned blueprints. It's funny how we utter sparkling truths without realizing in our everyday words and phrases. Like when we talk of our partners as our other half. That's what they are for most people, or as much of the other half as they can find. Anyway, in most relationships, the partner expresses an energy that we have not accessed within ourselves. This is why opposites can so powerfully attract. The male is balanced by the female, who in turn is balanced by the male. Or again, by as much as they can manage. We are accessing such a fraction of ourselves that we need a partner to make the balance and form some kind of whole our other half. I wrote earlier about how, when two polarities, male and female, are fused together, it creates a third force of fantastic creative potential that can take us vibrationally out of matrix mode. For this reason, the Illuminati have worked furiously over thousands of years to keep male and female apart and maintain the duality. Most relationships do not create the necessary vibrational wholeness and fusion to trigger the third force in all its magnificence. So relationships as we know them today are not a problem to those in control. In fact, male-female relationships as they are currently perceived are a wonderful tool of the matrix. Even two halves becoming one is not the ultimate goal on our freedom road. It is the one becoming one. It is believed by some that the ideal spiritual partnership is two polarities becoming one whole, with male and female creating the third force when two compatible people come together. I went along with that for a while, but not anymore. It is only half the story. Two halves becoming one still leaves the two individuals concerned as less than whole people. We are everything. Just because we live in male bodies doesn't mean we don't have as much potential female energy within us as a woman. At the level of consciousness, we are both male and female. Just because we live in female bodies doesn't mean we don't have as much potential male energy within us as a man. But our conditioned roles within the matrix are designed to pressure the consciousness in a male body to suppress its female aspect, macho man. Big boys don't cry, and the consciousness in a female body to suppress its male aspect. Little girls play with dolls and big girls look after the kitchen. What we are being challenged to do here is for all of us to access all of us. Therefore, to become balanced wholes within ourselves without the need to find an external other half. The third force then manifests within all of us. And relationships are the interaction of two whole people and not two halves seeking external balance. Those relationships are based on the mutual respect of each partner for the other's wholeness and individuality. If they don't fulfill the blueprint, then fine, because whole people do not want a relationship with a blueprint. They want to be with another vibrant, whole, individual, unique expression of all that is. And if they don't kiss you at the door or say I love you every time they leave your presence, then who gives a shit, because that is them being them. It doesn't mean they don't love you in their own unique way. Blueprints are such a foundation of the matrix, and without them one of its key structures would collapse. Relationships as they are currently perceived, desired, and demanded serve the matrix magnificently because they suppress what is necessary for the partners to reach wholeness within themselves. Once whatever they need to express or experience on that journey starts to affect their partner in ways they don't like, the pressure is applied, internally and externally, to suppress that experience and stay in the prison cell. If this attitude does not stop, the matrix will continue to hold together for as long as the attitude prevails. It will always produce the gatekeeper relationship in which each partner keeps the other in mental and emotional servitude while calling it love and the ideal relationship. There is another aspect to this crazy little thing called love. People talk about love all the time, but what is it? What does it mean? Love is never having to say you're sorry is one definition I have heard. Yet others think that not saying sorry is a really undesirable trait. So one person's definition of love is another's definition of being unloving. Which one is right? It depends on your blueprint and the perspective from which you are observing. There is a different definition of love for almost everyone on the planet, and that's because love is indefinable. It just is and expresses itself in infinite ways, most of which we are not aware of in the great illusion. And something else we need to ask, which level of the person is expressing the love in a relationship? This physical aspect of us is only a holographic projection into this frequency range by the higher levels of who we are. Our physical level is the experiencer and the giver of experience. It is not who we are. We are all that exists. Do we want a relationship with a holographic image according to a conditioned blueprint, or one with the multidimensional consciousness of our partner, which will always provide the experience, the love, that is necessary to open our hearts and minds to the true magnitude of who we are? We might not like the experience, but from realms beyond this world, it is given with love because it is what we need to set us free of the illusion. Do we want the comfortable, predictable commitment of the cul-de-sac, or the unpredictable, no guarantees, roller coaster ride, the long and winding road that leads us to multidimensional freedom? Those two standpoints will judge a relationship and love in very different ways, and from very different wavelengths and universes. When a partner, parent, child, whoever, gives us an experience we don't like, and does not fulfill our blueprint of someone who loves us, we can get caught in the matrix big time. How do we grow and evolve? Through experience. All experience, the good and the bad, the pleasant and the unpleasant. In fact, we grow far more profoundly from the challenges than the easy rides. So who loves us most on a higher level, where it really matters? Those who present the challenges from which we grow and evolve, or those who fulfill our blueprints for an ideal relationship? Look after us, take care of us, and shield us from responsibility and challenge. Topsy-turvy world, isn't it? Nothing is what it seems. Gatekeeper teachers. It is crucial to the Illuminati agenda that their gatekeepers serve the cause in complete ignorance of what they are doing. There is no greater example of this than the professional classes like teachers, journalists, doctors, psychiatrists, politicians, scientists, bank staff, and so on. There are exceptions, of course there are, with the great and often brave people in these professions who know the score and try to do what they can within the walls imposed by the system. What I am talking about here, however, is the general rule within which the exceptions have to operate. The emergence of the education system has been hailed as a great step forward in human society. But, like the internet, it is a two-edged sword, and the edge marked indoctrination is far sharper than the one marked enlightenment. Yes, education means that children can learn how to read, write, and understand numbers to an extent. That's a good thing on a basic level. But the education system is a manipulator's dream. If you wanted to turn out adults who thought as you wanted them to think and saw the world in a way that suited your plans, what would be the ideal situation for you? It would be to take them as small children, 3 and 4 years of age, and have control of what they are taught for at least 5 days a week throughout their childhood and often into their 22nd. You could not ask for a better structure of indoctrination than that. And that's what they have. As Albert Einstein said, "The only thing that interferes with my learning is my education." We don't have education. We have the indoctrination of a belief system, the belief system of the Matrix. Teachers are the gatekeepers of the developing mind, telling children what is reality, what is history, what is true and false. And these teachers, overwhelmingly, have no idea that this is what they do. Look at how a teacher is produced. First, they have to do very well in exams in their own school and university life. Put more bluntly, they have to be sponges for the system's version of truth and reality, and be able to express that accurately on an exam paper. Then they go off to teacher training college and they learn how to indoctrinate their pupils with the same truth and reality that has been programmed into them. Incidentally, you also have to be a good sponge at school and university and pass the system's examination of your conditioning before you qualify to go on to learn how to be a doctor, scientist, journalist, and, more often than not, politician. Those who are good at passing the system's exams are merely confirming their level of indoctrination, and it is a mental prison cell that stays intact in most people for their entire physical life. Children and young people who do their own research, think for themselves, question, and offer a different reality to the indoctrinated norm, do not pass their exams and are called a disruptive influence in the classroom. Oh, you mean they ask difficult questions? Right, gotcha. Much of what young people are taught about politics, history, banking, business, science, and all the rest, is provable baloney. But it's what the Illuminati want you to believe, and that's all that matters. Teachers work to something called a curriculum, a word meaning, in the Icke Dictionary of Terminological Translation, the version of reality we want the masses to believe. This is decided by the top of the educational pyramid and dictated to all below. Either the teachers follow the curriculum or they consider their other career options. This is the way that all of these professional classes are kept in line and any rebels are weeded out. Teachers teach what they are told to teach, or else, journalists write within the bounds dictated by the editor, or else, the editor edits within the bounds dictated by the owner, or else, scientists give a version of reality and possibility within the boundaries of official science, or else, doctors treat patients within the strict, scalpel or drug, dictates of the medical establishment, or else, so it goes on wherever you look. The few at the top dictate and the rest do what they are told to do. It is the same with the teacher-pupil relationship as we come further down this pyramid. Children find out very early on that life is a lot simpler if you don't question what you hear and just accept it. I instinctively knew from an early age that schools were the places where the clones of tomorrow were honed and produced. I was, therefore, a rebel from the start. I have never passed a major school exam in my life, never went to college or university, and have done all my learning in my time and on my terms. Teachers are crucial gatekeepers for the Illuminati, not least because, in my experience, the vast majority are so stunningly uninformed about the wider world. Most only know what they are conditioned to know. Well-informed teachers, journalists, scientists, doctors, and politicians are the last thing the Matrix wants. Being informed of what is really going on is not a good career move. Those teachers who are informed and do understand that the system is an indoctrination machine will tell you the consequences for trying to challenge it. The education system is a well-oiled conveyor belt that sucks in virgin minds at one end and turns out programmed adults at the other. There are some who survive with their thinking processes still intact, but very few. For the rest, their only hope is to spend their adult lives deprogramming themselves from the indoctrination that educated them. In the USA and other parts of the world come to that. Parents who are already indoctrinating their children at home are working a second or third job, saving, and going without, to ensure that their children get a good indoctrination at college and university. The wheels go round and round as everyone plays their part in indoctrinating everyone else and keeping them in the pen. It is so brilliantly done that they genuinely believe they are doing their best for their children. Gatekeeper police and soldiers. Police, the military, government officials, and civil servants are at the front line in the imposition of Illuminati policy on the global population. What I am about to describe is democracy, a word that has become interchangeable with freedom in the newspeak of Illuminati propaganda. I wonder if you think this sounds like freedom. First, you elect a government by voting once every 4 or 5 years and choosing between 2 or more masks on the same Illuminati face. These governments then do almost whatever they like in their period in office, and there's nothing that can be done within the law to remove them until another farcical election is upon us in which we can, if we want change, elect another Illuminati mask. Governments pass laws in which you have had no say in, because of their majority in Parliament or Congress among the voting fodder that pass for politicians. They can get virtually any legislation into law. Once that happens, yet more fodder people, gatekeepers, appear on the scene. We call them police and soldiers. Theirs is not to reason why, theirs is just to do or die. You are not paid to think, just to implement the law and follow orders. We pay for the use of your body and your trigger finger, not your brain. Soldier, now fire. Yes, sir, if it were not so tragic, it would be hilarious. Little boys playing soldiers at the expense of other people's lives. Hey, soldier, you left a pile of bodies there in a country you only arrived in yesterday. What did they do to you? They're the enemy, sir. Have you ever spoken to them? Of course not, sir. Never considered that they are just like you, with families and children, and aspirations to build a better life in the face of the bloody dictator your army has been flown in to defend? No, sir. Ever read anything about this country you're in? No, sir. Then how do you know they're your enemy? My commanding officer told me, sir. And who told him? His commanding officer, sir. And who's the chief commanding officer at the top of this heap? The president, sir. And who commands the president? The people, sir. This is a democracy. How many of the people just told you to kill that pile of bodies? Well, one, sir. And who was that? My commanding officer, sir. And who told him? The training in the military is pure, classic, mind control. It is designed to break the spirit of a recruit to the point where he will do, by reflex action, whatever he is told to do. Whenever and wherever he is told to do it. The more elite the regiment, the more profound is the mind control. The training for the elite of the British military, like the SAS and the Parachute Regiment, or the Delta Forces or Green Berets in the United States, is designed to produce robotic psychopaths because that is the mentality most suited to requirements. Thinking in the military is another bad career move. It is these clones of someone else's commands that are used to implement the decisions, often on innocent people, of the Illuminati networks operating within global politics, the United Nations, and NATO. They are perhaps the nearest thing to zombies that you could imagine. That is not to say that out of uniform there are not intelligent, thinking people among them. There are. But once the military garb is upon their person, their programming locks in and the gatekeepers take their positions at the checkpoint. If soldiers, and others in uniform, refuse to follow orders without asking for justification, the Illuminati could not survive. Then the dog would wag the tail, instead of, at present, the other way around. The police are the same. It is not that we don't need the police in today's society. It is that we need them to think for themselves and assess situations on their merits, and not implement the law to the letter no matter what. There are some who try to do that, but the system constantly discourages them, as it does with teachers who tell their pupils to think and question. Many world police forces have quotas to maintain every month, and so we have the pathetic situation in which more drivers are ticketed for speeding at the start of the month to get them off to a good start, and at the end of the month when they are trying to complete their quota. It's called justice. We need the police to ask themselves if a course of action is fair in the circumstances, even if the law insists that rules are rules. Otherwise they are just robots to another's command. Thinking for yourself is called insubordination. You see this on a minor level when cars are ticketed for illegal parking even though they are not causing a problem and there are reasons why they were there. We have reached the point now where parking a car in an illegal area for 2 minutes can cost you £50 and, if it is clamped, far more than that. To some, the cost of being undamped is a week's wages that should be putting food in their families' bellies instead of in the pockets of vicious security firms who win the clamping contracts. The more they clamp, the more they collect. This is another of the system's little tricks. You make sure that those who serve you and implement your agenda benefit financially from doing so. In this way, you divide and rule the population by setting enforcer and victim at war with each other and making the enforcer benefit from the victim's plight. Why is it that dictators always ensure that their army is well looked after? The explosion of laws and regulations and of signs all round us telling to do and don't are designed to bombard our minds with a constant flow of orders and commands. This programs the subconscious into weary submission to following orders and opens people to react robotically to another's instructions. If you drive into your town or city, park the car, and walk through the streets, you will be astonished at how many times you are instructed what to do. People like soldiers, police, wheel clampers, and government officials all glean their power over others from the law. This law, they know, will back them every time, even though to implement it in certain circumstances may be insane. The law has become the god of society. Laws are passed by elected dictatorships, implemented by unthinking yes-men, and defended by the general population who are conditioned to respect the law and be a law-abiding citizen. What more obvious prison can we live in than to see laws passed in which the people have had no say? And those same people to believe that, even though the law is ludicrous or fascist, they must respect it. People should only respect the law when the law respects the people. The law is just a piece of paper that results from a group of mostly uninformed or corrupt politicians voting for its introduction. That's all it is. If the suffragettes had respected the law that denied women the vote in Britain, and had they not protested and chained themselves to official buildings, women would not have won the right to vote when they did. Had the peoples of Serbia and the countries of Eastern Europe respected their laws, they would still live in open dictatorships. The very people who say we must respect the law would jump for joy if the Chinese people broke their laws and overthrew the communist regime. What hypocrisy! What self-delusion! The only difference between the Chinese dictatorship and the democratic dictatorships at the level of law is that one is an open dictatorship, and the other masquerades as freedom. The police and the military are frontline gatekeepers and, like traffic wardens and cops, wheel clampers, security guards, and all the other uniformed enforcers, they are the most obvious examples of the masses policing themselves. They think they administer the law when the law administers them. They do not answer to what is right and just in given circumstances. They answer to their masters who introduce the law and, in truth, the masters of their masters, the Illuminati, gatekeeper scientists. The foundations of science were created by the Francis Bacon-inspired Royal Society in London. This science claims that we come from oblivion, have a short physical life, and then return to oblivion. Even by its own official history, the Royal Society was created by Freemasons. People like the Illuminati agent, Benjamin Franklin. Another inspiration was Isaac Newton, a Grand Master of that elite Illuminati secret society, the Priory of Sion, which manipulates on behalf of the Merovingian bloodline. Newton, like the founders of the Royal Society, knew that much of what official science tells us to be true is utter garbage. But that was the idea, to sell us a lie to keep us from the truth. It is far easier to control people if they believe they are cosmic accidents, who come into existence merely by chemical reactions and then go back to oblivion at death. It is much harder to control those who are aware of their multidimensional infinity. Also, what better way to hide the fact that we are controlled from another density than to have people believe there are no other densities? The scientist, like the law, has become a god, who is given free rein to pontificate about the great questions because he is a scientist and therefore he should know. Modern scientists are mostly babes in arms when it comes to understanding the nature of life and existence. And yet they arrogantly insist that only they know best. Worse, anyone inside or outside of their closed order who questions their norms is subjected to hate campaigns of ridicule and vilification. Virtually every major scientific breakthrough, including the Earth being a sphere, was first greeted with laughter, anger, or denial by the scientists of the day. Science is a fascist club in which all members must stay in line or have their funding and reputation destroyed. When Immanuel Velikovsky published his books on the devastation he said was caused by the Venus walkabout, he was castigated beyond belief because he dared to question the norm of conditioned scientific orthodoxy. The leading experts bombarded his publishers with letters full of bile and vitriol saying they would boycott the company if they did not withdraw Velikovsky's book. As the company was a publisher of official scientific textbooks, it once again put bucks before backbone and the rights were passed to another publisher. The assistant editor who suggested publishing Velikovsky's book was sacked. All this happened because a different view to the scientific norm was presented for people to see. John Icke wrote, "In retrospect, many of the anti-Velikovsky critiques read like the work of deranged lunatics who had not even bothered to read the book they were attempting to criticize. They were against the book simply because it propounded ideas that were contrary to the accepted theories of the day. Above all, they resented the fact that the book was very well written. Most scientists are miserable writers." Alfred Wegener, a German meteorologist, died in 1930 after 15 years of ridicule, slander, and contempt from his peers and colleagues. His crime, suggesting that the Earth once consisted of two landmasses, which split and drifted apart over vast periods of time to form the continents. He supported this proposal with much evidence, but because he was challenging the official norm he paid with an onslaught of character assassination. We call his theory today continental drift. The theme of what he said was correct. As Max Planck said, a new scientific truth does not triumph by convincing its opponents and making them see the light, but rather because its opponents eventually die, and a new generation grows up that is familiar with it. What passes for science is a sick joke. Most of its efforts are not aimed at answering the big questions of existence because there is little money or sponsorship in that. Science is geared to finding a new drug or industrial technique that will generate a fortune for its funders. It's a money-making machine and not inspired by an open-minded spirit of discovery. A congressional committee established as far back as the 1950s. Those funders of scientific research in U.S. universities, the tax-exempt foundations like the Rockefeller Foundation, were dictating what the outcome of that research would be before it had even started. Without such an agreement, the funding was not handed over. See, and the truth shall set you free. This policy is to suppress an undesired outcome because, in Carl Sagan's words, all inquiries carry with them some element of risk. There is no guarantee that the universe will conform to our predispositions. The whole scientific system is structured to suppress knowledge, not advance it, because the Illuminati is desperate for us to remain in ignorance of who we are and the nature of life. If enough people knew the truth, their game would be up. Scientists, and their offshoot, the medical profession, are some of the most concrete-minded of the gatekeepers. They are also some of the most important because they suppress the nature of multidimensional existence, and that is guaranteed to keep us in the matrix. They are feted as experts, and yet they are, like so many teachers, journalists, and politicians, astonishingly uninformed. Their whole structure is designed to keep them compartmentalized in their speciality, so they are partial masters of one trade and jack of none. Only when we connect the dots can we begin to see the picture. But most scientists spend their entire careers specializing on one dot. In the UK, one of the most infamous gatekeepers in my experience is one Dr. Susan Blackmore, who is constantly wheeled out by the media to dismiss any claims of the paranormal. The more that people experience such phenomena, the more ludicrous Dr. Blackmore's explanations become. But, of course, because she is an academic with a title, she is seen as more credible than the people actually having the experience. In the New Scientist magazine of November 4, 2000, she was again given the freedom to rubbish all other scientists who say the mind and brain are not the same thing. The arrogance with which her padlocked mind dismisses anything outside the official scientific norm is a wonder to behold. We, the people, are the only ones who can break this stranglehold on true science. We need to stop being impressed by titles and letters after someone's name and focus purely on the evidence. We are encouraged to believe that a scientist must know better than a layman by definition. He's a scientist, isn't he? The track record of scientists talking complete cobblers is simply enormous and goes back to the very start of the scientific method. While I was writing this book, an official report in the UK exposed how government scientists and experts had misled the British public for years about the so-called mad cow disease being transmitted to humans through eating beef. The scientists said it could not be passed to humans, and so safety measures were not taken when any idiot could see that the chances were high that it could. I remember saying so on a BBC farming program in 1989 when I was a spokesman for the British Green Party, but the scientists knew best, and people are still dying today as a result. Was it a layman or woman who came up with thalidomide that led to so many fundamentally deformed babies? No, it was scientists who said it was perfectly safe. It would take a library to list all of the horrors that have resulted from these experts we call scientists. But the masses go on believing them without question, and, until we stop, the matrix will remain unexposed to the vast majority. The motto of the new and true science should be the words of Albert Schweitzer. Those who sincerely seek the truth should not fear the outcome. Gatekeeper censors. Censorship is the life force of the matrix. If you can stop the free flow of information, you are already well on the way to global control. If I emphasize one thing and suppress the opposing view, I am going to get large numbers of people to make imbalanced and inaccurate conclusions about a person, event, or possibility. It is that simple. So if you are a censor, you are a gatekeeper, a prison warder for the matrix. All censors are, by definition, arrogant beyond belief because they are saying that their view should be emphasized at the expense of another. They believe they have the right to decide what others shall and shall not have the freedom to hear. I can speak from experience because there have been endless attempts to censor my work. The closer I have gotten to the truth, the more determined those attempts have become, especially since I began to speak and write about reptilian hybrid bloodlines. There have been attempts to close down my website, www.dividicke.com, and to stop me speaking at public meetings and in the media. If what I am saying is so crazy and wrong, why the obsession with denying me a platform? I'll give some examples of how fragile our freedoms really are. The attempts to silence me started in the mid-1990s when I began to publish detailed accounts of the conspiracy in books like And the Truth Shall You Free, since updated many times. Onto the scene came a couple of naive and immature young journalists called John Murray and Matthew Kalman. They had decided, on no evidence because the opposite is true, that I am anti-Semitic. Their whole case was that I quoted in a previous book, The Robots' Rebellion, from the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which, I suggest, were planted by the Illuminati to blame it all on the Jews and for other reasons. What the protocols do, however, is reveal in detail the techniques that have been provably used to advance the Illuminati agenda these past 100 years and more. It mattered not to Kalman and Murray that I called them the Illuminati protocols, nor that I had emphasized in the book, and later ones, that this is not a Jewish plot. It mattered neither that the first edition of "And the Truth Shall Set You Free" was funded into existence by a Jewish friend of mine. The vast majority of Jewish people have been victims of the Illuminati, not the perpetrators. But mention a few Jewish people, like Kissinger, the Rothschilds, and the Bronfmans, among the 95% I have named over the years who are not Jewish, and you become anti-Semitic. This has long been the prime and most effective tool used by the Rothschilds and the Bronfmans to stop research into their activities, and its effectiveness has allowed them to continue unexposed with the manipulation and abuse of Jewish communities as much as anyone. Some brave Jewish people are trying to make these points also. Norman Finkelstein, whose own parents suffered in the Nazi concentration camps, has published a brilliant and explosive book called The Holocaust Industry, Verso Books, July 2000, which reveals how the Jewish elite have mercilessly exploited the Holocaust for their own financial ends while denying the true victims their just compensation. There are some quotes from this book in Appendix 3. Kalman and Murray, who appeared to think they were Woodward and Bernstein on the Washington Post exposing Watergate, had decided what I was, and that's all that mattered to them. Don't let the truth spoil a good story, especially when there is money and kudos in it. Suddenly articles began to appear in national newspapers saying that I was an anti-Semite, which in fact really means anti-Arab. What no one was told was that all of these stories were either written by, or the information supplied by, the same disastrous duo, Matthew Kalman and John Murray. Their writings led to my events being banned by venues, so people could not hear how their lives were being manipulated, wars created, their freedoms removed, and staggering numbers of children tortured, abused, and ritually murdered. Well done, chaps, great job. This was in the mid-1990s, and I had demonstrations by the Anti-Nazi League at some of my events. My children have always been brought up to see racism of any kind as silly and ridiculous. My daughter Carrie supported the Anti-Nazi League and wore their badge all the time. She threw it in the bin in outrage at what they were saying about the father she knew found all racism obnoxious. Friends went outside to the protesters to ask them if any of them had read my books. They had not. Had they ever heard me speak? They had not. So why were they there? Because of what they had read in the papers and what they had been told by those who ran the Anti-Nazi League. See the earlier section about the soldier and the commanding officer. Because there is no difference. They were just a bunch of mindless pawns in a game they did not begin to understand. And they were so full of their own sense of self-purity. They never considered that they were behaving exactly like the Nazi fascists, who systematically wrecked the public meetings of those in Germany who were trying to warn of the consequences of Hitler getting to power. A policeman who attended one of my meetings because of the demonstrations said that he had policed the infamous and violent confrontations between the Fascist National Front Party and the Anti-Nazi League in the UK in the 1970s. He said that it had been impossible to tell the two sides apart because their attitude and behavior had been precisely the same. Exactly. They are opposames. Just because people call themselves anti-fascist does not mean they do not express fascist behavior. They are just not bright enough to see it. As a result, they become an army of self-indulgent censors, gatekeepers for the Illuminati, and fascists who talk of stopping fascism. When the protesters were invited free of charge to come in and hear my talk and see for themselves, they refused. In doing so, they denied their right to be taken seriously. The same happened at Swansea University. But then universities are the home of mind control and mental conditioning, the breeding ground of what I call the robot radicals. The London School of Economics is a prime example. Kalman and Murray have long since left the scene. They suddenly went very quiet. Maybe they realized they had been massively duped into duping others. Maybe the story got old and the fees from the newspapers ran out. Who knows and who cares? However, their nonsense was now in print thanks to newspapers like the Sunday Times, Guardian, Independent, and the London Evening Standard, all run by highly intelligent people. You'll understand. Once in print, even if the sources themselves may no longer believe it, the articles can be used to further censor what people can hear. Enter stage right, far right from where I am sitting, one Richard Warman. Never heard of him. You are not alone. No one seemed to have heard of him until he decided to dedicate his life to preventing me speaking and anyone having the opportunity to hear me anywhere in the world. No, you didn't misread that. This man, by the way, works for the Canadian Green Party, which condemns the censorship of freedom of speech, just like David Taylor of the British Green Party, who also sought to have my events banned. The stench of hypocrisy fills the air. Richard Warman is an official of the otherwise insignificant Ontario Green Party working out of Ottawa and Toronto, one of the global centers of the Illuminati and one of its key bloodlines. the Bronfmans. This is the gangster family behind Universal Music, Universal Studios, the liquor giant, Seagrams, and the force behind promoters of peace and love like the satanic rock star, Marilyn Manson. Warman has worked closely in his campaign of vilification and censorship against me with the Canadian Jewish Congress or CJC. This was formed and funded by the very same Bronfmans. Just a coincidence, nothing to worry about. Warman wrote triumphantly after denying my freedom of speech in Ontario in 1999. Now that the dust has settled over the recent attempted speaking tour by British hatemonger David Icke, I would like to offer a word of thanks on behalf of the Green Party of Ontario to all those with whom we work to oppose this individual's message of division and intolerance. Our concern with David Icke stems not only from the need for solidarity with the Jewish and other communities whom he attacks, but also because Icke attempts to gain credence for his beliefs from his prior association with the British Green Party, without ever mentioning that they have disowned Icke and condemned his writings in no uncertain terms. The level of success that was achieved in informing the public and venues of the true nature of David Icke's paranoid conspiracy theories was due in large part to the tireless efforts of Reuben Friedman and Karen Mock of the B'nai B'rith League for Human Rights, Daniel Fine and Bernie Farber of the Canadian Jewish Congress, Bronfmans, and Stasha Benovich of Vaude Haller, Ottawa. It was extremely encouraging to note that, apart from Hart House Theatre, every venue that was contacted made the decision that they were not willing to be a platform for David Icke or his followers. Most impressive was the Bronson Centre in Ottawa and the Order of Grey Nuns who run it. In a remarkable display of common sense, they always try to find out a little more about anyone who approaches them to rent space, and after a minimum inquiry on their own, they quickly decided they weren't interested in having Icke as a guest in their facility. This is a classic of its kind and typical of the thrust of the disinformation that has caused venues around the world to cancel my meetings. Note that he says that one venue canceled after a minimum inquiry of its own. Normally it is no inquiry at all, and my freedom of expression and the freedom of the audiences to listen is denied purely on this guy's say-so. He says the decision to cancel by the Order of Grey Nuns was impressive. But, of course, like all disinformers, he fails to mention that they did not cancel because they said I was anti-Semitic. They did so because I was questioning the literal existence of Jesus. He also fails to mention that the Canadian Jewish Congress was founded and funded by the Bronfman family, or that B'nai B'rith was founded and funded by the Rothschilds. It is the same with the Anti-Defamation League. They were created by the Rothschilds to use the label hatemonger and anti-Semite to prevent legitimate research into their grotesque activities. You have read this book. Many will have read previous ones. Where am I a hatemonger? Where do I condemn the Jewish people? I don't, and Warman knows that I don't. But then that's not the point, is it? And what are Warman and Farber, the Bronfmans, seeking to do in this campaign of personal abuse? To get as many people as possible to hate me. So who are the real hatemongers here? But the funniest part of all is the claim that I am trying to gain credence by emphasizing my links with the British Green Party. Mr. Warman, when you are trying to gain credence, the last thing you do is emphasize any connections to the British Green Party. Never mind your own. The bile circulated by Warman and Farber, the Bronfmans, led to me being stopped by both customs and immigration at Ottawa Airport and kept there until 2 o'clock in the morning. Every item in my luggage was searched. Glad I brought those dirty socks. And every piece of paper was read in pursuit of hate material. They found nothing, and in the end the officer pawn involved could see it was all a setup. But I still could not leave because some immigration technicality was then found to hold me still longer. I was brought back the following lunchtime, the day of my talk. They kept me there for hours and then asked me what time my talk was due to end that day. I said 4 o'clock. They let me go at 4 o'clock. More men and women in uniform, more gatekeepers of their own freedoms. They treated me like a criminal, as if all the propaganda by Warman and Farber was true. In other words, they were mind-controlled by a preconceived idea, planted by someone else. There is nothing more powerful than the preconceived idea, because once that is implanted, all you see is evidence to support your preconception. The power of that thought form so often unconsciously filters out information that would show that your original perception was wrong. Richard Warman's abuse of my character devastated my meeting in Ottawa, where the venue had to be changed again and again in the last 48 hours. And the one at Windsor, Ontario, was cancelled, together with the Bronfmans' Canadian Jewish Congress and its vitriolic spokesman, Bernie Farber, and others. Warman organized a demonstration outside my talk at the Hart House Theatre at Toronto University, which they had failed miserably to stop. A friend of mine, who was married to a Jewish man for many years, went outside to the demonstrators and asked them how they knew I was anti-Semitic. It was the usual tale. Someone had told them, they said. Had they read my books? No. Had they heard me speak? No. Would they be going inside to hear me now? No. Why? Because he is anti-Semitic. The only reason the Toronto talk went ahead was because the head of the university refused to bow to pressure from Warman and Farber to block my freedom of speech. He was a brave man because the pressure was enormous. Soon afterwards, he left the university by mutual consent. As a result of the lies directed at me, the head of the Canadian Police Hate Crimes Unit was in the audience. We shook hands afterwards and he had no problem with my talk whatsoever. Warman and Farber never mentioned that. As I walked off the stage, I was greeted by 2 agents of Canadian immigration, who threatened me with immediate arrest if I did not agree to see an officer the next morning. When I did so, I was banned from speaking at any more events. Ask a Canadian if he or she lives in a free country and most will say enthusiastically that they do. I was told that a teacher who had hosted a meeting for me lost his job as a result of this character assassination, and, although this turned out not to be correct, many people have had their reputations attacked for their association with me. The campaign continued when Warman flew across Canada to gather support for a campaign to have my event in Vancouver banned in the spring of 2000. Only a few mindless people were interested, but they still managed, thanks to Farber's influence in Toronto, to have the major Canadian book chain, Chapters, cancel a book signing, have invitations to appear on radio withdrawn, and organize a rabble dressed as reptiles to rush into a book signing at an independent bookshop and throw pies at me. Isn't it good to know that our freedoms are being protected by those with this scale of intellect and maturity? And while all this was unfolding, the children went on being abused, tortured, and sacrificed. And the wars and other horrors went on being manipulated, as Mr. Warman and Mr. Farber worked so ferociously to stop it being exposed. They have made their priorities very clear. The Vancouver event, attended by 1,200 people, only survived because it was at an independent theater. Any connection to a council, government, or major chain and it would have been pulled like so many before and since. Warman sat through my talk, and in those more than 6 hours, he saw at first hand that I do not speak about a Jewish plot at all and never even mention the word Jewish because there is no need, except to emphasize what a travesty of the truth Warman is seeking to purvey. This talk can be seen on a video called From Prison to Paradise, and you can see for yourself that what I am saying here is true. If Warman had simply been stupid and misguided, this is where it would have ended. But it didn't. That was the point when Richard Warman's true motives became clear in my opinion. This guy had an agenda, and, given what small fry he is in Canada, it must, I believe, be someone else's agenda. To this very day he and Farber have refused to meet me face to face or debate with me on the radio, though the opportunity has been there. Warman, from his home in eastern Canada, now seeks to prevent me speaking anywhere on the planet, and if anyone wants to know how easy it is to control the world, they should look at how easy it is to stop freedom of speech without moving from your desk. All he does is check on my website where I am speaking and waits until a few days before the event to ensure that there is not enough time to find another venue. He then either rings the venue or sends them a package claiming I am anti-Semitic and will be blaming Jews for a global conspiracy. Something he knows from his own experience is not true. Ironically, he quotes the articles in British newspapers written or inspired by Calman and Murray all those years ago. Perhaps most sickening of all, he includes the fact that I am exposing famous people as abusers and sacrificers of children as a reason why venues should not let me speak. A few tell him where he can place a large object and they stand up for freedom of speech. Depressingly, many just pull the meeting on the basis of what he says. Just by doing this, in the course of writing this book, Warman has, from Eastern Canada, caused my events at London's Blackheath Concert Rooms, Stourbridge Town Hall, and the Burlington Hotel in central Birmingham to be cancelled because the venues ban my talk. That's how easy it is. The venues refused to discuss the situation and could not care less about the inconvenience and the cost, not least to the audience. And they could care even less about the freedom of human expression. So long as it does not affect theirs, they don't give a damn. They do not have the intellect to understand that in banning my freedom of speech they are undermining that freedom for everyone by setting the precedent that it's okay to deny a person's right to express views that don't suit you, even if you don't know what they are. It has gotten so ludicrous that I was almost banned from speaking down the road from where I live on the Isle of Wight in a theater where I have appeared several times with no problem over many years. If I had not challenged the council on local radio, they would have pulled the event, I am sure. The council even sent a monitor to my talk with legal advice on hand and the authority to stop the event if I overstepped their mark. Not naming people who abuse and sacrifice children appears far more important to them than the plight of the kids themselves. The monitor told the local newspaper that there was not a single moment when I said anything that concerned her in any way. This is what the Canadian Police Hate Crimes Unit said, who were set up specifically to make anti-Semitism a criminal offense. So that should be the end of it, you may think. But no. When the Burlington Hotel in Birmingham had the Warman treatment 3 weeks later, they pulled the meeting and refused to even speak to me and explain. They were given the chance to speak to the council monitor on the Isle of Wight to see that what Warman was claiming from thousands of miles away was nonsense. But the Burlington Hotel did not want to know. I understand that after pressure they did contact the City Varieties Theatre in Leeds where I had spoken so successfully just 2 weeks earlier. But even though the Burlington was told that there were no problems whatsoever in Leeds, they banned me all the same. They sent a very short fax, signed by a Sarah Small, the conference sales manager. My talk had been cancelled, she informed me, because they thought it would damage the reputation of the hotel. It could not possibly do any more damage to your reputation, Miss Small, than the outrageous behavior of you and your colleagues. Paul, the organizer of those British events, had worked his socks off to make them a success. He did it because he believed that the freedom of all of us is under fundamental threat. But it was all for nothing because the combination of one phone call or package from Richard Warman thousands of miles away and pathetic venue managers in the UK is all takes to deny this most basic of freedoms. Everyone concerned with these events is a gatekeeper for the Matrix. There are so few on this planet who are not. People like Richard Warman and Bernie Farber know they are. That's the difference. Either that or their brain cell count must be dangerously low or their capacity for self-delusion dangerously high. But equally responsible are those Green Party members in Canada and worldwide who have been informed of what he is doing in their name and yet just sit on their hands and let him go on unchallenged. Those who stay silent and allow the bullies to prevail are also gatekeepers by their inaction. I was a spokesman for the British Green Party for a couple of years in the 1980s, and its equivalent around the world is the global headquarters of Naval Contemplators Anonymous. That's why Warman can use it to front his attempts to have me silenced, including his bid to have my internet site taken down. This caused us to move quickly to another server to keep the information available. It was yet more time and effort used to overcome his attempts at censorship that could have been exposing what is happening to so many people, not least to children. Apparently, Mr. Warman was outraged that his activities were being exposed on the website and that his official Green Party office numbers and email addresses were published so that people whose freedom he had denied could let him know what they thought. Richard Warman, gatekeeper to the Matrix, would be a legitimate dictionary definition for the word hypocrisy. You will find the contact numbers for the Canadian Green Party on the website. At the same time Warman was having my events banned, the leader of the U.S. Green Party, Ralph Nader, was condemning the censorship that saw him denied a place in the televised presidential debates between Bush and Gore. Warman summed up his attitude to freedom when he told a journalist of equal intelligence in the British Independent on Sunday. He has taken all the conspiracy theories that ever existed and melded them together to create an even greater conspiracy of his own. His writings may be the work of a madman or of a genuine racist. Either way, they are very dangerous. There is an unpleasant anti-Semitic undertone in his work that must be brought to public attention. If he's unstable, then so are his followers, who hang on his every word. What benefit can there be in allowing him to speak? If someone had spoken those words in the middle of the last century while wearing a Nazi uniform, no one would have been surprised. If the speaker in Warman's opinion is unstable, so, by definition, must be everyone who listens. Now that is truly terrifying and truly, truly dangerous. Think of the implications of that statement. The Soviet Union's psychiatric hospitals were filled with perfectly sane dissidents of that fascist communist system because the very same attitudes expressed there by Mr. Warman were used to justify their imprisonment. And even more sinister, what benefit can there be in allowing him to speak? The arrogance of that question beggars belief. No fascist in Nazi Germany, no communist in China or the Soviet Union, could ever have said it better. But I still respect his right to express his view. As Voltaire said, I may disagree with what you have to say, but I shall defend, to the death, your right to say it. Pity that Mr. Warman does not feel the same about others. Green Party members of the world, this man claims to speak for you. How long are you going to sit there in silence? While you do so, you are responsible for everything this man does and says in your name. How many more venue owners are going to have their decisions made by such a fundamental enemy of freedom? The journalist who wrote that Independent on Sunday article, one Jason Cowley, just let those quotes pass without comment while calling my work extreme, dark, and dotty. If more dark and extreme words have ever been spoken than those, then I haven't heard them. But in one way, Richard Warman, this misguided holographic image, provides a service to those who care about their freedoms. His behavior has shown how fragile those freedoms are and, indeed, what an illusion they are. The idea that we live in a free world is self-delusion on a monumental scale. People in Manchester, England, think they live in a free city, and yet it has proved impossible to find any venue there that will accept a booking for my talk. The people of Brighton, on England's south coast, think they live in a free city, and yet I have not been able to speak there for many years because venues are threatened with mass protests by the anti-fascists who tell them that they will not be able to guarantee the safety of the audience. The Brighton Art School lied to me when they said the police had ordered them to pull my meeting there. The police had done nothing of the kind. It was just an excuse because it is easier that way when your backbone is made of jelly. When we booked an alternative venue at Crawley, north of Brighton, the council asked to see a video of what I was going to say. They watched it and confirmed there was no problem. 24 hours before the talk, they cancelled because an anonymous caller had indicated the possibility of violence against the audience if I was allowed to speak. The caller was an anti-fascist, by the way. Another gatekeeper, another sheepdog in the bewildered herd. Censorship of the internet is next on the Illuminati agenda. The internet is an Illuminati creation and only exists because of military technology. It has been sold as a means of allowing the free flow of global information, but that is only the cover. The real reason is that it allows for the easiest possible surveillance of personal communications through emails. And the websites visited by individuals give the authorities the opportunity to build a personality and knowledge profile of everyone. It's about control. Slowly, and now less than slowly, the benefits of the internet, the free flow of views and information, are being targeted, and the most prominent advocates are the Bronfmans. You are going to see an onslaught against internet freedom, just as Richard Warman and his string pullers targeted my own site. Censors never admit to being so. It's not good for the image, especially if you publish articles calling for freedom of speech like the Green Party. They will always find a way of justifying why they are defending freedom rather than destroying it. But when the same criteria are applied to them, they scream like a 3-year-old. Self-delusion is the very mind state of the Matrix. Welcome to the Matrix, Mr. Warman. Gatekeeper journalists. The media is the force that holds the whole Matrix together. That's why the Illuminati own it. Without the minute-by-minute flow of Matrix propaganda through the global media, the power of the illusion would be nothing like as fundamental as it is. You don't have to control every journalist to dictate what the public will or will not hear. If journalists were open-minded, thinking, intelligent people who care about freedom, there would not be a problem. But most of them aren't, and those who are aware and try to tell some real truth soon realize what a prison of expression they work in. I was a journalist for years, and I know how uninformed they are about the world outside the morning papers or the TV news. I have seen them at work from the other side since I began to communicate this information, and it is a stunning experience to view at close hand the intellect that stands between what is happening in the world and what the people are told is happening. And I am talking about top television correspondents as well as the propaganda fodder on the large and small newspapers. There are basically two types of personality who reach the top in journalism and politics come to that. A, the few who know what is really going on and support that agenda. And B, the rest, the majority, who do not understand what is happening in the world. The British Prime Minister Tony Blair and his deputy, John Prescott, are perfect examples of both kinds, and journalists are precisely the same. And yet these are the people who tell us every day what to think about people and events. As the old saying goes, you cannot bribe or twist the great British journalist, but seeing what they will do unbribed, there's no reason to. Journalists in general are, like most politicians, some of the most uninformed people on the planet. They are slaves to the Illuminati norms, the mental and emotional sheep pen. Once the norms are set of what is right and wrong, good and bad, possible or impossible, the media report the world from that perspective. They are clones of the Matrix. A few centuries ago, today's media would have ridiculed and condemned as dangerous anyone who said that the earth was not flat. Why? For no other reason than the norm, the accepted truth of the official establishment system was that the earth was indeed flat, because the journalists report everything from the perspective of the norms in every generation. It means that anything that is different is always dubbed either dangerous or dotty, or, in my case, both. They don't do any research into whether that which is different is actually true. They assume it must be wrong simply because it is so different. And, of course, they have the ultimate self-delusion of believing that because they are journalists they would know about it if it were true. Ask a journalist about the Bilderberg Group and see his or her eyes glaze over. Bilder what? I have tried it over and over across the world, and I have yet to find one who has heard of it. But at the same time they dismiss conspiracy information as a dotty and paranoid theory. Now if you were the Illuminati wishing to keep people in ignorance, is not this the very mentality you would want to have working for your media? Of course it is, and that's why we have it. I could give you many specific examples of this, but one experience I had while writing this book can serve as an example of them all. I was called by a guy named Jason Cowley, who writes for The Independent on Sunday. Independent, by the way, is newspeak for anything but. You call a paper independent in the same way that violent dictators who rule with their army call their countries democratic fronts. It attempts to obscure the reality. The Independent newspaper group is owned by an Illuminati frontman called Tony O'Reilly, who also owns a list of media operations around the world, including the main newspaper group in South Africa. O'Reilly, who loves to show off his connections to people like Henry Kissinger, is a close friend of Robert Mugabe, the corrupt and vicious dictator in Zimbabwe. Yep, what a perfect man to own the Independent newspaper. Anyway, this chap Cowley calls me and says he's coming to my talk in the Isle of Wight I mentioned earlier. My first impressions were not good. He had no interest in what I was saying and changed the subject whenever I got into any substance. He said he wanted to write a philosophical piece. Now this, in journalistic speak, means I have got in my head the theme of what I will write, my preconceived idea, and I am not going to let anything get in the way of that. Like the facts, I have had so much shit written about and thrown at me over the years by those of Jason Cowley's mentality. and I knew that he was preparing to throw some more. These days I can see them a mile off because they're such transparent people. I said to a friend, I think this independent guy is a monumental prat and I know what he is coming to do. Cowley also told me that he was coming with an open mind, and that's always a red flag to me. I wish I had $1 for every journalist I have met with a concrete mind who assured me that he or she was coming with an open one. So along he came. He was actually planning to arrive at the talk some 3 hours after the start and then write his article about what I was saying. It was only when I pointed out how ludicrous and unacceptable this was that he agreed to try to get there earlier. This has simply confirmed clearly that my first impression had been correct. He didn't give a damn what I was saying. He had the article and its theme in his head already. Most of them do. Even then he spent long periods of the day outside the theater and so could not hear the evidence I was presenting. What an insult to his readers and what contempt he must have for them to behave in that way. Throughout the day, members of the audience were telling my family that Cowley had been asking them silly and leading questions and it was obvious to them that he had come to do a demolition job. Meanwhile, he thought he was hiding his intentions really well. You have got to laugh. In fact, in the end people were laughing at him as he flitted around in and out of the theater making his intentions so obvious while thinking no one would notice. He spoke to me for around 40 minutes about my own mental state. I'm different, so I must be mad, and an amazing experience that happened to me in Peru in 1991. None of which he quoted. I was not asked a single question about the conspiracy. From all this research by Jason Cowley, one of the least intelligent journalists I have met in my own experience, the following was published as fact. Icke's vision has darkened as it has become more delusional and paranoid. And there is much that is sinister, as well as dotty, in his vast conspiracy theory. This was written by a man who doesn't know what I am saying because he couldn't be bothered to find out. He ended by concluding that perhaps the biggest secret is that there is no secret and that there was no unified field encompassing everything. Some brilliant and open-minded real scientists would be very surprised to hear that. But who can doubt the all-knowing, non-researching Mr. Cowley or the journalistic herd in which he operates? The problem with my ideas, he said, was that they were based on no sacred texts or a belief in a single deity. He had just attended a talk, or rather not, in which I said all that exists is one infinite consciousness. He quoted G.K. Chesterton in support of his view of my problem. When a man stops believing in God, he doesn't then believe in nothing. He believes in everything. In anything. So if you don't believe in an official version of God, you are not to be taken seriously. So how much research had Cowley done to see if what I am saying is true? None, just like all the rest. And he would have written all that he did had he turned up, as he intended, 3 hours into my talk. Had he read my books? No. This, ladies and gentlemen of the Matrix, is the mentality that keeps the people enslaved in the illusion because he is not the exception. He is the rule all over the world. The blind leading the blind and the bland leading the bland. I spoke in the talk about famous people sacrificing and abusing children, people like Ted Heath. What did Cowley write about even the theme of massive ritual murder and abuse? Nothing. What research did he do into it afterwards to see if it was true? None. What did he say about all the detailed connections I made in the talk that showed, for instance, that members of the same organizations, like the Bilderberg Group, were named as all the major peace negotiators in the Bosnian conflict? Nothing. What did he report about any specific detailed information I gave that day? Nothing. All this specific information and detail was dismissed as me having a conspiracy theory for everything. That was it. Mr. Cowley, like 95% of his fellow journalists, is not intelligent enough to realize that he is a gatekeeper of other people's minds, as well as his own. But, like I say, he's the norm, not the exception. I don't think that Mr. Cowley and his like would know how to be an exception. They live in the world dictated by norms and then confirm and perpetuate them for other people. I met a journalist on the British Observer newspaper in 1997 while in the United States, by the name of Taylor. I think it was. I told him about the mind control projects and the widespread child murder and abuse involving people like George Bush and others. He called it the story of the century. I offered to put him in touch with victims and those involved directly who could tell him more. I gave him my number to call me for their names and contact addresses. He never called. He just went away and the following Sunday wrote an article that took the piss. And all the time the children go on being sacrificed, tortured, and abused in satanic ritual and mind control projects. If you saw life in a typical newspaper or radio and television newsroom, it would blow your mind. They take reports that come up constantly on the teleprinter from the global Illuminati news agencies and just publish them or broadcast them as if they were true. These news agencies have correspondents in every country, and when a major event happens there, the report of that one journalist is sent all around the world to every major news organization. If that one journalist gets it wrong, or has an agenda, every newspaper, radio, and television news bulletin gets it wrong or communicates the desired spin. Every hour on radio stations across this planet, newsreaders are ripping pre-written news bulletins from the teleprinter and reading them as truth. In the BBC in the UK, this process is actually known as rip and read. The person reading that news has no idea who wrote it or from what source it came, never mind if it is accurate. The listeners hear this news and it affects their view of life, people, and the world. That's why we have to question everything we are told through such sources. Just listen to any television news report and invariably the journalist will have taken the official version of the event and put this in his or her own words. We now have the policy of the newsreader interviewing a reporter about people and events instead of the people directly involved. We go over to our correspondent John Reynolds at the scene. John, what's going on? Well, Michael, terrorists, believed to be from the Middle East, appear to have planted the bomb. Official sources have told him that terrorists believed to be from the Middle East planted the bomb. I understand that police and the security agencies are focusing their investigation on a terrorist group connected to Libya, Iraq, Iran, etc., etc. Official sources have told him they are focusing their investigation on such a group. It doesn't matter if they are or not, he reports what they say. It appears that the bomb was planted as a protest over on policy in the Middle East and the Prime Minister says that the policy must continue because they cannot give in to terrorism. New security laws are to be rushed through Parliament to protect the public from further attacks. All this has come from official sources and the reporter has no idea if it is true or not. The way it is worded, A. supports the continuance of on policy, and B. equates new laws that will remove freedoms with the need to protect the public. The reporter is not trying to dupe people or give false information, but he gets his information from official sources and so he becomes a mouthpiece for the official version of events. This happens every day. He is not an independent observer and reporter, he is little more than a public relations man for the official version that they want the public to believe. When a BBC reporter called Peter Snow tried to report the Falklands War impartially, and used phrases like the British government claims or says, rather than accepting its accuracy without question, he was castigated by the government and the rest of the media for being anti-British. The men and women of the global media, with a few very honorable exceptions, are some of the key gatekeepers for the Matrix and some of the most deluded of the Matrix mentality. One journalist wrote an appalling article indicating that I was anti-Semitic and talking paranoid nonsense about a conspiracy. He apparently even made a call to a television program that led to my appearance being cancelled. Years later he contacted me to say he no longer believed that I was anti-Semitic and had seen enough in his own experience since to see that there was definitely an investigation to be done into a global conspiracy. At least he had the guts to change his mind and he will not be the last as the evidence becomes more and more obvious. When it does, the Cowleys, Taylors, Warmans, and Farbers will have all those abused children to answer to. I trust they will have a good excuse prepared for looking the other way and ridiculing the evidence of this abuse while doing no research to see if it is true. Or, in the case of Warman and Farber, vociferously seeking to suppress exposure of the children's plight. In so many ways, the global media is the Matrix and the global journalistic herd are its largely unknowing propaganda machine. Gatekeeper people, we are all gatekeepers to an extent because the illusion is so powerful. It is just a matter of degree. Among the major gatekeeper professions and mentalities I have highlighted here, there are many decent, caring people who are intelligent within the Matrix version of intelligence. It's the intelligence of the inmate who is streetwise about his prison, who can duck and weave and play the game successfully within its confines and rules. What this intelligence cannot see, however, are the prison walls. It thinks it's free. It's not intelligence that we need to break out of here. It's wisdom. I have been emphasizing in this chapter how the closed minds and matrix conditioning of the gatekeeper professions and mentality lead them to stand on guard at the gates to mental, emotional, and spiritual freedom. Their professions make them especially effective gatekeepers, but in truth everyone is. Everyone, that is, who seeks to impose their reality on others by suppression, ridicule, and misrepresentation of another view, or by parental, peer, and partner pressure to conform to someone else's reality. Partners gatekeep their partners, parents gatekeep their children, children gatekeep each other, neighbors gatekeep neighbors, priests gatekeep their believers, journalists gatekeep the masses. As a friend of mine, Michael Roll, once said, "You are born to loving parents and they tell you that 2 + 2 = 5. You go to school and teachers tell you that 2 + 2 = 5. You go to university and professors with letters after their name tell you 2 + 2 = 5. The media constantly confirms that 2 + 2 = 5 because that's the norm they slavishly serve and promote. And all the people around you believe the same because they have been through the same system that you have. In those circumstances, and that's what we face every day, is it any wonder that billions of people go through an entire physical lifetime believing that 2 + 2 = 5? It is an excellent point. The answer goes on equaling 4, it's just that people don't know that and most can't be bothered to find out. If we want to be free, it is time that we did. Chapter 20. It's just a ride. We are not humans on a spiritual journey. We are spiritual beings on a human journey. Stephen Covey. We are all faced with a series of great opportunities brilliantly disguised as impossible situations. Charles Swindoll. Okay, let's put all this into a greater perspective. I have been talking throughout this book about the multidimensional nature of existence. That makes it hard, indeed impossible, to give the true picture of what is happening in our world, our frequency range. I mean, what is true. Once you enter the realms of multidimensional reality, you see that there is no ultimate truth, except that we are all the same energy expressing itself in infinite ways. After that, we are pretty much through with truth. Everything else is not so much truth, but our perspective of what we see, or think we see. What is true in my universe will not necessarily be true in yours. What you have been reading is my universe, my reality. At this point, or, rather, one of my realities, we are imprisoned by the belief that if one thing is true, the opposite can't be true. But it can, and it is. It's just that they come from different perspectives of the same event. For instance, if the world is not perfect, how, at the same time, can it also be perfect? But it can and it is. When you look at the world from the Matrix perspective, it is far from perfect, whatever perfect is. We see untold suffering, abuse, conflict, and sadness. So the reality that the world is not perfect is valid and supportable. But how can we evolve and grow into greater knowledge, wisdom, and understanding unless we face the consequences of our actions? We can't. If a child had no consequences of his or her behavior, they would not change the behavior and make different choices. What creation does magnificently is to put the consequences of our choices, or more accurately the intent behind those choices, in front of our faces. This imperfect world is the consequence of human choices. The choice of those who wish to control and destroy, and the choice of those who sit back and let them do it, or close their minds to what is happening because they think it is easier that way. So in terms of our evolutionary journey, creation is presenting the consequences of our action and inaction, and, in doing so, it makes the world we live in absolutely perfect because we are experiencing what we need to experience. Two apparent opposites, but both are true. Life is a paradox, but then again, it's not, because these are not paradoxes. They are different perspectives. They are not contradictions, they are comprehensions. I have been told from time to time that I am contradictory in what I say and do, but I'm not. That is just those people's perspective. And if you judge a multidimensional being from one perspective, you are going to see apparent contradictions. As we judge what a person says or does, do we ever ask which level, therefore perspective, those words and actions are coming from? No, we see one person and make judgments as if they are one person. But we are many people. If I am reacting or seeing something in that moment from the view of my matrix-level holographic physical image, I am going to see things a certain way. But, in another moment of reflection, when I open up the connection to my higher levels of being, I will see the same events and experiences in a very different light. That's not contradiction, it is the comprehension of the level that is observing. If you watch one of my talks, you will see me moving realities as I go along, always culminating in the ultimate reality that we are all one and that one is love. So I have written this book from one perspective of reality, and it offers, I would submit, an accurate theme of what is happening in that reality. But it's not the only one, and I see this same theme and story from many other realities. At the highest reality I have accessed thus far, it's all just a game, a cosmic game called evolution, a game called love. The Matrix is like a cinema screen and we are the cast in the picture. Or, as Shakespeare put it, all the world's a stage and we are the players. If the reptilians and other astral manipulators did not exist, we would have to invent them. In fact, we probably have. They are other levels of ourselves putting ourselves in our face. They are a level of our own infinite self, one of our realities, that we are being challenged to face and transform. If we hate them, we hate ourselves. They are our shadow, that part of ourselves that we do not want to face, acknowledge, or admit to. While our shadow self is hidden from us, the reptilians will stay hidden and continue to covertly control. As we acknowledge it, so they will emerge and we will see what is going on. One is a reflection of the other. The more we deny our shadow side, the more the consequences will be placed before us because that's the way the game works. The longer we stay in denial, the more powerful and challenging the consequences become. That is our choice. See it now or see it later. Because we are going to see it. The question is how extreme must be the consequences before we do. In this movie, The Great Illusion, we play our parts in mutual service to the cosmic game. If Richard Warman did not determine to silence me and suppress my information, I would not have the challenge to overcome that frustration and grow from it. If Richard Warman did not have me, he would not face the consequences of his actions and learn from the experiences that creation will present to him. If journalists like Jason Cowley did not misrepresent me in my work, I would not have the major challenge to disconnect from matrix reactions and, again, feel the frustration at what is written. Nor would I be given such a wonderful opportunity to see how journalists defend and underpin the matrix mentality. If Cowley did not have me, as the evidence emerges to show the validity of what he dismisses and ridicules, he would not have the opportunity to see what a prison he lives in and perpetuates for others. If we did not have the Illuminati, we could not experience the consequences of what happens when you give your mind away to someone else's reality and insist that everyone else does the same. If the Illuminati did not have the human race, they could not face the coming consequences of seeking to impose their will on others. We are all providing experiences for each other. In fact, we are providing them for ourselves because we are everything. There is no us and no them and no we. There is only one infinite I. We are the reptilians and the demons and, at the same time, we are those they manipulate because we are all the same I. So what I have presented here is one level of the cosmic game, the point where the game interacts with dense physical reality. It is not the whole story, only part of it. The challenge of the game is to see that it's a game. Once we do that and see through the illusion, we hit the jackpot, the doorway opens, and we get out of here. We can still be in it physically, but we are no longer of it. The experiences my life have set before me since 1991 particularly, often extreme and played out in the public eye in Britain, have not yet freed me from the matrix, but they have made me freer than ever before, and I'll get there. I have yet to meet anyone who is fully free of the illusion because we look it in the face every minute of our lives. I have met many who think they are, but they are just caught in another facet of the illusion. They are entrapped by the illusion that they are free of the illusion while continuing to be controlled by it. The more I disentangle my lower mind from the matrix, the crazier and more extreme people think I am. But I'm not crazy and extreme. That is only the perception of those mesmerized by the matrix, and if only they could step back and observe the world they believe is normal and sane, they would see just how extreme and crazy that is. In my experience, and that's all I can speak from, the first step to freedom is to realize that we live in illusion. Without that, the matrix always wins. Doing this is not easy when everything seems so real. Our senses deceive us and confuse us because they are accessing such a tiny fraction of all that is. If our radio and television could only tune to CNN or the BBC, we would get a very narrow band of reality. It would be a desperately limited and biased vision of life and possibility. There would be so much that we would never know about. Our physical senses disinform us in the same way, unless we balance that by opening ourselves to our higher frequencies of perception and intuition that can recognize an illusion when they see one. So the foundation of freedom from the matrix mentality is to know that we live in a dream world created by our own minds and those who condition them. More and more, I look at the physical world and see it as vibrating energy. The numbers and codes in the Matrix movie is a good way to visualize it. I find that this constantly reconfirms to me that I live in a virtual reality computer game, and what we see is whatever we think we see or are told we see. It keeps me on my guard against falling for the matrix mentality. When you perceive those who harass you in situations that challenge you as merely vibrating numbers and codes, it takes the sting from the experience and your emotional response because you can see it's not real. You know you are like the guy in the computer game dodging the bullets fired by a spotty-faced 15-year-old sitting in his bedroom hour after hour. If you get hit, the game just starts again. No one's really dead. They just play dead and then continue their eternity. We live forever. We are the players in the game and we are those controlling the game and observing the game. We are the game, as Bill Hicks said of life. It's like a ride in an amusement park, and when you go on it you think it's real, because that's how powerful our minds are. The ride goes up and down, round and round, it has thrills and chills, and it's very brightly colored and it's very loud, and it's fun for a while. Some have been on the ride a long time and they begin to question, is this real, or is this just a ride? And others have remembered and they come back to us and they say, hey, don't be afraid ever, because this is just a ride. And we kill those people. Shut him up, I've got a lot invested in this ride. Shut him up. Look at my furrows of worry, my big bank account, and my family. This has to be real. It's just a ride. But we always kill those good guys who try to tell us that and let the demons run amok. But it doesn't matter because it's just a ride and we can change it anytime we want. No job, no savings money, just a choice right now between fear and love. And that's all it is. Fear in all its infinite expressions like guilt and resentment and a desire for revenge is the low vibrational emotion that holds us in the pen. The great illusion, love, in its purest sense, is our highest vibrational state and one that connects us with the highest level of all that is, all that we are. That transformation of perspective, from fear to love, vibrates us out of the matrix mentality and we step out of the game and out of the illusion that it's all real. If you observe parts of this book, particularly the chapter, The Gatekeepers, you will feel my matrix level, my holographic image, screaming inside with frustration at the way we control and imprison each other. That's one reality and a valid one from that point of observation. But when I open my heart to the love vibration and open my mind to acknowledge the illusion, the frustration dissolves because it's just a game, just a ride, just a movie of our own making. We can make it a nice picture or a horror film. That's our choice. It is, always was, and will always be. So I love you, Richard Warman. I love you, Bernie Farber. I love you Jason Cowley, I love you George Bush. Queen of England, Queen Mother, Prince Philip, Henry Kissinger, David Rockefeller, Edgar Bronfman, Rothschild Dynasty, Lord Carrington, Al Gore, Ted Heath, Tony Blair, Peter Mandelson, Billy Graham, and all the others named in my books. If I don't love you, I don't love myself, because I am you and you are me. We are different aspects of the same infinite whole. No, we are the infinite whole. A time to choose. The game is reaching a crucial stage in terms of choice. We can take the left-hand path and live in a matrix controlled by the lower astral consciousness. A global fascist state in which the illusion will be imposed by the law and the jackboot. That, from the viewpoint of eternity, is of little consequence because there will be other chances to make different decisions and make other movies. The game never ends, it just changes as we change. But do you really want to have the experience of living in a fascist global state with your freedom of expression and choice denied in its most basic form? If you do, then just sit on your arse and watch it happen, because it will. It is happening. What Richard Warman and Bernie Farber, the Bronfmans, are trying to do to me will be written into the law of the land. Such laws are already being introduced. If we don't want that, we need to make another choice and make it now. We can take the straight-on path and walk the freedom road. If that's our choice, there are some fundamental changes to make. First, we free ourselves from the illusion and the reactions and responses of the matrix mentality. Unless we start to free ourselves, how can we hope to free the world around us, which is merely an outward manifestation of the inner self? We live in an external prison while thinking we are free because we live in an internal prison while thinking we are free. The prison without is a reflection of the prison within. Change ourselves and we change the world. Look in the mirror. Try changing the image you see without changing the image it is reflecting. You can't, of course you can't, but the human race has been trying to do that for thousands of years, and that's why it has never worked. I have written before of the three crucial elements that I believe are the key to unlocking the gates and the portals to multidimensional freedom. 1. We let go of the fear of what other people think of us and start living and expressing our own uniqueness of lifestyle, view, and reality. When we do this, we step out of the herd, and if enough of us do it, there is no herd. 2. We allow everyone else the freedom and respect to express their uniqueness without the fear of ridicule and condemnation for the crime of being different. When we do that, we cease to be a sheepdog keeping the herd in line. 3. No one seeks to impose their beliefs or reality on anyone else, so always respecting the freedom of others to make different choices. This is the balance point that stops one person's free will imposing itself on another. These 3 steps would trigger a transformation of such magnitude that they would turn this prison into a paradise. And all 3, as they relate to us, we have the power to introduce right now. This book may have said much about bloodlines and the history and techniques of human servitude. It may have highlighted at some length the reptilian genetic connection to all this. That's important because people need to know what is going on at that level of reality. But what this book has really been about is humanity freeing itself from the great illusion. If I had to choose one thought that people would remember from these pages, one thought that would transform this world more than any other, it would be this: it's just a game, it's just a ride, and we can change it anytime we want. The truth is not out there, it is within you, and that truth is love.